Board Institute. I would strongly encourage any select board member who has not attended yet to consider attending. That is on Saturday, March 21st from 8:30 a.m. until 3 p.m.
Rusty, if you can make that, that would be very...
I have to work that day. Penny told me there's one on April 1st.
Isn't there are other options?
That, at least on this flyer I have at the moment, that's the only one, but we will look into it.
Yeah, because she told me April 1st. I can make that one.
Okay, they often will do 2 of them.
Yeah.
So the second thing is...
Definitely worthwhile.
Yep. The second thing is the Town Officers Education Conference, which I know Veranda and Sheila and I attended, and it's very well worth it. This is put on by UVM Extension Service. One option is April the 8th at Lake Maury. The second option is April the 15th in Burlington. This is very, very well put together conference and very informative for the roles and responsibilities of select board members, other town officers, and town employees.
Are you going to that, Peter?
Yeah, it's been 3 years, so I was going to speak with you next time we met to consider attending again, because they've changed the format and the options available slightly this year. So
You said that it's for town officers?
yes, you are a town officer.
I'm a town officer, so I could consider going.
You
Don.
absolutely.
Oh, yes.
Don, you're a town officer.
Truly?
Richard, that is all that I have.
Okay, thank you. So can we move, can I move so that we want to go into executive session about a personnel matter?
Yep.
But can we summarize the actions from this meeting and review the actions from the previous meeting so that we can end with our executive session?
Well, you still need to adjourn after the executive session.
Right.
Mr. Chair, just for BCTV, however you choose to do it, I'll shut off the camera when you enter executive session, but I will need to capture you coming out of it, even if it's just to adjourn, to get the last bit of open meeting.
And we'll have to sign the warrants, remember?
Yes.
Oh, okay, so then let's move into executive session now, is that what you're saying?
So, as usual, we need to have 2 motions. Veranda, would you like to read the first motion? I'm not trying to tell you to, but...
No, I'm happy to. Okay.
Premature knowledge.
Okay, so the select board.
Well, remember this is written as minutes, so you would move that.
Okay, so I move that we move into just exactly.
No, that premature knowledge.
Okay, I move that premature knowledge of discussions could potentially put the town at significant disadvantage.
Full stop. So that's the first motion.
Do I have a second for that?
I will second.
Okay, any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Say aye. Aye.
No idea what it means.
That motion carries unanimously. And the second motion, Miranda?
Okay, move to enter executive session to discuss personnel matters as per VSA 313A1.
Do I have a second for that?
Second.
I second it.
Rusty seconded it.
Okay, thank you, Rusty. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. So let's stay in this room, and if
And
Peter
it's-
and
Yep,
Ian could leave, that would be fine, and we'll come and get you.
and it's 8:10 p.m. that you're entering.
Okay.
The Select Board of Guilford is exiting executive session at 9:20.
It's
8:38.
I'm sorry, 9:40.
It's 8:38.
8:38. You can see I'm getting tired. Okay, so, and we have taken no action. Now, so let's see, it's up to, we're waiting for an adjournment motion.
Would you like to maybe to review actions?
Yes, please.
Okay, the action summary from the previous meeting of the 24th of February was Peter to contact Criterion Lancet Engineers, which we already know has happened. We received back information from him. You moved and approved to add 2 new recreation commissioners. You moved and approved the town administrator and administrative assistant job descriptions. You moved and approved edits to the personnel policy, and you accepted the redetermination of equalization from the Department of Taxes. As far as actions from this meeting, Richard was appointed as chair, Veranda as vice chair. The select board rules of procedure was readopted. The Brattleboro Reformer was selected as the newspaper of record. The annual select board appointments were made. You have created a finance advisory committee. Minutes, I guess we passed those up. And you decided not to move forward for the moment with the, informally decided not to move forward with the proposal from CLE. And that's all, unless I missed something.
let's see, I'm going,
Oops, 2 things. Do it one more time, Richard.
Didn't we establish a town committee?
a budget of the Finance Advisory Committee.
He said that.
Oh, he did that. And then the other thing was that together with Zahn Easties, I'm going to redraft the select board goals in advance of
Sure.
the next meeting.
And so my question is, did we not establish a town meeting committee?
We did that
At
before.
the previous meeting.
Oh, we did that.
We did that before town meeting, and I said that I would convene people, but not be in charge of them. I'd be a member of the committee.
Okay, now we're looking for a, you know what motion we're looking for, Michael?
Motion to adjourn.
Do I have a second?
Sure.
Any discussion?
Seems like a fine time.
It's 8:43, we're adjourning.
And we have to sign
Aye.
the warrant.
And sign the warrants, but
Okay, I'm gonna shut the camera off.
thank you, Richard.
All right, thank
Thanks,
you,
Richard.
everybody.
Bye.
Nice to see
Oh,
you.
Also,
and we have to
minutes.
sign
Did you
the
sign the
conflicts
minutes?
of interest.
Nice to see you again. Nice seeing you. And just a little bit from my, in terms of background, you'll see that this is going to be a committee bill because this is something that the language, the Attorney General's office requested language on this issue, and it came in too late in terms of me actually introducing the bill. So that's why this is what I requested. And David Sher from the Attorney General's office will be here, but I thought Michelle as a drafter could help us understand the title we're in, just some high level basically what these laws pertain to, and generally what the bill is intended to do. I'm really glad to be able to do this in light of Tom's announcement about his son.
Yeah.
Who is involved, yeah.
My son is now a detective with the Seattle Police Department on the Internet Crimes Against Children Division, so.
More power to him, right?
Yeah.
Right.
He made his first arrest last week, so.
Oh, right. So, anyway.
Yep.
Okay. All right, so for the record, Michelle Childs, Office of Legislative Counsel, and as the chair mentioned, this would be a committee bill. And I'm just going to give you kind of a broad overview because, again, as Representative Bratt mentioned, this is a proposal that is coming from the Attorney General's office, and David is here, and so if you have questions about, well, why do we need that, or why this thing, or whatever, that's all coming from them. I'm just more kind of took what they wanted and put it into the right drafting format and things like that, so I'm going to set you up for the discussion. So what this is doing is it's amending Chapter 64 in Title 13. So Title 13, your criminal title. Chapter 64 is entitled Sexual Exploitation of Children. Most of what's in here, there's a number of crimes, but a lot of what's being amended is around when you think about child pornography, sexual performances. So we'll go through and I'll show you the changes. So starting out in section 2821 in the definition section, you'll see the first changes on page 2, and this is amending the definition of sexual conduct. And you'll see on line 14 the new addition of any simulation of any of the above described conduct. So it's going to be encompassing anything that's A through F. And any simulation of that. Next changes on the definition of sexual performance. So you'll see it means any performance or any part of a performance which includes sexual conduct. And right now it's by a child, and this adds by, with, or on a child. So I think probably the AG's office can talk to you about why they need that expanded and the types of conduct that might fit under that, and why the current definition is not adequate for their purposes. Top of page 3, next change is to the definition of promote. And so this is adding, you'll see on line 3, that it's making the material available would also fall under promote. And then also on line 4, by any means, it talks about under current law, including electronic transmission, and this includes adding file sharing or peer-to-peer networks. So again, something that we see, almost every year is some type of legislation that's updating criminal laws to reflect the evolution of technology, right? So I think oftentimes when you look at a lot of the statutes, it may not, with everything changing with cell phones and cameras and all those kinds of things.
I'm not looking to go backwards, but why isn't the file sharing and peer-to-peer networks included under electronic transmissions?
I don't know. I would say, my guess is that the AG's office in prosecuting these cases is coming up into these terms and maybe feeling as though they're having to argue that it should cover certain things and perhaps is not, and so they want to be explicit and clarify here in the language. Next, I'm sorry.
I guess I'm really naive. What does sexual performance mean?
The definition is on the bottom of page 2. So it's any performance which includes sexual conduct by, with, or on a child, and then the definition of sexual conduct is right there in subdivision 2. So it's any of those things. So if you look at the top of page 2, from like line 1 down to line 14. So there's a number of places in this chapter where there's just a technical amendment around how we talk about age, and so I won't mention those, but that's just a technical amendment in section 2822. There's no changes to 2823, but I'm amending the whole chapter, so I just have everything in there. I think it's also because of we amend the penalty section. I wanted to have all parts of the chapter there so you could look and see how the penalties all fit together. Page 4, top of page 4, it's section 2824, and this is promoting a recording of sexual conduct. And again, this is adding where it talks about sexual conduct by, under current law, by a child. This is adding with or on a child as well. So we see that earlier on the definition of sexual performance. Next changes are on page 5 in section 2825, and so this is the penalty section. This is an old chapter, and so it's a little unusual in the way that it is. It has all the different crimes in different sections, and then it has one penalty section that then refers back to all those particular sections, rather than oftentimes when you're looking in a section, it'll say, here's the crime, here's the elements, and here's the punishment if you do it. So, but we're looking at 2825, and I've reworked subsection C. There's a new misdemeanor crime added in there. There's one crime. There's an area of crimes that's increased from a 2-year misdemeanor to a 3-year felony, and then the 5-year.
Where's that now?
This is in subsection C. I'll take you through it
Okay.
subdivision by subdivision, but I had to kind of rework it all to add the new stuff in. So you see in subsection C for the penalties, and this is referring to 2827, which again, it's the way that the chapter is kind of structured is weird because the penalties are before 2827. But if you look on page 7, you can see when we're talking about 2827, we're talking about what's currently labeled as possession of child pornography, and the proposal is to change it to possession of child sexual abuse materials. So when we're talking about subsection C, we're going to talk about that particular section, and here's the penalties. So under subdivision C1, it creates a new misdemeanor for a year maximum if the violation of 2827 involved a visual portrayal of a child who is nude or partially clothed, and the visual portrayal is, and it has to have all of these, it has to be unrelated to the sale of a commercially available legal product, has to be used for purely prurient purposes, and have no serious literary, artistic, political, or scientific value. Okay. Yeah.
So, we're starting to see more and more, like you had mentioned with the change in electronics, people using tools to voyeur, either publicly or at their own home. So the act of that would fall into that category.
It might. I would say if you're talking about like voyeurism and secretly filming someone, we have a specific voyeurism law that's in another chapter. So if you remember when I was talking about the prostitution bill, there's 2 sub-chapters in that chapter, which is it's lewdness and prostitution. The lewdness subchapter has a specific crime of voyeurism, and that's where either people are kind of the peeping Tom stuff, or using some type of device to record someone who is partially clothed or engaged in a sexual act, and so that's a separate crime.
But being a child.
But being a child, yes, and so possessing those images, so it could be that somebody might be able, depending on the circumstances, they could be charged under voyeurism, but then they could also be charged under having and being in possession of this material. Yep. So that's a 1-year misdemeanor. Subdivision, I'm sorry.
That's all right. Okay, so number 1 on line 12, down through A, B, and C is a new crime.
Yes.
And, well, it's kind of, I would say kind of a new crime, because if somebody's doing these things now, I'm going to assume there's a penalty for it.
Well, I think that would be for I think for David to answer.
Okay.
Again, I'm assuming that these things are coming and being proposed by the Attorney General's offices because they're not either clearly prosecutable under an existing provision of law, or they want another tool there. But I think that's going to be more of a question for David.
Okay.
So subdivision C2, and this is a 3-year felony for possessing a clearly lewd exhibition of a child's genital or anus or other than a depiction of sexual conduct by a child. And that is currently, you'll see at the top of page 6 where the language is struck, that's currently a 2-year misdemeanor. And so this particular crime, again, is on the books, but it's a 2-year misdemeanor, and subdivision C2 is increasing it to a 3-year felony. And then lastly, page 6, subdivision C3, and this is, looks like it's a lot of change, but it's really not changing anything. I just had to do it in the context of subsection C, which is that if you're violating 2827 and it involves possessing material that involves sexual conduct by a child, again, going back to your definition of sexual conduct that's in subdivision 2 on page 2, then that is a 5-year felony, and that penalty is not changing. Next changes are on subsection E, and so this is for a violation of 2828, which is luring a child. So if you just want to look at the existing language and what conduct that includes, you would look on page 9 for luring a child. And so the current penalty for luring a child is a 5-year felony, but there's 2 new carve-outs for that have increased penalties. So you'll see in subdivision E2, if a person is convicted of luring under 2828, but the violation involved the person physically traveling to meet a child who is under 16 years of age, or another person who they believe to be a child under 16 years of age. So if it's a law enforcement officer doing something, kind of a sting operation, and the person thinks that they're meeting a child, then that would be a 10-year felony, not a 5-year felony. And then subdivision E3 is that if someone has a subsequent, so if they've already have one conviction for luring, and then they get a second or a subsequent, then that would be a 10-year felony. Page 7, so going to the possession of child pornography section, so you'll see on line 16, so right now it talks about no person shall with knowledge of the character and content possess, and then this is adding or knowingly access with the intent to view. Again, I think what David can talk about is what they're seeing in terms of using electronics and using the internet, and whether or not people feel as though I could see that the word possess would be a little ambiguous when you're talking about people accessing something on the internet. You'll see on line 18 this language that we've already seen in a couple different places when you're talking about sexual conduct by, with, or on a child. Line 19, bringing in the provision we talked about before, which is visual portrayal of a child who is nude or partially clothed, if the visual portrayal is, and then talks about that it's not related to commercially available product, it's used purely for prurient purposes and has no serious literary, artistic, or scientific value. And then I think that's it in terms of substantive changes. I think the rest are just technical, and then it has an effective date of this July. Questions for Michelle?
Yeah, I just look with the, just kind of jog something with visual portrayal of a child who is nude or partially clothed. What if, take Facebook, what if somebody posted a picture of their 3-year-old son from the back, and that was nude just because they thought it was cute to show a butt picture of their son.
Right. I mean, I would argue that that's not being used for purely prurient interests,
Right.
right?
Okay.
And that's the purpose of that is it's to be like, look how cute my kid is, rather,
Right.
to my family, rather than trying to arouse sexual interest in someone.
Right. Certainly something I would promote because it could be used, but
Right.
yeah.
Yeah, no, these are very, very tricky issues, and when this committee has grappled with the voyeurism law, with the revenge porn law, with all of these things, is trying to look at and say, well, what images constitute, something, what crosses the line is it takes a lot of discussion, and to be able to accurately identify it for purposes of the statute and make sure that you're not sweeping in things that you don't intend to, whether it be artistic or scientific or literary, or somebody just sharing pictures of their kids with the most innocent purposes.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
So it seems a little ambiguous and unclear. I'm looking at that use for purely prurient purposes. That something could be put out innocently and then somebody actually uses it for that purpose.
Right.
See, why, I would suggest, and maybe this is way too early in this, but I'll ask David, why wouldn't we do something like intended for use for purely prurient purposes? So there's an intent element to that of the person actually sending it out.
Yeah, I did not choose that language, so you would have to ask as to why.
I think we're going to hear about how these cases are successfully or not successfully being prosecuted, and the challenges that,
To me, I mean, what Myron was saying sounds a little clearer. That's.
I mean, it could be as to having to, whether or not you have to be proving the intent of the person. Did they intend to just share it, and then they say, well, I intended, to share it like very innocently, and they say, well, how do you prove that they intended it for prurient purposes?
I guess we just have to make clear who's using.
Let's hear from David and others, yeah. Great. Thank you. David.
Good morning, David Chair with the Attorney General's Office. Thanks for having me this morning. This proposal is coming from our criminal division, and to give the committee a little bit of background, our criminal division has dedicated investigators pursuant to some federal funding called the Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force, and federal government funds, I believe, the sort of equipment and technical parts of that, what they need to provide, and then the state of Vermont funds the investigators, and there's also some investigators in the Department of Public Safety who work on this also. So our office ends up doing a large number of these prosecutions, and that's why it is us who are coming to you today with this proposal. And I should also say, we posted, I believe Mike was successfully able to post a series of articles from the New York Times last fall that do a very good job of describing the scope of the problem. Certainly our investigators and our prosecutors are somewhat overwhelmed with the volume cases and issues that they spot. So this is partially in response to what the New York Times did a very good job of describing in terms of the scope of the problem.
So where are the leads coming from?
Where are leads coming from? So I should also say, as a partial answer to that question, we wanted to have investigator Matt Raymond come in and talk to you today so that he could talk about exactly those types of technical questions, and also, frankly, talk about some of the practical obstacles they see, which this bill attempts to answer.
Will he be coming in eventually?
Assuming the committee is okay with having him, yes, he will be available. He's at a conference right now, so he just isn't in the state. But next time this gets taken up, we'd love to have him talk to you and answer some of those questions. And he can tell you more about the process of investigation, which produces those leads. So going through the bill, I will go to page 2 here and talk a little bit about some of the policy concerns, and some of the stuff that we're talking about here is pretty uncomfortable, just to give people a heads up, which I'm sure you realize. The simulation of any of the above described conduct, and which is the line 14 amendment, the amendment on line 14, and the amendment on line 20, which includes the with or on a child. These were both amendments aimed at getting around loopholes, if you will, that attorneys are using and defendants are using when prosecutions are being brought in instances where there's clearly sexual conduct occurring, but the sexual conduct may not have been caught with somebody touching somebody else. So, for example, a video depicting somebody masturbating onto a child. That's actually not, that because there hasn't been the physical touching that's described in this performance definition, the hope is that by including both of those amendments, that type of behavior will be more clearly captured by the definition. Another example that they have given where they've had, and these are all coming from specific cases where they've had difficulty with prosecutions, even though, again, there's clearly some bad behaviors happening. They've seen videos and images, there's been videos and images found where there's an erect penis that's very close to, say, the mouth or genitals of a child. And again, without that intentional touching piece of it, the definition currently doesn't include that. And the hope and the belief is that by including in the definition the simulation part of it and the with or on a child part of it will both encapsulate that behavior more effectively. Again, this is stuff that a common sense observer would say clearly this is child sexual abuse material, but there's some technical legal loopholes that have been exploited by people in these cases. Moving on to the next page, page 3. This is really about updating it to take account for modern technology. And Representative Bratt, you had a specific question about that, which was well taken. And it's, what are we doing here? Why wouldn't the peer-to-peer file and file sharing networks already be covered? And again, when you look at it carefully, peer-to-peer networks and file sharing means that somebody isn't necessarily in possession or has arguably not procured any of the images or videos. They are just watching a stream of them a streaming of that, but the information, if you will, is being stored somewhere else, on some other computer, some server somewhere else, and they're accessing it in a manner such that it's not in the device that they are in possession of. So right now, arguably, streaming isn't covered by this, and that's been an argument that's been successfully made in cases where we're trying to.
So something that's stored somewhere else, but so this is covering somebody who might be watching it, but it's not loaded in their computer.
Right.
So like a Dropbox or something like that.
It would be like,
because I know, not that I have a lot of information, just talking with my son, that some people will store their stuff in Dropbox. Is that the reason that maybe some laws don't cover it as well as we intend to?
As long as what's happening is the remote accessing of it, and I'm actually not sure about Dropbox in particular. The examples that come to mind are actually old examples from back in the days when streaming music was very popular. Spotify's kind of killed off the illegal aspect of that industry, but like LimeWire and Napster, thank you, were the prime examples of that, and those were peer-to-peer file sharing networks where the music you were listening to was not on your computer, it was somewhere else, but you were able to access it, and the same types of technology are being used for the dissemination of child pornography, and I should say child sexual abuse material. And The other aspect of this is that when you are accessing those, the way this technology works is when you're accessing those videos and watching them, you are, by doing so, making them available to other people. The way the peer-to-peer networks operate, as I understand it, and I'm not an expert myself on this, is that the act of watching it makes it available for other people to, it opens up the network and makes it more available for other people to access as well. So you are both accessing it and you're disseminating it in the act of doing so. So the usage of these peer-to-peer networks really expands, very rapidly expands the ability for people to access the material. So that's why that's being added, and again, these are coming from specific prosecutions that have run into trouble because of the definitions not covering things that a common sense observer would say clearly that was intended to be covered by the statutes. On page 4, the what they're on is that's the only change, and again, that's repeating the change made on the prior page. One other nuance I will put in here, my understanding is that in addition to what I already mentioned, the with or on clarifies that the child doesn't need to have agency in this. When you say conduct by a child, it makes it appear as though the child has some agency here, and the point is, however you want to look at it, they don't. And just clarifying that that an element of the crime is not trying to prove that the child had some sort of agency in participating.
Make sure folks understand where agency is, where you're going with it.
No.
Okay.
Couldn't somebody in this day and age, because I'm not tech savvy, but can't they go and set up their own stuff by taking different parts of something and going and actually making something that didn't happen, and go and use that if they want to get somebody?
You mean like creating a false document and then planting it or something like that?
Or a video or something. You know, you go and you see these, I don't even know what they call them, but where they're doctored up and, you know, for like funny thing, what do they call them? Those minis or whatever they are and all that stuff. I mean, can't they do that same thing on stuff like this?
I'm sure they could. I'm sure they do. I think part of the underlying policy goal here is to make a market for this as difficult as possible.
I understand
to
that,
sustain.
and I'm all for that.
And,
I got it.
and one of the fixes that we have here is the simulation piece that we talked about on the prior page, or page 2, sorry, thank you, on line 14. And part of the point of that, any simulation of the above described conduct, is to capture those types of videos where a defense may be raised that this didn't actually happen in real life, but we took an image of a child and an image of an erect penis, which is an example that I used already, and put them together. And that still is, frankly, satisfying the interests of people who want to get at this material. And the point is to really make that something that's difficult, make that market a difficult one to access and maintain.
Okay.
Yeah.
What happens if somebody was to go and look at something and they didn't even know what they were looking at, and then all of a sudden they go on to something that is just as disgusting as this is, and they didn't mean to even go there, or they had no idea what they were.
Intent is always a defense in criminal law. If it genuinely was an accident and it's not something you repeated, that's the defense you could bring up if you end up getting caught up in some sort of, or a person got caught up in some sort of investigation and there was a genuinely no intent to access that material. I think that would be a defense, but that would be a factual case-by-case inquiry.
So in terms of agency, do folks understand the term agency that David was talking about, that there's no agency? Folks get that?
Go ahead.
Where are you at now?
Well, for example, line 3, the reason why it had just said sexual conduct by a child, and so the words with or an and? So they're wanting just.
Yeah, so the concept we're getting at there is making sure it's very clear to judges and juries and so forth that the child doesn't have to have been intending to engage in this or have meant to engage in this or was trying to engage in this. When you use the word by, it makes it seem, it arguably makes it seem as though you have to find that the child had some sort of purpose in doing this, and this is to make it clear that that is not something that is intended or needs to be found. It's just the fact of the child being there and being abused in this way is sufficient. So moving to page 5.
David, before you,
Yeah.
this pertains to nothing you're talking about at this point. What was the investigator's name that?
Matthew Raymond.
Matthew, okay.
And we'll have him in here next time we take it up. He'll be back. He's back in the States starting Monday. I actually think it might be a little easier if we hold the penalties section because of the strange design of this statute. Hold the penalties section for a minute.
I thought about rewriting all of it, and I thought I was going to make your job a lot harder. So I didn't.
That's fine. Let's jump ahead to page 7 if you don't mind, and then we'll come back to the penalties, just because normally that's how we would talk about these things. So, on page 7, line 16, this is again another fix aimed at the live streaming peer-to-peer network type of issue where when we're talking about possession, somebody who's live streaming it, certainly we would view as just as culpable as somebody who has it in their possession, and this is just making clear that live streaming is also illegal.
I think this goes to Ken's question as well earlier, where it talks about knowingly access.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So
Yeah.
that's where there has to be intent to actually access the material, knowing that that's the kind of material.
Line 16.
On page 7.
Yeah, thank you. That's a good point on that. Goes right to that issue. The next,
Thank you.
good to go. The next chunk I want to talk about is this additional category of behavior that is basically being proposed as a new crime that's being criminalized. This is getting at what is sometimes termed child erotica, and will sometimes be images, oftentimes, or I should say, the cases that are concerning to investigators are instances where somebody has possession of a very large number of photographs of children who may be nude or partially clothed, or are clothed in very sexually provocative positions. And currently that behavior is not unlawful under the statutes because the child sexual abuse material is narrowed to the sexual conduct, is defined by the sexual conduct parts of it that are in statute that we went over earlier on pages, mostly on page 2. So this gets at that behavior. Our prosecutors and investigators would acknowledge that this is going to be an unusual charge. It's not likely to be able to be brought because the carve-outs are broad, and that's appropriate. The point here is not to criminalize things like the picture of the child in the bath that's an innocent family photo, which is a good example that you brought up.
And one thing that's going through my mind is just thinking back to the John Benet Ramsey case. I mean, what was she, 8 years old or something, but just all made up, and not in any provocative clothes, but even kids that age, they sometimes when they have their pictures taken, if it was an adult woman posing in the same way, would be considered sexual. So,
right, and again, I think the caveat on line 1 of page 8, used for purely prurient purposes, is intended to really keep out those types of behaviors. I will also say, in the interest of full transparency, our lawyers have been looking at this section again over the last day or two, And we are considering proposing some changes to this piece of it, because we do understand some of the concerns that have already been raised with respect to potentially being overbroad. This is actually taken almost directly from a current West Virginia statute that is good law. There's a Texas statute that's quite similar that is good law. So we believe that this is sort of constitutionally permissible. We also want to make sure that we are really within the confines of what's constitutionally permissible in terms of what you can regulate and make unlawful. So we, I would say, are likely to come back as soon as possible with some proposed amendments to this piece, just to make sure we're not stepping onto shaky ground, because it's certainly not our intention to propose something that might be unconstitutional. So we'll probably come back and narrow this a little bit, redefine it slightly. Just want to let the committee know that we are cognizant of that issue. So having said that, let's actually jump back to page 5 and the penalties. We can jump down to line 9 here, and again, this is the same change we already went over on page 7, where we're trying to cover live streaming and peer-to-peer networks. And then the structure of, if we move further down, this is, as Michelle noted, just the way that this statute is written. We had to import the entire definition of this new offense into the penalty section to make it work. That being said, if the other thing changes, this will change too. So if this is redrafted to make it narrower and more clearly defined for to make certain that we are within the constitutional boundaries, this will also change. And then, as Michelle noted, the penalty structure changes slightly, such that this becomes hold on one second. This becomes a 3-year felony, and on subsection 3 on the next page, there's a 5-year felony. That actually isn't a change. That's the same penalty that existed previously. But there would be a bump up from a 2 to 3 year for the possession sections.
So, on line 18, imprisoned not more than 3 years or fined not more than 5,000. Oh, or both, okay. I'm good. I hadn't read it all the way through.
Yes.
So can you say why it would move up from 2 to 3?
I think the concept was that if they're going to include this new crime for a different set of behavior, it made sense to have this be the lowest penalty level, and then move the arguably more severe violations up one level. That was the violation. I will say, again, perfectly transparent, if the committee has different ideas about how they want to structure that, I don't think our office is particularly concerned about the precise years here. The main goal of this bill is to make sure that the harmful behavior that's happening is captured by our statutes. So I'd say that if you want to have a discussion about that, we're fine with having a discussion about that. The real thrust of this bill is the stuff that happened, the stuff that we're proposing with respect to file sharing and simulations and so forth.
So I take it, so when I first looked at this bill, I mean, it's just like, wow, right? So it's really mind-boggling. But I take it most of you in this room have dealt with this bill before, or this content before, correct?
Might be mixed.
Yeah,
Tenure on, tenure on the committee.
I don't think we've done it
in a while, right?
6, so it's been this way for a long time?
There was one aspect we did.
Well, David had one, we have an answer to.
Now, we didn't touch on a little bit of this, the tiny piece of this in human services when we were there.
I don't remember that.
Yeah, Michelle?
I don't think.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
I think my recollection was the last time that really much of this chapter was really kind of tinkered with was kind of when Eric was new, which was,
I think 1999 according to.
I was gonna say, that the 1999 was his first
And not the
year.
Sexton stuff.
Yeah. So it was,
I don't think
I
that was
remember he and I
covered.
grappling with it
Okay.
still.
Well,
It
when
seems
he
like that's
existed.
involved in a conversation someplace along the way.
99 would have been the start of file sharing, so just for music and stuff. So what it wouldn't have been a technology that
Right.
we would have been thinking about.
Yeah.
But that was like in the Napster years.
I don't know what Napster is. That's how out of date I am on this stuff.
You missed that completely.
Yeah, and it sounds like I'm glad I did.
Well, Napster was fun.
Oh. Well,
Anyway, but
okay.
So I'm happy to answer any questions. That's the presentation, and as I said, we will come back on that one piece in particular.
I don't have any questions about it, but I do have just a timing thing here. I see why the bill's being brought forward, but I'm a little bit, unnerved at the coming forward as a potential committee bill. If this isn't were these issues that came up within the past couple of months since we've been in session?
I can't speak to the sort of introduction of the bill piece in terms of the committee bill piece. I'm not as familiar with how that happened in this situation. I mean, I can tell you
it was not brought to the attention of the committee until after the bill drafting deadline.
That could well be, and I actually wasn't the person who in my office, so I can check and get you an answer on that. I will.
I'd hope that your office in the future would seek to, especially given the fact that we have about 60 bills on the wall that representatives were hoping would have a hearing, that they could take some time to make sure that all the issues they need addressed have the time to get introduced in the proper manner.
I will certainly remind folks that that is how we need to do things.
Speaking of bills on the wall, did you consider or think about whether the result of the task force that looked into grooming, which suggested a change to 2828, which I noticed is in this bill, whether that might be included in here. It's currently in page 659,
right?
Which is exactly the language that task force recommended. And I think you were on that task force.
I was on the task force, yeah.
So ponder whether that fits into what we're doing here. I'd ask the chair of that as well. But since I noticed that section, that task force suggested amending as part of this bill.
Sure, and I will check with our criminal division and see how they feel about pulling that in and get you a clearer answer on that next time we take it up.
659.
And Matt's not gonna like it because my name's on it, but the point is that it is exactly the language that this particular task force wanted, and nobody else apparently wanted to try to get it into a bill.
Well, it's basically the same as 618 at the top too, right?
It's not.
No? That's what I love about you lawyers. Grooming and minor.
How am I getting blamed for that?
Prohibiting grooming a child.
There's the 618 has to do in the context of human trafficking. So solely within human trafficking and what constitutes, I can't remember what we're defining, but adding grooming into the definitions for human trafficking. And this is on an amendment in chapter 64, so in another area of law. So.
Thank you.
Shall we call this meeting to order? This is the 7 o'clock. Monday, the 9th of March. Select board for the Jamaica. The first thing we're going to do tonight is the organizational meeting, and then we'll have the regular meeting after the unregular organizational meeting. First, we should welcome our newest regular person. Jessica was recently elected and will now be sitting in that seat until she gets thoroughly fed up and runs. All right, first order of business is the selection of officers. I'll take this opportunity to nominate Andy for the president, the chair. He did it he's been the vice chair for 4 years, so it seemed like that would be a good growth. Andy, do you want to accept that nomination?
Can I speak to it?
Sure.
I appreciate being nominated, and I'd like to tell you that I had expressed some interest in it, and think I'm qualified enough to do it. I've served on a nonprofit back a few years ago for about 12 years in the organization and the business part of it, chaired committees, was a representative for Vermont, for North America, blah, blah, blah. I went back and forth with it, and I think that for personal reasons, I think I'm going to take a pass on that, and I'd be glad to stay vice chair if I could.
I accept that. I accept that. I know you got a basketball history.
Me.
Yeah.
I'll make a motion to be Greg Nealman's the
Another nomination for Greg Nealman?
Yes.
Okay, so I see a lot of nodding faces, so do we need to get formal? All in favor of Greg Newman? Greg Newman.
Melman.
One job I've got tonight. One job.
I'll second that motion.
All right, so thank you. Just to say that I really appreciate the years that you served, you helped me with this, and I'm getting, go ahead, Paul, shout and vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Oh, I'm suddenly
Somebody
opposed.
is.
Yeah. Family is leading.
Thank you all.
Good night.
Welcome. Good luck.
Sorry, fire, go
We're
first.
covered here.
All right, so Mr. Millman, which I just pronounced many times, but I hope I got it right.
Melman. It's easy, like mayonnaise.
Hellman's. I told
Having
you.
said that, your choice, sir. Would you like to continue the organizational meeting, or would you like me to just wrap that part of it up?
You could go ahead and wrap that part of it up.
Okay.
I mean, I think I've got some guidelines from previous meetings, but if you're...
Well, we're just gonna make some appointments and stuff, we can do that.
Right, yep, and I'll chime in. I guess I'd like to start by nominating Andy to be the vice chair.
I'll second that.
I will second, I said that. All in favor? All in favor, say aye. We've got hands waving, so Andy, yes, please continue in the vice chair position.
Okay.
And I hope he serves you as well as he served me, because he did a good job keeping me, I'm sure, straight. With the exception, of course, the part that Tom took over to remind me to vote. But other than that, you guys have
Whip, I think that's calm.
I'm gonna add that to our list. Okay, the next order of business is for the appointments. We don't have a select board secretary as such. We've been graced with thank God, for our town clerk who's been taking the minutes and acting for the most part like the secretary. And I think that's a really, really good, it's worked out really, really well for us. I hope it's okay with everybody. Is there anything we'd like to do that's different?
It's okay with you?
My choice.
There you go. Yeah,
No, I don't want to.
But for this particular position, you do
No,
that.
no, I just want to make sure everybody understands the progress of the party. All right, so we've got a list of town appointments that have, let's talk about the one that's the most problematic right now. And this is the town health officer. It's down the list of ways, but let's talk about that for a second. I was in communication with the health department today about I'm currently working a town health officer complaint. As of today, the chair of the board becomes a town health officer, yeah, you. And I talked to her about, can I continue to finish this project? And she said, after hemming and hawing, well, as long as it's clear what you did and when you did it, and then you can help him or her, because I totally could have been her, the new person, as long as I document exactly what I did, but I can't sign it as of 5 minutes ago. So if it's okay with you, I'll continue to be your assistant, not assistant because I can't be your deputy without getting appointed by the state. And that's a 3-year gig. I'm only gonna be here for another year. But I can help you as long as I'm clear about what's going on and that you are the signer of the paperwork.
Absolutely fine with me, I don't need help, I'm sure.
Yeah, well.
The select board is the Jamaica Board of Health. so-
Exactly, the select board is
We
there.
all learn.
Yeah, anyhow, so if we decided to, we could do that, but I'm trying to get this thing worked as best I can. I hoped it would be finished by tonight, but it's not going to be. But just so you heads up on that. We do, for those of you in the loving viewing audience, we do need both a town health officer and a deputy health officer. They're appointed for, it's a 3-year gig, appointed by the state upon the recommendation of the town select board. That's how they get it. And then, and it's awkward, but there's a class and there's paperwork and you just follow the checklist and let's face it, if I can do it, how hard can it be? Okay.
There's a stipend too.
And there's a stipend for it, I heard.
$350.
How much?
$350.
Oh, good, $350. I wonder when that stops. Wait a minute. Anyhow, but we could certainly use some help in a variety of areas. All right, continuing on with the organization.
And that doesn't need to be someone on the select board, correct?
Correct. It does not need to be someone, you do not have to have any medical training. You just have to be a reasonable person.
Any Jamaica resident can volunteer for this position.
Exactly. Yep. And both the deputy position and the health officer position are both open. All right, moving on. Next item, we have a fence viewer as a town appointment. Historically, we've appointed Steve Clark. His primary qualifications is he doesn't come to these meetings so we can say no. I think we've talked about it before. He's agreed to that. All right? You want to go down these one at a time or do them all?
No, just go down.
We'll do them all, and then if there's a problem, we can make an exception.
Okay.
Animal control officer is Rob Willis. He is our constable, and he has said that he wants to continue doing that. Surveyors of wood, lumber, and the weigher of coal, that position is vacant, has been for a while. We don't survey coal too much anymore.
So weigh coal.
Weigh coal. So it's not like it's a
What is
critically
the other position?
We usually just
survey land, we just skip that one.
Yeah, so we'll go ahead and move on from that one. The tree warden is Ben Williams. He told me he's interested in continuing. Health officer is now vacant. It belongs to the chair. By virtue of the Vermont state law, it goes to the chair unless we appoint somebody. Unless we make a recommendation to the town to appoint them. The deputy health officer is also vacant, as we just talked about. We have cemetery sextons. We have East Jamaica, Jamaica Village, and South Wyndham cemeteries. Bruce Chapin has been on there, and it's my understanding he's not here to say no. So I think he wants to continue. He's been doing that for a while. West Jamaica, South Hill, and Pikes Falls, Karen Amadon. My understanding is she's still interested in that.
Yes, I talked about this.
Okay, good. Rossendale is Nelson Coleman.
That's right.
Yep. Emergency Management Director has been me, unless somebody else would like to do it. I'm willing to continue that ongoing thing. Rescue Inc. rep is Stuart Barker. He represents the Select Board 2 Rescue Inc. and theoretically back and forth communication-wise. Energy coordinators, I've got Tom Toller.
Yeah.
You willing to continue that position?
Most definitely.
Okay. Flood zone administrator is Lou Brusso. He told me he's willing to continue in that position as well. Wyndham Regional Commissioner, Joe Blooming and Andy Coyne. Do we have any changes in that?
I think I might change committees, but
But that's within Wyndham Regional, right?
okay, I don't know how to.
Well,
tell you that, or
we appoint you to the commission and then you guys.
right, I can't make those meetings and then come here
Yeah.
after working.
Okay.
4 o'clock, Brattleboro here,
That's
and I'm
fine.
on the same committee as the other commissioner when I
Okay.
get there.
So,
A mystery commissioner.
the mystery commissioner. So that,
Spread the wealth.
we, the town appoints you to Wyndham Regional and then you negotiate your committees with those.
Yeah, so I have one in mind.
Okay.
Take it up with them.
And Joel, are you still on? Yeah. Okay. Planning Commission and Zoning Board of Adjustments. We've got 2 opens. Christopher Robin is on. Brian Ziroff and Patrick McQuillan. I assume he still wants to be.
Yes.
Now you guys are on opposite Mondays too. But Rebecca Ohm, who we will miss, we thank her very much for her service, and we talked about Jason Cass last time, two valuable members, but their schedules and their situation didn't work out. So we do have two openings.
I have somebody who is interested, but he just sent me his letter today, so
Okay.
I didn't put it on the table for tonight. I said that I will share this with everybody so we can review.
We can do it again.
He's got his letter of introduction and a brief background. He's been a second homeowner in town, and in the past year has been a full-time resident of the town.
Okay, so we can do that next session?
Yeah.
Okay, circulate that, we can make, because you guys are meeting every other Monday still? Chris? Yeah, by the way, I got a letter from you.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you for volunteering again. Clearly, we have not reached your level of absolute maxed out, we can't stand this anymore. Thank you for hanging in there. Okay, so we'll take this up next week, our next session. Okay.
We still need one more.
Yep.
Pending this one.
Yes, doing public. Recreation Committee had Bob Johnson, Carolyn Pearsons, and Greg Mullins.
Hey, right
Why do I say that?
Caroline at the meeting said she was dropping out.
She did?
I
Yeah,
talked
she
to
did at
Bob
town meeting.
at luncheon, and he said he would continue. And I think we put Greg on there as a representative from the board. I was
Right.
on it for many years, I'm not on it anymore.
Is that your understanding?
That is my understanding. I will remain there. I don't feel that I can probably
Well, I mean,
bring that group forward.
it's another situation where we need parents or grandparents with young children who want to volunteer and coach and help out with uniforms and so on and so forth. So without it, we're not going to have teams. Now, I was talking with someone from Townsend who was saying, well, maybe we could merge, all the towns could merge into one rec committee and kind of have one league and all this stuff. Because basketball and soccer pretty much do that anyway. It's really baseball that's different. I said, that's great, but it would take some coordination to contact all of the rec coordinators and then have this agreement of all these people coming together. So I don't know where that's gonna go, but I've had that conversation. So.
Okay, well, let's get it out so people understand it's coming
Yeah,
up.
but it's a situation where if people aren't doing it, then the kids are not gonna have coaches and the ability to play these sports.
Yeah, it'd be a shame. Because things are kind of quiet around here. It'd be nice to have something for the kids to do that's constructive. Village Beautification, I have Karen Amadon, Joe Dumas, and Alexa Clark. Yes? Yes, I read that as a yes. Do we know about Karen? Yes. How about Joe? Do we know?
Yes.
I see her head nodded, so apparently we're going to leave that alone. Have we heard anything to the contrary on anyone? So we'll leave that alone unless we hear otherwise. Fire Warden is Stuart Barker. I understand he's continuing that. Assistant Fire Warden, we do not have one. Do you know anybody in the department? It was Joel Beckwith, but we haven't.
It's Bob.
I am already.
Oh, you're already the assistant?
Yes. Yeah.
Where did you this?
Thanks, still.
Somebody should be paying attention around here. Thank God this is my last kick. Sorry, Bob, I didn't have you on my
I've
list.
been deputy since June.
Since June? Where was I?
Yeah.
Who trained you? I now remember it. I didn't have it on my list. Sorry about that. The 911 coordinator we have is Erica Bowman. Do we know? I think that she's inclined to stay with it.
Yeah.
I haven't heard anything different. Senior Solutions, Janine Stone. WSWMD, Wyndham Solid Waste Management District. Did you see I can do that without having to look at it? No, I know I've been here too long. That's Greg. Are you still interested in that, Greg?
Sure.
Because you're also kind of honchoing the transfer station too.
That kind of, I think those kind of went hand in hand.
They seem to, yeah.
Looking for an assistant though, if someone wants to. I mean,
That'd be
as of now, it's only really for filling in if,
Yeah.
if I can't make something or anything like that, so.
Well, it's a good idea to have two people in case something happens, you know.
I'll step down as assistant if Jessica wants to get, she should have an appointment.
I'll accept.
Assistant to what?
Assistant
To
to the
the
transfer station.
transfer station.
Oh.
I was the
Wyndham Solid
assistant,
Waste.
and
Sure.
I'll transfer that over to her. She can jump into the.
So the transfer station assistant is Jessica.
And I can put that down, I mean, there's no real work involved, but just from an educational standpoint, I'll put you as the assistant for the Wyndham Solid Waste management.
both,
As a
right, it makes
representative,
sense,
and
right.
if I can't attend a
Yeah.
meeting or something, you'll get all the announcements and whatnot.
Okay, perfect.
This also has the advantage of you getting really close understanding what's going on there, because that's the one that's caused us the most grief and will be giving us more grief
Yeah.
with the changing
July.
of policy.
Regs, yeah.
Yeah, so that would be good to have. Very good.
Thank you.
We also have the newspaper of record. We've used the Brattleboro Reformer. Anybody interested in making a change to that?
No,
No? All right.
I'm not.
So, are we all happy with the?
What about town hall? Town hall?
Oh, it's not on this, let's talk about that for a second. There
I
are
also
some,
do that, Judy was doing that, I'd
Yep.
like to take that over.
okay, so we'll put town hall.
And what about police liaison, because I'm willing to give that up. I don't do a whole lot with the police department in common. So I know these were positions that were in this list.
They're not in this list.
But then
This is
you're
the
like,
one I have
Some
last
ones,
year.
too.
Hmm?
There might be another one I'll bring up in a minute.
Okay.
do you have on your list?
It's not an old
Robert,
list.
I have, it wasn't on last year's list, but I know we talked about it, so.
Yeah, town hall, what
These
you.
may be kind of things we do sort of.
Yeah,
quite as formal.
Judy was doing the town hall, so
Yeah.
I would like to take that.
Okay.
Because I'm involved in that with the arts council and such that.
Do you want me to take the police liaison?
I take it if Jessica doesn't want
Yeah, that's either,
Okay.
I don't want to.
if you want
it.
it.
He asked me before, but if you want.
That's fine, no, I didn't realize you were volunteering. My hand goes down, yours goes up.
Thank you.
Hands
I've always wanted to do that.
Oh,
7 years.
please.
I went over, got the tour.
I've never done it
next day.
before.
I went over, got the tour.
Oh, I toured that
Yeah,
police
with the
station.
old jail.
When we were kids.
There's another one that's not on here that I did notice, and that is historically we've had a member of the select board be a liaison with the town office, with the town clerk and the treasurer.
That's the one I was gonna bring up.
Oh, that's one, why, bring it up?
Last
Bring it up.
year, I brought that up and we never really, who did that?
I did it. You know, it's been me primarily because I'm here more often than most. Hopefully that'll change, but it's just somebody who knows what's going on and is available to them easily. They can get a hold of me pretty quickly because I'm usually here. I'm obviously winding down, but I'm still available if that's something that the board wants to continue with.
If you're gonna be here most of the time still.
Well, I still got the emergency management director thing, I still got the
Yeah.
piece of the town thing, and I still got 2 or 3 other things.
Kick it down, kick the can down. the road.
Right there.
Sure.
No one else wants to do that?
What's that?
No one else wants to do
I'm
it?
not around for that to do
The tricky part is just being here, you know?
I was also gonna say, it's probably more just to have a contact and not necessarily that you're here every minute. I mean,
No.
you can certainly wind down and.
Exactly,
You
and
guys
and
can
I've
get
got a
your work
pretty good
done
sense
without
of what's going on here, only because I've been upstairs over it. Plus, I've been bribing them with chocolate for the last year.
It's not working.
It doesn't seem to be, I'm trying. Okay.
Well, as the chair, I'll say that maybe you and I can work on making sure that it's
Okay.
a smooth operation.
That's a great idea. They like you better than me anyway, so they'll be happy. All right, is there anything else that I've overlooked that we need to think about? I think that's, for an outfit that is tightly organized as we are. So all in favor of these appointments going forward, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Then these will stand as
Is
they
it
are.
unanimous? I guess as a chair, I'd also like to say that we record our votes. I mean, that's something that's in the, since we're kind of segueing into my portion of the meeting.
Yes, we certainly are.
But, that we record the vote, not who voted for what, but how many voted affirmative and
Okay.
just 3 to 1 of.
Can I write all in favor? Is
All in
that okay?
favor is fine. Yes, yes, yes.
Now, the rest of this package, do you want to give it to you, or just want to point to me and have me do things?
Either way.
It's up to you, sir.
Is there more than what's on the agenda?
All yours now.
There is now.
Well, I'd like to call the next part of the meeting together.
Well, first thing would be the late agenda, I'd like to do that from my seat. I put these in order of their appearance on here.
Perfect.
So this is the next thing is the minutes, after we do the agenda.
Okay. Thank you.
Any additions to the agenda, I've got it. We got that.
Thanks, Paul.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Just keep doing this, thank you. No, aren't you relieved you don't have to remind me, folks?
I'll get on break.
Okay.
Okay. I will call the regular portion of the meeting together at 7/18, and ask if there's any additions to the agenda.
I have some.
Paul?
Yes, since I produced the agenda, we've had 3 excess weight permits have come in. So I've given them to you, so we now have a total of 5.
Okay. So
Down item number 5. And there was a question about the MOU for the mill building project, so I added that as a discussion item.
Okay. Okay. I'm sorry. Oh, yes. Oh, one more to add. Yes, the broadband, update on the broadband survey. Chris. Okay, then we have a few others. I will entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the February 24th select board meeting.
So moved.
Did I give you my copy? I did, didn't I?
You did?
Is there any red marks on there?
There are, is. I'll hand it back. Then I guess, is there a second? In order to open it up for discussion, correct? Is that how we do it?
Oh, yeah, there's one, I have a amendment.
Any second?
Second.
Second, Andy seconds. And Paul, you had,
Right. On page 2, number 4, I meant number 9, we said that the new draft has been sent disregarding hazard mitigation plan. The new draft has been sent out by email, and the select board has until March 16 for amendments. It should be March 16 for comments. We can't put in amendments, but we can put in comments. And then it goes to the public.
okay, and I did have one also. Under the discussion of the new Casella interim contract, which is also later on in the agenda, but last week we, it was brought to our attention that, and I would propose scratching the first line, which says the Casella contract pricing has been extended until June, and replace that with Casella has terminated our agreement with the town and is proposing a new rate schedule for hauling of solid waste. And then would continue, the prices have increased since Casella bought out TAM, and we're reviewing a bridge, a temporary contract for March 1st through June 1st, so as the rest of the minutes state. So just replacing that first sentence. Kind of I rambled a little bit, sorry.
Say that first.
So we've replaced the first sentence with Casella has terminated the agreement with the town and has proposed a new rate schedule for hauling of solid waste, beginning March 1st.
A new rate. A new
Rate schedule.
schedule.
Okay.
Anything else? Any other? New motion to,
Motion to accept February 24th select board meeting minutes with changes made.
Second. Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, perfect. And as done before, we will move the sign off of all the paperwork, whatnots, to the end of the meeting, the boring part. People want to stick around, they certainly can. So we're on to number 5, review and approve now the total of 5 excess weight permits. Da-da-da-da. We have one here. I guess this is the first time I'm seeing them, so I'm gonna just double check. I think they all have their checks with them. I'm gonna assume that portion. First one's Allen Brothers Oil. And there is a check. The next one is from New England Quality Service. I'm not sure who that is. I do not see a check on there.
There's a receipt on the top.
Okay, yeah. Perfect. Next one is for Colton Enterprises, also with a receipt. Next one is for Gurney Brothers Construction with a receipt of payment. And we have Dead River Company, with a receipt of payment, and that's the rest of them for later. Those are 5. Motion to accept those overweight permits?
And yeah, I make a motion, we give those to the road commissioner.
And second? Tom seconds. All in favor of handing these over?
I just have a question.
Sure.
How come some of the fees are $5 and some are 10?
Because
It's
some are
all
fleets
road.
and some's just a single vehicle.
It's $10 for a fleet?
Yes.
Okay.
If you just, am I still the commissioner?
Doesn't matter. Would you like to pass out?
If you just put them over by Sarah.
We didn't have that.
You didn't vote that in?
That wasn't on the list, no?
It wasn't on the list, you should fix that.
Oh, that's up too?
It's every year.
Yeah.
I didn't even realize it was every year.
And it was not on my
It's
list.
not a lifetime job.
No.
I would make a motion that we appoint her for life, that we reappoint us.
Why don't we
Hold it.
hold on a second?
Oh, we still
Why
do
don't
that.
we finish the vote?
Thought we were through that one already.
Okay, good. It has been seconded. Andy had a question. Any other comments? All in favor of approving the 5 overweight permits?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you for Tom for keeping me in order.
Just trying.
Keeping this.
I
Okay,
have no authority, I just.
so do we want to circle back to the road commissioner or put that as another agenda item later in the?
Can we add it after we've already asked for additions, or?
I would say sure.
Of course we can.
It was missed in the first part of it. I mean, it was supposed to be.
We'll call that
It's like an oversight, man.
Oh,
oversight.
So it's not a real agenda item, and not an addition.
No, it's part of the previous organizational meeting, and I apologize for not putting it on there. I sort of think of Lex as a perennial asset to the town, and think of her as just being here forever.
Well, I'll make a motion to make Alexa Clark the highway commissioner for one more, for this year.
I'll second that.
Any discussion? Are you still interested?
Yes.
When are you gonna plan to retire at one of these days?
One of these days.
Okay, someday.
All right.
This keeps me young.
No one else wants to do it?
Any other, no?
Oh, that's what I should say, it's somebody else.
All in favor of Lexa for another one-year term as highway commissioner?
Aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now back on to the regular, now, Lexa again, I guess, discuss the improvements on Under the Mountain Road.
Okay, at the last, I think it was one of the last meetings, Jared, Lyndall, and Willoughby Britton applied for update of, not an update, but to renew, to fix the trail number 8 near the Under the Mountain Road. And I sent you a copy of the agreement that they had signed, and then a question came up, which I sent to our attorney. He in turn sent it to their attorney, and the homeowners, or the landowners, to add a paragraph, which I emailed to everybody. Did everybody get a chance to read that last paragraph? It was very important to have that in there. Thank you, Jessica, for bringing that up.
It was sold?
If it's gonna be sold, right, so that that agreement continues on, otherwise it sort of just stops.
It leaves the town open to risk that we would become obligated to maintain the road in this way.
Great,
It
that
closes the
paragraph's on the
gap.
back of the whole package.
Yeah.
So, the contract's there, and then the extra paragraph.
Yeah, I have the contract.
Yeah, right,
And then I
right,
have
there it
a
is.
contract for you to sign if you so wish to, because these folks would like to get
And so we
going
would be signing it on our behalf with this.
with this. Yeah, I have it
paragraph
here.
Pending.
I have a new one, yes.
That they would then sign.
Yep. And I've also talked with Keith, he couldn't be here tonight. He has spoken with the Londonderry Road Foreman and Road Commissioner. And they will be, all three of them will be working with Wesley Amadon, who's doing the construction, if any questions come up, so that both towns will be working together, the proper folks. So I don't see any reason not to approve it. I think it's cut and dry, really.
Makes sense to me. Paul, question?
It is, it's our understanding that this is at no cost to the
It's
town.
no
to make
cost
it.
to the town at all, no.
It makes sense to me. And they seem to be working within the guidelines and whatnot, and it's a great, I've met them independently of the meeting.
Yeah, one question came up we had about when Wesley's proposal, the culverts. And I talked to Keith about it, and it has to be 18-inch culverts, not 12 or 16. And I've already told the folks that bought the property that that's what it had to be, so they were in turn going to talk to Wesley. And so everything's moving forward, and they're very adaptable to what we want and what Londonderry wants, I believe. So.
Super, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any motion to accept the contract?
Make a motion to accept the contract.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Thanks.
Then I can, you sign
So I'll sign off on that
I'll
one.
sign off on
And then you'll take it with you, or with
that. This is tomorrow.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
You can leave it on my desk. Thank you.
Okay. Next item on the list is to review and discuss the new temporary contract with Casella. So that's me. As from the last meeting, Casella had sent us the termination of our contract. They're continuing to haul our waste, but basically they were increasing their fees. And our contract with them expired June 1st. We had discussed getting a temporary contract or to run from March 1st through, I guess, May 31st. With these new fees, and in that time period, we would then put it out to bid to line up with the renewal date of June 1st. So I had floated this out to everybody. They had made the one change, so it actually does list the town of Jamaica now as the customer. It seems to me that it's pretty boilerplate as far as this type of contract goes. It's very similar to what we had before, other than the new rate structure. Any other motion to accept the contract?
Make a motion to accept the contract.
Second?
I'll second that.
Yep. Any further discussion or feedback or anything, comments?
It's just interim until we can get
Interim.
an RFP out and back.
And it's pretty much, I mean, they're gonna continue doing what they've been doing and
Not a lot of choices.
just bumping the fees up. So we will put this out to bid within the next couple months.
And will they be one of the ones we put it out to, or is that what they want to do, Perry?
No, I think they would be one of the ones we put it out.
We're gonna shotgun it out.
Terry would write the RFP?
Yes.
To clarify.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think she's done it in the past and definitely
She
has
has done it in the past.
Yeah, she has.
a few of them. Okay, all in favor of accepting the contract? Did we get to that point yet? No.
See, you thought it was me. It's the job that makes your brain turn to jello.
Huh?
We got a vote?
I know, that's what I said, all in favor. I asked if we
I'm in
got,
favor.
yeah, all in favor
Aye.
of accepting this temporary contract.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. I will get back to them. Next was discuss new computers for the town clerk and treasurer.
So I've been working, I was working on trying to upgrade the computers from Windows 7 to Windows 10. Ran into some issues with encrypted hard drives, which I could not figure out. So the idea was floated that we just get, and since these are older computers, that we get brand new computers for the treasurer and the town clerk, of which I said, okay, we still have the listers computers, and we still have Lex, and she left. I was gonna ask her if she has a computer in the back too.
She's got one she does the bookkeeping with, but I don't know if it's linked into all the other, is it, do you know what it's
We
linked
don't
into?
know, I can call her. So in any case, I called up Dell Computer, and they gave me the name of our local government rep for computer sales and such, and he got me a quote. We can get the computers for $646.36 a piece. So we could do the math if you wanted to. If we wanted to get 4, if we want to get 2, the price is the same. We could, whatever you guys want to do. I also priced out monitors. I wasn't certain If the monitors were decent, they seem to be okay, at least for those two computers. Monitors are $83.29. So if we were to get the two computers, it would be a total of $1,459.30. Obviously, if we would go with 4 and replace the 2 Lister machines that are older, it would be double that. So it comes out, I don't know why I did the math real quick, but it was 39 something. It had been said that there was funds in the in capital for technology.
There is an
This is an easy.
supply
I mean, this is it's sort of an easy solution. This will come with Windows and such. Now, what I still need, when I'm still researching, and I'm still trying to get a hold of someone at Microsoft, is converting over to Office 365. I contacted them. They were going to send someone my way. They never did. Then they got back with me and said, "Oh, did anyone ever call you?" And I said, "No." So then they said they were going to get them, and I haven't had time to get back with them and say, "Hey, I really just need a governmental price on Office 365, and then figure out who would get that." I'm assuming it would just be the 2 or maybe 3 licenses, and that's usually, I think it's about $5 a month per user. So,
So do we know if the listers need new computers?
It didn't sound like it from my conversations with them. It sounded like the treasurer and the town clerk.
So this would just be 2 new computers?
Yeah, because they're on all the time.
Right. I would
that is the other piece.
I would think that way too, that the listers don't need to have 3 computers for one person that's in the office. So.
I would agree with that. And Lou has a newer computer.
Yeah.
I mean, if they're in once a week.
Right. Windows 10?
I don't think so, so I'd have to take a look at
So
that.
that's a security risk.
It is a security risk, yes. So I have to look at those and see what they are. I have not looked at the listers machines. Like I said, we were trying to work on some. I took a machine home, it's sitting in my dining room, and I worked on it, and it's Dell, encrypted by Dell at the factory, and I couldn't find anything that's encrypted. Like, where's the key to unencrypt it? And it's not around, so.
Since we don't save any money, we can certainly take the first action, which is to replace the critical ones that are where I know firsthand, right? They're struggling daily, and then we can entertain a separate motion with respect to the remaining.
And potentially taking those computers, if I could wipe them out and load Windows 10 from scratch, and then put those on, because if they're only using again 1 day a week, they're not going to be.
Right.
Just put a new hard drive in.
That's possible. So there are cheaper solutions, but I support getting 2 new computers for the lister, and not for the lister, for the town clerk and for the treasurer.
You might need to upgrade the video card, and that's usually the obstacle.
And those other ones, you mean?
With Windows 10, that's usually the obstacle.
It could be. Yeah. I don't know. Again, they say these machines are 10 years old or 9 years old. I'm not.
They probably do not have an adequate video card to run Windows 10.
So I'll take that as Tom made a motion to.
So I'm making a motion to purchase 2 computers from Dell for the town clerk and the treasurer.
And
for the amount
associated software?
And yes, well, that's gonna have to be separate.
Okay.
But if you want to approve that, we can approve that. I don't have a dollar amount again on the Office 365 yet. But the total amount for the 2 computers combined is $1,459.30.
I'll second that motion.
Oh, second.
And it'll probably take. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, any further discussion?
Yeah, this probably will take a few weeks to get in, and in that time I can look at the Office 365 and figure out. And that's just a subscription you can sign up online.
Yeah.
So if at the next meeting we can decide to do that, then it'll go fairly quickly.
I just say that to the public, that this is Tom's thing, this is what he does.
And thank you for your personal time to do this.
We didn't just ask him to look into this, because he knows about computers.
I do some of this stuff.
Right. Thank you.
And thank you for taking the time.
Yes, right.
All in favor of replacing those 2 computers?
Aye.
Any opposed? No.
So do I contact Terry with this quote, and then she can coordinate getting PO or whatever?
Yeah.
I will do that.
Yeah, 'cause she's gonna have to work the pay orders and that sort of stuff out.
Yeah. Okay.
Good, thanks for that research.
Yep.
Okay, number 9, discuss the possible community email lists and possible upgrade to our WordPress program, which is the software that we run.
This is my line item as well. It's tool-faceted. I'm going to start with the WordPress. We're way behind on our WordPress version. Every time I go in to make changes on the server, it says you should be upgrading, version 5.4.5.7 or whatnot. I don't know, we're at least 2 or 3 versions behind. Most of the plugins in the system do not work anymore because they're also behind. So I was gonna take a stab at it, but I just wanted to get the select board's blessing before I go in and click upgrade. What it does, it takes, it'll take the site offline for a little while. It should upgrade everything, and then in theory, it's gonna come back up, and the site will look the same, we hope, if nothing breaks. I mean, that's always the risk. So, also, the interface to do stuff is probably gonna look different as well. And I don't know how this, I don't know what that means, but I'm assuming that it will look different because we're moving up a couple of versions. So, I was gonna do that in the coming weeks. I was gonna say this weekend, but I have plans this weekend. But I can do it, and we can see what happens. I guess, I'm sure there's a possibility to roll it back.
Right, so there's certain things that are on the website, while not purely legal per se, they do satisfy requirements that we have. Is there any way, not to have a redundant site, but is there a way to do the upgrade? You know what I'm talking about.
No,
where
there's not that
there's
I know
not.
of. I don't know, well, I mean, and when we're talking downtime, we're talking an hour or so. I mean, they say what happens
It's
is it
not
goes into
that,
maintenance.
it's if there's a crash.
Well,
And
if
then-
there's a,
Right.
what I can do is do a little more research, see if there's a way to back it up, make sure that there's a way to back out the upgrade if we need to. I mean, I'm not gonna just go in and click a button and say, let's see what happens.
That's
Although I have done that.
hoping to avoid, right. If you don't mind doing that,
I
that would
will
be
try
wonderful.
to do as much due diligence,
Right.
and then what I can do is report back to the board in 2 weeks of what I discussed.
Okay. But clearly it does need to be upgraded. I mean, that's a.
And
it's a
it's very
non-starter.
important
piece of our communication.
I was trying to reload some software, and it's like you're not on a version that allows this plugin, so basically we're stuck in time. The second thing I wanted to discuss.
Before you talk about could you please, for the people who don't know what you're talking about, explain what WordPress is?
WordPress is an online system that allows you to build web pages, and that is the system that the town uses. So there's other ones. Wix is another one, and there's another one. But WordPress is one of the older first ones that allows you to basically, it's just a cloud-based page which allows people to go in and customize a web page. So
Pretty well
I'm not certain
established
who.
and simple to use.
Yeah, I'm not
A
sure
lot of people use
who originally built the website, but I'm assuming someone went in and originally built it. And I go in and maintain it to some degree, and I know that Sarah does as well, goes in and posts things. I try to get the videos up at town meeting. I got town meeting video up there. I've got I try to get the select board meetings up there. And if other people ask me to do things, Lou has asked me, Chris has asked me to put things on. But the whole structure of it hasn't really changed since I've been on the select board, and that's,
So, my question then, this is the town's webpage?
That is correct.
Can we make it clear
JamaicaVermont.org.
that we do not have an official Facebook page at all?
It's not Facebook, this is a web page.
Webpage, so
this
this
is
is make it clear because this is the only official one we have. The rest of the stuff are.
Warnings, like I said, information about the town, there's a calendar on there, there's, posts of events that are happening, minutes of meetings, so on, agendas of meetings, all that comes off the website.
Excellent, very good.
Okay, the second thing I want to talk about is the email list. So at the town meeting, a number of people said, hey, Jamaica used to have an email list, we really liked getting all of this information, and how can we facilitate that? And I originally started looking at it at the WordPress, but I'm talking to my girlfriend, Jackie Brown, who lives in town here, and she had shown some interest in potentially starting up a newsletter and using more of a marketing tool like MailChimp or something like that. The town could basically what I would work with her, she would be the marketing pro, and I would help her a little bit with the technology. But basically our idea is that we would then contact the leaders of community organizations. We'd come up with a name, nothing's set in stone if it's Jamaica Community Mail or Jamaica whatever, community events. We contact different organizations in town and have them, send us emails, send us events that are happening. The town could use it if they wanted to send us events. We could potentially eventually open it up to business. But then every month, or every week, I don't know, we haven't, again, all this is very much up in the air, we haven't really discussed the details. We could go through, and there'd be an email that would be sent out to all these people with all these events. If you go to the Win Hall Library, they have a very good, the person who does that has an email that they send out with all the events from the Win Hall Library. And we're kind of looking at some design like that. And this is her brainchild, and I'm again helping with some of the technology on it. But so we're trying to start that up. It wouldn't be necessarily related to the town.
That's what I was thinking. I mean, it doesn't
No,
have to be, and in
but
some
we-
ways
but-
it's better.
So we were going
Which
to
is ideal.
right, which Terry didn't want to have the responsibility of choosing what's on there and what's not on there. Eventually, it could potentially, we could put businesses on there if we wanted to do that and charge. We don't need, again, it's in its very early stages of thinking about the ideas and figuring out what would work.
Well, one of the key benefits is that if any email that would be supplied by an individual to the town would actually have to be part of our transparency obligations.
Right.
So you couldn't keep your email private if you're supplying it to the town for an official town mailing. So this way, we don't have to deal with that issue.
We're opting in, people can opt in, they can opt out, there'll be a web, hopefully, I believe that MailChimp has a web page that we would publish, and people could go in and self-register. They would self-register, they would get the emails then, and again, we could talk about events at the mill, we could talk about town things, any events that were going on in town, and then send out this email that would have this information, and then they could also click on a link and go to a website. Karen could put that website on the Facebook site for Jamaica, and it just get more information out to people, because I think that's what people have been looking for.
That's
So
what they're looking for. It's
we're
not
willing
just
to volunteer.
town governance information, they're looking for
All kinds of stuff.
Everything.
Yeah.
So it's independent of the town. We're still trying to work out how this would look, and she's actually, Jackie's out of town right now, so when she gets back, we're gonna sit down and look through the technology, and then she's gonna start working on the marketing piece.
I think it's wonderful, and obviously she can go do it on her own, but it would be great if she or you and her, a group came to us and proposed, and then we could endorse it.
That's fine, and we can, once we get some more answers and some more things figured out, that definitely can happen. And then, of course, like I say, the goal is initially to reach out, obviously the town's part of it, but also to community organizations that would be interested, like Jamaica Community Arts or the Women's Auxiliary or something like that. Even the church potentially would have events and they want to put on there Jamaica Old Home Day. I mean, all these people can put things out there. So just trying to get more information out to people.
The only thing, I'm piggybacking what she said, the concern that I would have before tonight, was that we make sure that it's not insulated from the town employees. So that the town clerk isn't doing that, because it becomes open office, as you said, open, right? And then it just gets to be a nightmare. So if we can insulate the information, and especially the mailing list, from the town clerk and the treasurer, so that they're not involved with it, that would solve that problem.
The way that I envision this, it's her and I, and a separate organization, so to speak, handling this, of which the town would have access to, and we would hope that the town would support us in this endeavor and say thank you.
The town being the select board? How's the select board tied into that?
I think only to you.
Or is it at all?
Probably not at all.
I mean, not at all.
That's all I want to know.
Yeah.
Not at all, I mean, there's no, the responsibility.
We can endorse it.
No, I was just curious.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, but just wanting to get you guys to say, yeah, that's a great idea, and we support it, that's all.
I think that meets the, what people were looking for. I mean, they weren't looking for us to send out necessarily more information. I mean, they can we do have to put some obligation on people to go find information. I mean, they go to the town website, and that's why it's important to have that be, easily functionable and all that kind of stuff.
And maybe you could even put a link on, maybe put a link to that on the town website.
Right,
so that people
absolutely.
click on
Yeah.
the town
It's a
website,
two-way
click on
street.
it, and it would switch to the independent website, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, but just wanted to give everyone some information about what Jackie and I, maybe Jackie's looking to do, and hopefully we can, we'll be starting in the next couple of weeks.
Good idea.
And maybe get something out, I wanted,
Because
around
clearly
April or May.
the town's asking for it, we're just trying to figure out how to do it, so we don't make more problems than.
So what it takes though is for when people who want this information, they need to sign up, and we'll have, we'll have sign up posters at the, maybe with little tags on it where they could go to a website, at the post office, at Karen's, at the town hall perhaps here, just so people have that, could get in and self-register.
Cool, thank you. So we'll wait to hear back more.
Okay, yeah.
I guess I forgot maybe where we left it with WordPress. You're gonna continue to research that a little bit to see if
I'm gonna see
that's.
if I can back it out, how easy it is to back out. It'd take me a couple hours to research it. and I'll
Yeah,
take it.
okay.
Can I shoot you guys an email with that?
Yeah.
Because I may wanna act quicker than,
Yes.
Then
I
wait
wanna
to
get
hear.
moving.
Maybe we'll make a motion that somebody makes a motion that we authorize Tom to move forward with updating the backbone of the website. If that wasn't already.
I make that motion. Second?
I'll second it, because there's a conversation we need to have about that. When you do that, whatever we do, email-wise amongst us, we can give out information, but we cannot have a discussion.
That's fine, I will give information of,
Yeah.
and if the information is I could not find an easy way to do this,
Yeah.
then I would say let's
Just-
put
I
it
just
on
wanna
the
make
next-
it clear.
let's put it on the next agenda for the next meeting.
And that's why I made the motion to have authorized Tom to.
Right, and if I say, yes, this will work, I'm moving forward, then I'm moving forward, that's just informational, that's not a discussion.
All in favor of that motion, authorizing Tom to move in that
Aye.
direction?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Thank you.
Yeah, good.
Okay, next on the list, Chris, want to give an update on the broadband survey?
Thank you. Chris Robbins. As of March 6th, we had 61 responders to the survey. Of all but 3 of those indicated they were definitely interested or probably interested. There were 3 who were unsure. Nobody said no, so
That's good.
that's good. There were 414 cards mailed asking people to take the survey. So the threshold, the 20% they're looking for is 83 responders. So we have some 22 to go.
By when? Is it by?
Yeah, when is that? That's cut off.
It's the 17th.
17th.
But we should.
Tomorrow they're due.
Week, okay.
Yeah. And it's important.
Everybody's watching everybody.
Yeah, I'd like to make an appeal to anybody who's watching the video of this to, if you haven't taken the survey, please do, and please reach out to your friends and neighbors and ask them to take it. I can't think of anything
Yeah,
more
people,
significant.
that's very easy, that's each one of us asking one.
If I can make a comment too, I think there was some concern with someone at the town meeting, I'm not sure what her name was concerned about, 5G and electromagnetic and all this. This is not anything to do with wireless. These will be fiber connections. Fiber is light that runs through these very thin strands of glass, and there's no electromagnetic implications of that. It has nothing to do with wireless or 5G or anything like that. So if town people are concerned about, I'm trying to escape all of this electromagnetic background noise, this will not create anything in the area for that. That's mainly created by wireless.
I missed that. I thought she was talking about information.
She was talking
just
about
the sex
yes, is it creating some sort of electromagnetic, and it does not. Fiber is probably the most benign because you're basically shooting light through glass. So.
Yes.
I took the survey on my desktop.
Yes.
What if there's another household member that has a phone? Does that count, or is it just per household?
It's keyed by a 911 address, so one per address. And I should have mentioned at the town meeting that, and it slipped my mind, but Sarah consolidated the list, so if there's more than one voter in the house, they only got one card.
Right.
But anybody in the household.
Either person or any person in the
Any
house.
person in the house can take
Once.
Once, yeah.
Okay.
However, if you own a business and have a business address,
That's kind of what I was.
Earl, there's two properties, Peter Anders, he's got 6 properties, right?
you can then do your business.
Well, then she could then, she has.
Can you do
I have a business, I've got
Business in the house.
internet on my own,
Yes.
and then she has a business.
Well, each 911 address can and should take the survey.
So if I have 2 addresses, one is a business and one is.
You can take 2.
You can take 2. Okay.
There was one more issue that I'd like to mention, that there was some talk at one of the training meetings about affordability for people that might not take the survey because they just were concerned that they couldn't afford it. And there was discussion for providing financial assistance, especially for parents of children that are receiving free or subsidized lunches, because this is so important for the kids.
Right.
And the answer from Wyndham Regional was, we're thinking about it. I mean, I'm paraphrasing, but that's basically what they said. I asked Sarah, Susan Westa, again, you know, did they have anything to say about financial assistance? And I haven't gotten an answer back, but when I do, I'll put it on the town's, on the Facebook page.
I'll bring it up at the next meeting, which is Thursday.
Yeah, well, that would be very good.
And if you take the survey, it doesn't mean that you have to subscribe.
No, it's not a commitment, and they worded the question, what do you think you should pay, as opposed to what will you pay, to dance around this issue. So, by all means, take the survey, whether, you know, it's an affordability issue or not, because I'm pretty sure some kind of accommodation is going to be made.
David, did you have a question or no? Okay. Oh,
I did, Greg. Regarding, I filled one out for the fire department, on behalf of the fire department, but the way that it was worded, it looked more like residential. So I did it on handwritten, and I gave it to Sherry over there. I just want to make sure you got it.
Yeah, I haven't, but I know where it is.
Where it is?
I'm going to collect them before next Tuesday and get them, and then.
Okay.
So if the firehouse has a 911 address, I don't see why you can't take them.
And those paper forms are not included in the 22?
Yeah, they are.
They are already.
The first one, I only did one so far, but I did that anonymously pretty much. I never put a name down, just my street address.
They don't care what your name is, they want to know what your address is.
Right.
Because it goes by physical locations.
Just so you know.
They're mapping the lot.
You're out of it, yeah. Anonymous.
Well, they can look it up. But
Right.
For those who are concerned, you don't have to put your name down, right?
And my sense of
it is confidential. It's only going to be used for this project. It's not going to be sold to any marketeer or anything like that.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
Okay, next item that was added on here, memorandum of understanding for the mill building. And I guess I brought that up just out of curiosity. We've been working, an independent group has been formed, working on the old town garage or the former mill building. And we've actually submitted our application, everything to the Secretary of State to form a nonprofit. And that's where, out of our last meeting, it came up, well, let's get the memorandum of understanding. And I realized I didn't have the most recent signed one because we were going to address revising it to state that we weren't the mill committee anymore, that we were the Friends of the Mill at Jamaica, a 501(c) organization, and that's where this all came about. So that's, I don't know if there was questions regarding that, but that's kind of where we're working toward. To be independently financed, seeking grants, things like that. The good news of the whole project is the project started today. They started putting the roof on, or at least tearing the old one off, nearly 2 years after the wind first tore it off. So that was insurance monies that was paid out. There's no town monies going into this, and our vision is to have a community center there, like a 3-season more or less. I don't know if that answers the question. I know there was some other, that's kind of why we were trying to dig up that memorandum of understanding. Just to make sure we had the most recent one, because we will come back to a future meeting to suggest changes.
I think the important thing that was covered in previous meetings was to, again, insulate your project from the town finances. As long as it's clear that it's a self-financed thing, the way you guys are doing it, I think we're all on board with the work you're doing.
Yep, and that was our mission. That's one of the reasons why we had this memorandum drafted up from some other organizations around the state that are doing similar projects. So, yeah.
Excellent, thank you.
Dave?
Who carries the liability insurance on that, the town or that organization?
It would still be covered by the town as far as the physical property goes.
Yeah.
We are looking into covering the cost of liability, if there's an event in there, things like that, someone breaks their foot and that kind of thing. So, and that was leading towards some of this revision, is that we may look into doing a lease for that we would lease it from the town, so that it's a little bit more formal structure. just to define what the town's obligated for, basically just the physical property, and then all other actions and whatnot would fall back to our group.
Yeah, the work they're doing on it right now, is covered by our liability.
Well, I remember I had some concerns about that, being mold and mildew and the workers working in there. If any one of them contracted a lung disease, town would be liable for that for the rest of their lives.
And I did do some research with the Vermont League of Cities and Towns to make sure that they were covered through our insurance policy, so it didn't come directly to the town. Obviously, the town is self-insured through those policies, but that's really how all insurance works. So it's a member organization with every town being insured through there.
Are you talking about work, like the roofers?
No, cleanup crew.
We had a volunteer crew in there one day.
Yeah, I mean, you have waivers or anything like that. And you assume some of the risk.
Right, and the roofers do have their own.
Those are very,
That's
they're
part of
very
the reason why we had to go
They
through the
don't,
contract.
waivers don't really work. No,
Yeah,
no.
they can be eliminated in court.
Yeah.
Yeah, any other discussion questions on that?
We actually agreed to do this back in November. Do we want to make a motion to do this new and just make sure it's all polished up the way you want it? Make a motion to have this signed by us tonight for you to go forward with, just to make it updated for you?
Well, I think we don't have it, this is not new. This is still the old one. I was suggesting that we would come back in the next month or so, a couple meetings, with a revised one. This one still holds
But
true.
if you don't have the signed copy of it, you need the signed copy of it to go forward with your,
They want to update the information on the MOU, and then we sign the update.
I got that part just now, but I thought you said you were working on something that required you to have a copy of the MOU.
No, I was just looking to make sure I had the most recent one that we were gonna then make revisions off of.
Okay.
Yeah. Nope,
We
don't
don't
need
need to do anything right now.
Don't
This
need to do anything
informational,
right
yeah.
now, no.
Good.
Okay, time for public concerns, I think we went through it all. Any additions? Bob?
I got one, right? Bob Samsky, Fire Chief. After the last town meeting and stuff, there was a lot of people that couldn't attend the meeting and stuff, and they wanted to know if it'd be interest to the select board, if they would like to look into possibility of holding a meeting at night instead of mornings and stuff. I think you get your crowd, your after work crowd, people that would come out and would definitely be interested in attending meetings. So figured I'd throw it out now, give you plenty of time to research it before the next.
Yeah, I mean, that's happened in other towns. I mean, there's always a debate of whether or not less people can come, because some people, I mean, there's pros and cons. I think what has to happen is that has to be warned for next year's town meeting, and then approved to happen the following year's town meeting.
But we approved the time at the last meeting,
Right.
so we may have to go and somehow.
Well,
special.
So it actually would be, wouldn't be for, it would be 2 town meetings from now that it would actually occur.
Unless we could somehow change next year.
Well, I think we'd have to have a special town meeting to vote whether or not we were gonna have to change the time, yeah.
The other piece, I know people were talking about was childcare, and people who had, school-age children are out of school, and when you're not, when you talk about preschool, grade school, they can't get to the meeting. So having some sort of childcare either at the church or at the school, I think would be very beneficial to residents who could then.
The only thing I can think of right there, and this is, again, the people who are going to be at next March meeting will be the ones who can be there in the middle of the day on a Tuesday, as opposed to the ones who can't be there. So the ones voting are the ones who are already there, as opposed to the very population that you're trying to attack to get it to the people who can't get there to vote. So we're asking the people who made it to vote about, oh, we can't make it. Well, that's their problem.
Well, the other process is to go through an Australian ballot process, which
That-
then also takes lead time, but then everybody can vote.
Can't there also be a warrant special meeting to do it?
There could be.
And can it always also not necessarily evening, but also Saturday?
A weekend.
Talk about,
Yeah.
thrown around on Facebook, I know after we had a lot of discussion about attendance, and And those were the concerns. People couldn't make it, people with school-aged children couldn't make it because they didn't want to bring their kids to town meeting when, they're just going to be running around disrupting things, and the other people saying, I work. And if you can't get off of work, then you're not going to be at town meeting. So I think that's something, you're right, that we need to address and figure out how we can make it more accessible to the town.
Instead of waiting 2 years.
But,
Yeah.
that would call a special meeting, and we have
Yeah,
about a
special
year
meeting,
to do it, so.
change next year's meeting.
Yeah. But thanks, Bob, for bringing that up.
Yeah.
Anything else?
Motion to adjourn?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
So, let's, if we could take a look at the current state of play for 226.
Sure, yeah, okay. Okay, so for the record, Jim Damero as constable, we are looking at draft 4.1 of your new amendment to S226. It's color-coded, so the yellow are what I believe the two sides, NEA and School Board Association have agreed to.
Before you go any further, Jim, just want to point out that we do have NEA in the room. We do not have school boards because Sue Siglowski couldn't be here today. She's scheduled for tomorrow. So, although it originally said markup and vote, we'll just be getting a sense of what's here, maybe a little bit of discussion, but I don't want to do much of anything without her in the room.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Okay. Blue is NEA additions, and green is School Board Association additions. So the first is a simple change on line 18. We have a defined term, school employer, which includes SUs and school districts, so I've used that term here. Minor change. We go up to page 4, compensation. So now we have on line 15 that commission members shall be entitled to receive per diem compensation and reimbursement of expenses as permitted under this section for not more than 10 meetings per year. It will come on to an appropriation section later on where the General Assembly will be funding this money now, this per diem. And then G is release time. A school district employees a member of the commission or an alternate member of the commission who represents school employees or school employers shall grant the commission member time off as necessary for the member to attend meetings of the commission.
This next block that's green, I believe, and we'll ask Sue Siglowski tomorrow, but I believe that was my suggestion that we put it in the draft. I think if I read her testimony right, she emailed it, I think they don't support this.
Oh, okay.
I can't quite remember the reason, but anyway, don't worry about it. Just a note that may in fact not be the school board's proposal.
Okay, yep. Okay.
Are we walking through it and then discussing after? Or?
No, feel free.
Okay. I'm just curious, and maybe what you just said makes this moot, but we are going to have appropriation, that's the word I'm looking for, appropriation for the per diems, but the substitutes were going to be shared amongst the two parties. Why would we do it that way?
You mean, why wouldn't we have the state pick up the cost for this?
No, why wouldn't we have them also share the cost of the per diems?
Fair enough. I mean, it was just part of the original drafting of the bill, and we meaning the state, or this committee, then the Senate, then the House and the Senate together, had a real interest in passing the legislation, and so I think it was a sweetener.
Oh, it's in current law, it's like,
Yes.
we already have an appropriation to pay for it?
We don't have an appropriation, but we
Oh.
have the piece that says that they can get per diems.
But they didn't get them.
Right.
Oh.
So that's why I've said that when this goes to appropriations, I want to try to iron that out with them. So, this will leave this committee, it'll have to go to appropriations.
Yeah, that's fine.
Right, so I will talk to Jane about how she wants to handle that. If there, the proposal from the School Boards Association said if the state's not going to provide this money, it should strike the passage where it says it's going to provide the money. And if we're going to leave it in, which I will argue, then there should be an appropriation attached. So we'll see where that committee comes down on.
Okay.
Basically be out of our hands.
Okay, then moving on to page 6 is where the appropriation is. So this appropriates $17,500.
Where are you, Jim?
On page 6. This appropriates $17,500 for the commission. I'm not sure what source you want. This is Bratt did. For fiscal year 21. And then the commission shall request the governor to include in the governor's annual budget request the same amount for the same purpose in future years.
Swag coming around.
Cool.
It's really good swag.
Fire and rescue?
How come we
Vermont Fire and Rescue likes it too.
They like every committee.
They gave
Do you have another one for Jim?
And also Corey.
Corey. Corey. Yeah, we got a.
Now, was Corey going to
There's a
put
man
some more
down
soup
here.
for us?
What's that?
It's like a soup cup.
Corey in the Philippines. That's great. Okay.
Okay. So that's appropriation language.
It's gonna be short.
Yeah. No, I should give it to staff.
And then on the next page, what's been struck on page 7 in blue. So this is the NEA's position. It's to strike out this language that says that they should be the same.
And to clarify, this is to make this bargainable rather than here it's explicitly forbidden. So it's not making it mandatory, but it is saying that it could be bargained going forward.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And same thing on line 13 with respect to out-of-pocket.
Yeah.
And then new language from School Boards Association on line 4, on page 8. Commission, it wasn't sure if it was may or shall, negotiate a grievance procedure for disputes concerning public school employee health benefits.
And my memory on this is that this was my idea to put this in explicitly as a may, because Jeff, correct me if I'm wrong on this, but they could already bargain a grievance procedure if they wanted to.
Correct.
So this is stating the obvious, but I think it's not a bad idea to include it if it's a concern of theirs and they are seeking to have it added to the bill. This gives the heavy and the light touch for us to decide on at a later point whether it's a shall or a may. So that's why that's sitting there.
And then we go into the section on negotiation. So we have new language in blue, which is the NEA position, which says that on or before November 1 of the year prior to commencement of bargaining, the Commission shall request from the parties any data and information that it anticipates needing for the negotiation in a common format, and before February 1 of the year of bargaining, the parties shall submit to the Commission the information requested.
And that one, as I remember, the SBA has some problem with, but I have a hard time seeing why. Because it's just standardizing and requiring
information at the right time in a common format.
They didn't like the timing. They thought November 1st
Oh, right.
was a difficult time to gather data or something like that.
Well, it says on or before, so it could, you know, it could be February. Okay.
Then page 11, we have language, I believe it's been agreed to in yellow on lines 9 and 10, which says, prior to the issuance of the arbitrator's decision, nothing shall prohibit the parties from settling the matters in dispute.
Isn't that obvious?
It is, but again, it was an explicit request that they agreed on. So,
Prior to the
Because
meeting,
it
the
said
sun
it-
will rise.
Well, it said that since they could modify their last, that's all.
yeah.
That's it.
And then language in green is from the School Boards Association on lines 13 through 15. So the arbitrator's decision has to include a comprehensive cost estimate for the term of the proposal, with a breakdown of costs borne by employers and costs borne by employees.
I thought we decided that.
That's
pretty rugged, isn't it?
Well, so that's similar to a clause we pulled out of another sentence elsewhere, but this was from the VSBA, right?
This is from, yeah.
Jeff, if I could just quickly ask you, I had been assuming that this was already the case, that when you met with the arbitrator, there were cost estimates with the proposals and a breakdown of costs borne by employers and employees.
Both sides hired an actuary, Jeff Gannon for the record,
Yeah.
on it. Both sides hired actuaries, financial experts to go through their cost estimates.
Yeah.
And did so with the arbitrator, with the fact finder, and then later with the arbitrator. So they did it.
So this is nothing new then?
This is nothing new. The problem here is a comprehensive cost estimate. We think this is fairly onerous and perhaps not.
How does it differ from what you did?
Pardon?
How does this differ from what you did in the first round? Do you think it's the word comprehensive?
I putting it in there might, if somebody then later argues that it wasn't comprehensive, I mean, it opens up the possibility for another side challenging their argument about cost.
If we pulled the word comprehensive and it said including a cost estimate for the term of the proposal, which is the same thing, I think comprehensive there is just rhetorical. Would you accept it at that point? Don't answer that.
Yeah.
Let's circle comprehensive, put a question mark, and we'll pick it up tomorrow with Sue and you, Jeff.
Yes.
Okay.
So this language here is about what the members have to submit to the arbitrator. The next page is about the decision of the arbitrator on line 12. And again, it says the decision shall include a comprehensive cost estimate for the term of the award for each of the last best offers submitted by the parties, bracket, and a full explication of the basis for the decision. I note that there's a duplication here because line 11 and 12 requires an explaining in appropriate detail. So that has to be resolved somehow. And then it reads, the cost estimate shall include a breakdown of costs borne by employers and costs borne by employees.
Maybe they need a full explanation as a cost estimate or something.
Jim, that language on line 11 and 12 of page 12?
Yep.
Where it says explaining in appropriate detail the rationale for selecting the last best offer?
Yep.
Is that agreed upon?
I thought so.
Okay.
But then this language kind of conflates that a bit, so.
Okay. Well, we'll, tomorrow we'll have both sides in the room and we'll have a more markup style discussion of it where we can eliminate duplicative language from
And then we have, this is section 8. So on page 15, it says, it's titled Retroactive Application to the Arbitrator's Award in December 2019. This is for the purpose of the Arbitrator's Employee Health Benefits Award of December 19. 1, the supervisor and managerial employees who were otherwise not covered by the definition of school employee. Under a definition, shall, for the purposes of determining which benefit level is applied, the award be treated as a teacher or administrator. And then 2, non-supervisory or confidential employees would be treated as municipal employees.
Wait, so what does this mean?
This is
This is the superintendents and the...
This is the issue that the current law doesn't include them.
Yeah.
This is saying how they would be treated in terms of that award.
So I'm wondering if this still nags at me that they're in this weird awkward position when they generally work for management, but are on the employee side in the negotiation, or even more so will be the next round. I'm wondering if they feel awkward about it, and maybe we should ask the superintendents or VASBO to weigh in on how they feel about it. I don't know what the solution is for them to be in or out, but I also just think it's odd because superintendents and business managers usually are at the table with management.
Yeah.
You know, in the negotiation, collecting the data, doing the analysis.
We did hear, didn't we hear from Jeff Francis on that?
He has not testified.
No? Okay. Well, we can certainly specifically ask him. Is that who you want, or?
Yeah, or I don't know if VASBO has somebody who's usually here, but I guess I'm just concerned that they're going to be in an awkward position, and that there may be issues of trust, and I don't know. I mean, I don't know if you've talked to this yet. I can't remember what you had to say about it, Jeff, but I understand it's in an awkward position where if they're not included, what happens to them? But at the same time, they really are management.
My sense was that both sides agreed that it was an odd situation, but that they were okay with this change.
Yeah.
We have questions, we have concerns about this language as drafted up.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, and the parties are actually trying to work this out. They did, in fact, reach a TA about this issue, and both sides understood during the bargaining, so we're concerned about this language as drafted, reaching back into essentially a tentative agreement the parties reached.
Well,
but moving forward, I'm sorry.
The moving forward is the conceptual, that I think that we both agree that we needed to address it, which I think we did in section 1 on page 1.
Right, but I guess I would feel more comfortable if we could hear from FASBO or superintendents or both, and hear if they have concerns about it, and if their members feel like it's putting them in an awkward position.
Jeannie, can we send Jeff Francis an email? I think he's likely to be available on short notice. And ask him if he can come in tomorrow when we do this. And can you tell him it would be speaking specifically to pages 15 and 16 of this draft?
Well, and also where is it earlier in the draft, Jeff? Where did it?
He'll know it's the whole construct.
Page 1 and 2.
Oh, page 1 and 2.
It just changed the definition of who's covered by the health law.
So, we could just leave this section out, and because what we're trying to do is fix an odd situation. We could just leave it an odd situation. We are coming up on crossover, so we have, after today, we have 3 more days this week off, then we come back, we have 4 days. We have 7 working days till end of crossover. So ideally, I'd like to get this and the state board out this week. That may not be possible, but this one for sure I think is close enough. We really just need NEA and school boards in the room to make their final clarifications about their positions, and then we have to vote on how to construct the final draft and then do a markup and a vote. So, okay, so we can ask about that, but questions for Jim about any of this on this draft? Jeff, is there anything else you'd like to throw out now?
I think probably, no, I think tomorrow with Sue in the room, I think is a better time.
Okay. Have you seen their response to this? Because they did send us, Jeannie, did I forward to you Sue Siglowski's email that had the testimony?
Yes.
Did you?
Was February 18th?
Is that?
No, it's
This is February
tomorrow,
18th.
so I didn't print it out yet.
Okay, we'll hold it till tomorrow.
Okay, I mean, I can.
No, that's all right. Yeah, I mean, they basically have, I think, 3 points. I think NEA is out there. So we should be able to do it in one block of time. Tomorrow we'll have.
Are we still doing our field trip?
We are still doing
When-
field trip.
when are we doing? When is that? Why is?
I think that's
I thought it was Thursday.
This Thursday?
Yeah.
No, because it's break for Winooski and Burlington. So we're gonna do it, when's the day of the field trip, Jeannie?
March the 11th? I'll tell you when I can,
Okay.
can't get to it right now.
Okay. Sorry, Jeannie and I settled on a date and I hadn't had a chance to run it by you guys yet.
It's on that Thursday, isn't it? It's the Thursday. The 12th. 12th?
The 12th. And just for your calendars, the 11th, we're going to have a public hearing on the waiting study.
When?
In the afternoon?
In the late afternoon, so 4 to 6.
On which date? I'm sorry.
On the 11th.
11?
So what we'll do is run committee until, 15 minutes before. Everybody will have 15 minutes to prepare, and then we'll do a 2-hour hearing. But we'll be done by 6 and able to get home at that point.
Is it joint with the house or just us?
Just us. And speaking of that, apropos of our conversation last time, I started thinking about Francis's testimony, what Ruth was saying about her feelings about how quickly we might or should move. So I had a thought, and maybe it's building on a thought that I ran out then, but it would be this, to ask Jim to write us a draft that would call on Agency of Education to draft a plan to implement the waiting study that they would bring back to the legislature in January. And then in the interim as well, ask the state board to be holding a series of statewide educational sessions about it where they also listened and gathered public testimony. So if you remember when Dan French and John Carroll were here, one of the things that they agreed on was that the board could take a politically sensitive topic on the road and gather public input in ways that the agency isn't as good at or isn't set up maybe to do. So the idea would be that the state board would hold these meetings over the off season. They would pass their testimony and other things that they gather. Is that the 10th, Jeannie?
Yes.
Jeannie says the field trip is on Tuesday the 10th.
No.
So it'd be all, what time would we, all day? Did we do it all day last time?
No, we'll do a half day. So we'll come here in the morning, and then we'll get over there. I think it's 1:30. So we would leave here, 12:30, and drive over there, and then everybody's free to go once we're done at 3:30 or so. So we'd stay there through the end of their school day, and then have a few more words with their superintendent and principal, and then we'd be done.
Sorry, can you tell me?
Noon- noon to 4.
Noon to 4, okay, thank you.
Noon to 4th on the 10th of March.
Are we also going up to the Northeast Kingdom? Did you say that?
I had ideally planned to do that. That might slip, so we might wind up with, I had thought we would do one day where we would go do both. time is running really quickly to cross over, so I think this is probably the best. So back to where I was. So the idea would be, instead of impaneling a commission or a study committee, because we already had a study committee and it was, I thought, highly authoritative. But what I think there are still questions about is how quickly should we move, what would be the consequences, making sure we don't avoid, or making sure we avoid pitfalls. So if the agency is tasked with producing a plan that can be acted on, and that includes public comment that the state board has gathered, and also that they've gone top to bottom in the state and let people know what the waiting study is and why it's on the table. We would come back in January, a plan would be ready for us that we would then deliberate on as a committee, pass out as a bill, assuming that we liked it. So it would, and it might or might not include a phase in. That would be a question we would leave to the agency. But thoughts on that?
I like the idea of having some kind of interim that's not a study committee. I appreciate that. I'm wondering, and obviously we could get into this once we actually have a draft, but first of all, specifically what our charge would be to them, that we would have, what would our marching orders be to make sure that they do actually produce a plan we felt we could act on. And two, is there a role that we should play in the off session, legislators, to make sure we're prepped for it, and other
Well, of course, we could
actors.
go to the meetings,
Yeah.
with the state board, and sit with them at the table, and that might be an interesting way to do it. They come to your area,
Yeah.
You show up, and if they come to Rutland, Jim shows up, and I do Chittenden County, and
Yep. And then, do the agency, and this is obviously more of a question for the secretary, but do his people have the bandwidth to do the analysis on the off session? Or are they gonna need extra people? Because I think some of it is gonna require doing what Chloe has done for us, rerunning things like, if we did it this way, and with this timeline, or if we included this cap, or if we included small schools grant or not, or whatever, that there are different analyses, and does, Brad James have the time to do that, or are they gonna need more people?
I think they do, because the lion's share of the work has been done in terms of gathering the data, the updated data, the simulations. We can, in our charge, eliminate a number of questions for them. I think personally we should not add the special ed weighting to the formula, and we should not try to eliminate the small school grant program either. So that's the B1 simulation. And that's what I had Chloe prepare as either a one-time shot or a phase-in. So when we hand all of that information to AOE, all the number crunching, not that they won't crunch a bunch more numbers, because they will, but I think they could handle it with their current staffing, but we'll ask them.
Yeah.
And state board as well, we'd have to ask, do they want this kind of a charge?
Yeah.
It is exactly what John Carroll was describing when he came in and talked about what they would be good at.
I guess maybe we need to finish the state board bill first.
Yeah, I wondered about that.
Oh, and update on that. So, you remember Secretary French came in with a list that was this big for what rulemaking authority the board would retain. And John Carroll's list was about this big. So I did the pretty much obvious thing of coming up with a list this big, and they both in concept agreed to that list.
But did you have the proper rationale?
I believe I did.
Logical?
Yes.
Whatever.
And logical order.
Did you just change the font to me?
But, so what Jim has I've been doing is adopting that duty split and then making the conforming changes. So the next time we see that bill, and we're also going to meet with Emily from AOE tonight. Jim and I are going to have a session about wording, the wording differences. But so the next time it goes on the table, it will have substantially more agreement between the parties. All disagreement won't be eliminated, but we'll be here in the same way that with this bill, we're now here. And there'll be a series of decisions for us to make, final decisions, and then we should be able to have, hopefully, a draft that in each case both sides can agree on. Now in this bill, the bargaining bill, I can't say for sure, but I would imagine that there are a couple of things that if we agree to do them, the other side will say, now we can't support the bill. When we did Act 11 originally, I can't remember if you would remember, but we rebalanced VHI in the same bill that we set up this system. So everything was agreed on in that bill except for the rebalancing of VHI. And that's when I went to the floor, that's how I presented it, is that there's one piece that the two sides don't agree on. We had to take a vote, we did. But everything else is agreed upon. So I imagine this bill will be the same way. We'll get final agreement on everything, but maybe one, quite possibly two, and then that's the way it'll have to be. So, questions about any of that? So, field trip on 310, public hearing on 311, and then 313 is crossover. So that's the week after this. It's going to be a busy time. Plus, that week we're gonna, if we don't finish both of these, we're gonna have one of these and a miscellaneous bill as well. So let me just tell you my thinking about the college tuition bill at this point. My feeling is that, I guess my rationale for it was always to connect it to the cannabis legislation and try to move it that way through the appropriations process. We did have what amounted to a test vote on the floor about cannabis, which did not go well. So I can't see sending it out with anything having to do with cannabis. I also can't see sending it out with an $8 million price tag that's supposed to come out of the general fund or the education fund. So in my thinking, that bill is just sort of in suspended animation.
It's better to keep it in suspended animation, and then we should then send it along to a certain depth, I guess.
Yeah, because I don't want to have, Jane has been very explicit that without a funding source, they're not going to fund it. So if we send it out with just a normal appropriation on it, they would thank us for our time and it would sit on the wall and then it would die. I would rather know where the money's going to come from when it comes out of committee and have grease the wheels all the way through. Which is to say, so again, this is my hobby horse. I cop to that. But I believe that when the tax and regulate bill passes the House, which I think it's going to do, we're going to have a conference committee. I don't know if you saw, but the Appropriations Committee in the House just passed it out with money for the after-school program in it. So that doesn't mean it'll finish up that way, but it means that going into the conference committee, after school will be on the table. So, I'm convinced that once it passes, once we know what revenues are going to look like, and that's more like next year, we have a bill now that I think is really pretty strong. We haven't done the final work on it, but it's in a pretty good place. So I guess I think we should leave it in a folder, and when we come back next year, we will have a tax and regulate system that we've passed into law. At that point, you heard them on the floor say, Dick said that our current version of the bill puts all the decisions in the Appropriations Committee. And that is indeed what the bill says. I'm going to try to change that in the interim because I think it should be a broader decision. I don't think it should be made by only the Appropriations Committee, what happens to that revenue stream. So I think that should be either a caucus decision or a larger decision. A way of saying that the funding piece is completely unclear, and I think it would be kind of throwing the bill down a well to send it out. Thoughts on that?
Of course I have thoughts on it.
Yeah.
Well, obviously, I have different thoughts than you on the cannabis piece, and
Yeah.
they're fair. But the bill itself, I'm wondering, we took testimony on it, I think only officially one day, maybe 1.5, and I'm I guess for the long-term strategy or potential for the bill, I guess I'm not clear as to why you think if we don't pass it out and we leave it in a folder, that's better than saying, hey, the Education Committee is supportive of this. We don't have a funding source for it right now. We're sending it down to appropriations, and we think this is good education policy, and we would like the Appropriations Committee to find funding source for it. They could come back and say, we don't have a funding source for it this year. Thanks very much for your time. That's probably what would happen, but we would have at least made the statement that we think this bill is good education policy. And so I guess my question is, I know we don't have much time, so, is there time to work on it a little bit more to make sure we think it's where it should be? And if not, what should we or I or as the sponsor of the bill do in the off session to make it stronger? I don't feel like I know right now.
Okay, so I guess generally I would say I try not to go to the Appropriations Committee unless I'm going to get a yes. So I don't want them to be in the business of feeling like our bills are frivolous financially. In other words, that we're just, we believe there's pie in the sky. So when I had a couple of conversations with Jane earlier in the year, and we talked about tax and regulated money, we talked about the idea of a revenue stream that would come off it. She didn't think it was a crazy idea. She was very clear that it couldn't go anywhere without a dedicated funding stream that doesn't currently exist. So, that doesn't have to be cannabis, but I can't see anything else. The governor's talking about Keno or whatever. So I won't say that there aren't any other possibilities, but it seems like the major one is still a fight to be had and won over what will happen to that money. So, just a personal belief on my part, I think we'd have to rush the bill out, and then it would go to appropriations, and literally they wouldn't, I doubt they would even discuss the policy because the money just isn't there. You know what I mean? They don't have even if it was $6 million, it would be $6 million.
It is $6 million right now.
Well, but we talked about expanding it to.
And actually, in talking to Stephanie about that, her estimate would be far higher than $2 million because of the incentive effect for state college students to then just go for a 2-year degree. So she said it would add multiple millions of dollars onto it if we added that. That's what she told me in the hallway. She hasn't done a fiscal estimate because
and could well be, but let's say it's $6 million. It's $6 million that no one has accounted for in the governor's budget, the House budget, et cetera. So it's, I hesitate to say that anything is impossible because I've seen semi-impossible things happen in the building, but I would be amazed if it turned out to be anything other than sitting on the wall until it dies in January or in
But what you're saying is you'd rather have it pass and die there than.
Yeah, I mean, I just feel like if we as an education committee say this is good education policy, we believe in trying to find ways to support higher education, we are clearly mixed on whether that should be through cannabis, or at least I'm the one who doesn't think that maybe is the best option. And for a lot of reasons, it's not, I mean, it's just my philosophy of how you budget, you know, do it that way. But there are a lot of bills that are right now have a fairly high price tag that there's an obvious funding source for that are.
That there is an obvious?
There's not an obvious. I mean, the justice reinvestment, I understand that eventually we're going to save money, but it doesn't happen right away, and we're gonna spend money too.
But that one
and
that's a kind of a special circumstance because it's justice reinvestment 2. So justice reinvestment 1 already happened, and we did realize.
Right. No, I understand. It's a little bit different case, but and then there's another. I think at least the parent-child center bill also has a really big price tag.
And universal school lunch.
And yeah, which we're not moving on.
For the same reason.
And so, I guess I think it's good public policy, the CCV bill, and we came down on the price tag significantly, and to just say, look, we think this, we understand there's not a funding source for it right now, but we as the education committee think it's good public policy. But, I mean.
Well, my hesitation about it was that I think as written, if we don't include the state colleges, I have concerns about what happens to them if we did implement this benefit. Because I think it's arguable whether it helps them or hurts them. So I had wanted more work on it with Stephanie and to enlarge it to include them.
Yeah, what happened to that? Why did?
She was working on it. I told her that I thought she should stop working on it because it didn't seem to me we were going to be passing this out. So.
And do you know what the status of the state college budget request is? The sort of generic one that they were asking?
I'm not sure. You'd have to ask Dick McCormick because I think he's the one that they have been working with. But I know Jeb originally wanted $5 million a year for the next 5 years, I think, was what it was. But we can look into that as a separate matter. But any other thoughts from anybody else about? So you probably have picked up what we're talking about. My thought was after the kind of test vote we had on even using cannabis wording in the after-school bill, that we couldn't write the appropriations section now to talk about that. And I can't myself see passing it out with the $6 million price tag without some funding source.
No, and I think the long-term implications, Ruth, of passing something out that isn't going to happen is even if we pass out a $6 million price tag and they come back and they don't pass it, which is more likely going to happen this year, and then next year you come back with a state college proposal of $10 million, goes to that committee meeting, like, well, last year was $6 million, what's going on? And you immediately start negotiating against yourself.
So what?
I think you wait until you have Senate leadership or
a funding source
or governor, that's a priority for the legislative. That's what you have to get to. It has to be to do that kind of a lift. $6 to $10 million in the new program would be a legislative priority.
Yeah.
From leadership, not just a committee.
And the House, I can't remember if you were in the room or not, but so the House has passed the tax and regulate bill to their appropriations committee. It's going to go to the floor. They're going to wind up in a big conference that will probably take weeks, I would say. And then I imagine that we find something both chambers can agree on. And I would imagine that the governor signs it. So I think the most likely thing now is that we've got a tax and regulate bill that produces revenue in 2 years. And there would probably be some startup funding forwarded by the Appropriations Committee to fill the gap so that we can begin the licensing and other things. But in other words, if we come back next year, then it's gonna be the question about what to do with the money. And what I heard people say on the floor, Dick Sears, Jeanette White, et cetera, I heard them saying that it's premature to have the discussion now. Fair enough. But when we come back next year, there'll be nothing premature about it. It will be everybody trying to make their case. House Appropriations has put after school in the bill in terms of funding for it. Whether that stays in the conference, I don't know. But let's assume it does as a sweetener for the governor. Then there will already be money moving to an educational program. Does that make it more or less likely that more money would move to education? Can't say at this point, but that's the fight to have, I think. That's the most likely path still that I can see for that bill. But it's one that I think by the explicit terms of the vote we took on the floor, I can't see having the discussion before next January. So that was my thinking about why we should table rather than send it out and see it die.
Okay.
So,
Well, if anyone has advice for the off session, besides getting reelected, obviously.
It's the whole bottle drive for the 6 million.
Bottle drive, yeah, that we need to increase the 5 cents a little bit more than maybe we should.
Everybody
I
look
don't
at
know,
their
Put it on liquor bottles.
$5 per bottle.
laying on bed and
You go over the bills that you thought we were going to get out by crossover is like the 226, which is the school health
This one?
employees,
Yeah.
the miscellaneous bill,
yeah,
and
and the bargaining bill.
the bargaining bill and the healthcare part.
Yeah.
Yes.
just those two.
And so,
And the Board of Education. Board of Education and the bargaining.
Down the Board of Education.
did I say that one?
And now it's
State Board of Education.
Board of Education, miscellaneous, bargaining. And then the miscellaneous will include a couple of other bills that we've dropped in. One of which I'm hoping will be the UVM trustees, the gender parity bill. I had an idea about that, which for reasons of my own, I will wait until tomorrow. Because tomorrow we have the incoming chair of the Board of Trustees on the phone as a witness. And so I asked to have a little piece of language written up, and I'll put it on the table tomorrow. But hopefully that will be acceptable to the committee and to the other people who are concerned with that.
Should usually be some pushback in the House on this.
Oh, yeah, because all the legislative trustees are housemen.
Yeah.
So, but, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
And so,
What?
Why do they want to be on there? Is it that good of a dig?
No.
Seems like
It's
work.
extremely beneficial. Yeah, it's all.
Can I add one more to your list? At the very beginning of the session, I went through the special education timeline.
oh, yeah.
I mentioned that the adjustment you made at the end of last session, pushing out the date by 1 year, didn't deal with the budget dates inside the bill that have to change to align to that. So right now you have an Act 173 that internally doesn't work. So you have to, I think you'll need a must-pass bill, if you will. So you put on miscellaneous, big risk of passing, so I wonder if you want a bill just on that one thing.
Actually, I think it would be better if we put in miscellaneous.
Okay.
Because it gives miscellaneous more weight.
Okay. Yeah.
And I don't think, at least at this point, I don't think there's anything in the miscellaneous that the House will find, impossible to swallow. I think they'll get behind the feminine hygiene products piece.
Yeah.
Other than that, there's nothing in there that's really.
Is the APIC?
Yeah, slightly
language in there?
But I don't think they will care about that.
Actually, at the conference last year, you both had a different, almost the same version of that language.
Right.
And they made some changes from Secretary of State Board of Regulations or whatever, but it's very much alike. So.
Bobby Starr, small school support languages.
Yeah.
The trademark, Bobby.
So this came up the wellness policy.
What's that?
The wellness policy, where?
Actually, why don't we pull that bill out and take a look at it?
Yeah.
I was just wondering what was in there, I couldn't remember.
What's the number of that one?
Draft 3.3 of S224.
3 point. Oh, is this the one that goes front backwards?
So Corey, just say field trip to Winooski.
No, we're gonna go backwards. 3.3 of S224.
I don't have 3.3, I have 2.1.
And then on the
It wasn't.
There were two folders put together. I have
That same miscellaneous?
3.3, there's two or three folders that are put together.
And that means that, I get it. So it could be in there.
So it's 3.3, right?
3.3 of S224.
It'll be in there.
Not in here?
No. It should be in here. It's not in here.
Does this have your special education?
Yeah.
Ah. Thank you.
Deserve a microaggression.
I'm catching whatever Bill has filed. I couldn't find my thing.
You can find it.
Okay.
It deserves a microaggression.
So it's 3.3? Yep. Okay.
3.3.
Yes.
What's going on?
I didn't even have to look at the clock.
Got 4 minutes. Do you need some chocolate, Debbie?
No.
Needs a cat bed.
Okay. So, is there anything new with this?
I don't think there is anything new.
Well, this is the yellow just because you had done it.
Where are we at?
Yellow changes, yep, from the previous.
This is what, well, we haven't looked at this in forever.
Well, we looked at the menstrual hygiene, which is on page 8 last week, with that language. We went through the language on the school wellness policy last week as well. So.
Did we? So I didn't know we were.
Updated.
Is this the updated? Okay. I still had a couple people I'm still not wholly fully comfortable with this. So I had talked to a couple people. I didn't know we were going to talk about this bill today. So can we? We're not obviously passing this today. So
No, yeah.
And
The hygiene.
we can straw vote any of this.
yeah.
So if there's a piece you're not comfortable with, we can.
The school wellness policy study?
Yeah, I just
Oh,
the wellness policy is the part of it is still.
I think as they've got now, it's pretty. I mean, in my opinion, it's pretty harmless and may well do good. So it's got. Ruth had problems with the model that they were using before, but they've now got a model that includes a number of the things you were worried about being excluded the first time around. And it calls for a model wellness policy that will be distributed. I can't find a lot not to like.
Well, I mean, I just want to talk to the couple people I had talked to and.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
On the menstrual hygiene products, were there different changes in there, Jim?
Not from last week, no.
Well, so we still haven't figured out how they should distribute it, though, right? Or what did we decide?
Well, so
So
now we've got
decide.
5 through 12. School nurse determines which gender neutral bathrooms and bathrooms designated for females, and it has to be a majority. Of gender neutral bathrooms and bathrooms designated for females. I think that sounds good.
Does it say majority?
Yeah. Line 16 on page 8. So, you know, it allows a school that has 10 bathrooms, let's say, they might wind up with these products in 5 or 6 of them.
And it's grades 5 through 12.
Yeah. I think that way we would, oh, that was the last problem that I could foresee, which is you've got an elementary school that's 1 through 5, or K through 5, and then, so you've got, let's say, 10 bathrooms in that school, and you've got one grade that's covered by this, you'd still have to have 50% plus bathroom supplied with these products. Do you think that's problematic?
I'd say the majority of relevant gender neutral or grade appropriate or something like that.
Right.
Put in another modifier.
We say majority of gender neutral bathrooms used by
the target group.
Yeah, yeah. This might be that in your 1 to 5 classroom, maybe they only use 1 or 2 bathrooms and the rest of them are done.
If you could make a note to that. Yeah, I think that's
Right, because it might even be in a different building.
yeah.
I'm thinking cabin where they're two different buildings, but they have to do a majority, do they?
Right. Okay.
So we're gonna add anything?
And we've got this language from Martha Heath.
Right.
And what I like about that is that
Martha Heath language?
yeah, it's actually preserving the status quo rather than changing the status quo.
Oh, the election.
Second, yeah. She sent a note to you on that at your request.
Yeah. Okay.
Special.
Okay, so tomorrow, as I say, we'll have testimony from the incoming chair of UVM, the board. Jeannie, could you also reach out to the chair of the State College's Board of Trustees? For testimony on if we were to expand the UVM trustees bill to include the State College Board of Trustees. And if you can, they may not have their eye on it, so if you can just point them to a copy of the bill and say, we're considering expanding it to State Board, State College's Board of Trustees. So the thinking on that is one of the complaints that I've heard from UVM trustees and lobbyists is that they believe a bill based just around UVM's board is too targeted, or why us and not everybody else. And
Maybe we should just do the only land grant school.
Yeah.
If they want to give up their land grant status.
Yeah.
well, I don't think it's a bad idea to extend it to the state colleges as well. And
Start with them.
state colleges have near parity now, so I think they're at 6 and 9. There are 2 seats coming up, or did those happen while I was?
Yeah, but we elected one now, one.
And they were incumbents, right?
Yeah.
So it hasn't changed. So I think it's 6, 9, and there's 15 total.
Are they appointed the same way as the UVM trustees? Like
I'm not sure. We'll have to check that. But in other words, they're very close to parity. If you changed one, they would fit the definition of Chris Pearson's original bill, which is either parity or off by 1. So I don't think they'll be too worried if we extend it to them. But so that's up for tomorrow. Ideally, what I'm having drafted will meet with the committee's approval, meet with the Board of Trustees approval, and then we can drop it into this bill. As Corey points out, that may be something that the House is not excited about. about, but I think what I'm thinking of will be palatable enough. Okay. Probably doesn't make too much sense to go through the state board bill. Oh, I know what we should do. Proficiency-based learning discussion.
It's on our agenda.
Because that could be. Okay. I didn't just look at it.
Oh, hey. I actually told him.
I never did. Are you kidding?
Isn't that what we just learned we should do?
So, thoughts generally, we do have a bill where we could, so we can put anything we do on proficiency-based learning, if we do something, into the miscellaneous. But the question would be, given what we heard, and we heard a decent cross-section, what's your thoughts? Should we be doing anything, or should we be doing nothing, or what?
So, just want to jump in. It seemed to me that from what we heard, I mean, we heard sort of strong opinions on either side, for and against, but it seemed that what we heard fairly consistently was that where there was good professional development and a framework that was laid down for parents and teachers and administrators to discuss, and how it would work and how it would be reported. It worked well. It worked well enough, and it did a lot of the things that it's meant to do. So, I mean, I'm thinking minimal amount of input from the legislature, even maybe just a letter or something to the agency to encourage curriculum directors to look at best practices from some schools where it's worked well, and just and maybe try to offer professional development to discuss how to roll it out into schools more effectively.
Okay, when you say letter, do you mean letter from the committee to AOE?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's right.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily disagree with where Senator Ingram's going, but I think just one step further, I think developing a findings section to again state, so I do see us putting something in a piece of legislation, but having a section stating kind of how this came about, a little bit of background, not a ton, but just a few. We didn't require you to change your grades. This wasn't legislation. Clarify that piece, because everyone says the legislation makes do X, Y, Z. And I'd put together some kind of a study committee, task force, whatnot, with school districts, principals, superintendents, AOE, basically tasking them to put together a best practices type situation, a couple case studies, put something together that then can go out to parents publicly in school districts. And so, where I see this going is, we're not touching it where it worked well, and we're keeping our hands off, but we're also requiring AOE. I don't know if a letter will hit them with they'll put that together, or if we require them in statute to, hey, by October 15th or November 1st or whatever date we come to, you have to have this document out to school districts stating this is what best practices look like based on experiences. So again, I see. To me, I don't think actually that heavy of a lift for a lot of these organizations. Just giving a room, and like we said, we already know what the criteria is, but having someone put examples together, saying we hired a graphic designer to design the transcript, and we put thought to this. I do realize I come from the district that I could argue might have done this the worst. They didn't communicate with the parents. They didn't have good professional development. They have a 9-page transcript. Against all the advice that was given in our testimony. But I think I don't have complete faith in AOE that a letter will get them to put together anything usable.
Well, we can ask them too. It may be that they're already in the process of putting together some kind of troubleshooting package. One of the great things about Donna Russo Savage when it came to Act 46 was she would go in and she knew everything that could be done, all the resources. She was like a one-person troubleshooter that she would just go in, and there were a lot of people who were angry at her because they felt like she was doing something to them. but she was a godsend in almost every community she went into because they didn't know what to do and they were at their wits' end. She knew, so if, you know, even if they had a point person that they could send out to a district that's having trouble, who could spend a day or two there working them through what might be glitching them.
Well, again, my concern is I still think a policy statement of this hasn't worked in every place kind of catches the attention of the place that's not working, because again, you come from, I think there's arrogance, and again, I'm using a close to home example in leadership of a district, thinking they'll just figure it out, and they're not necessarily getting that help or trying to, you know, if AOE comes in with something, then parents can say, AOE put this out, or whatever, you guys aren't following it. You know, this is, I think that's, and if AOE is willing to do it and we have a way to hold them accountable to having something done in a relatively reasonable time frame, I'm fine not putting in legislation. I just don't think they'll do something and have it done in a relatively reasonable amount of time without a nudge from us.
Debbie's second suggestion was professional development.
Right.
If we decide to do something on that, it has to go into the bill, in which case, for findings, we have the state board's little report that they generated from their day meeting. And so we could just pull out some of their language and drop it in as findings.
I just, you know, my goal on this is to not mess up where it's working well.
Yeah.
But to provide the resources and at least the help and the common place for places where it's more importantly to go and try to do it better.
It's obvious that some of the districts need much more help, not only for the teachers and the administration, so they can help the parents understand. There's like a disconnect. Some places, it's because they want to be disconnected, but I think we need to get more people on board on this. If this is going to work the way we want it, it's been proven some districts have done very well. I mean, even the hybrid grade, that would help people flip it over, especially grandparents that are bringing up children. I mean, we need to be able to explain the grade system to them. I don't know, I think something has to be done more than what they're doing right now.
Yeah, I think the single most effective thing that people did, other than bringing their parents and their stakeholders along, is, you know, the hybrid notation system. Maybe we could theme the professional development around that. If you do not currently have a hybrid system and you want to move to one, we will, you know, give you a resource in the form of time from people from AOE or money or whatever it is, that would allow them to redesign their notation system. Because I hesitate to get into the whole pedagogy of proficiency-based learning and professional development around that, which is a much, you know, more far-flung topic.
Yeah, but I mean, I do think it would be helpful for them to hear some best practices from some teachers, because we certainly heard that there were teachers who are communicating to students like that they don't need to try until the very end, or they don't, you know, or they don't. There's no way for them to exceed. They're always only going to be proficient, and that those are not messages that are meant to be communicated to them. So if they heard from teachers who do it a different way, I think that would be really helpful too.
Yeah, I mean, I can talk with the agency and see what they think might help from us. You know, I mean, obviously, if you had $10 million and you threw that, you would have all the bells and whistles. But if you were likely to have a very small amount of resources to hand to them, what would that look like if we really wanted to target it to help districts?
I'm wondering what AOE already has done in this area. Have you heard testimony from them on proficiency-based learning?
Not in terms
AOE, because my speculation is that some of the mixed messaging communications may have come from AOE to begin with, so I'm a little hesitant to have them then communicate again on it. I could be wrong there, and I'm happy to be wrong in that case. But I also wonder what they have already done for professional development
Yeah.
I'm also curious, who is actually, like, is there, who is responsible for professional development? Because it seems like,
173 too.
it sounds like all of the problems that we've heard last session, the theme was delay everything. This session, the theme seems to be we need more professional development on everything. Clearly they're related, but I'm just wondering, some districts seem to be able to do it very well themselves, but is that part of, does AOE have a professional development team?
There
Or
is
how does it work?
Pat Fitzsimmons is the proficiency-based learning team leader. We did receive testimony.
From who was it?
Well, there was several, but Pat Fitzsimmons is the proficiency-based team leader.
Oh, thank you.
I'm from the
Oh, hey.
proficiency-based learning team.
Oh, there you go.
So, hi.
Are you?
I'm Sue Yesaloni. I'm the health education specialist for the agency.
So you've heard our discussion. Can you fill us?
I have.
Fill us in.
So, no, I don't need to sit there, but thank you. So there are a lot of resources. They're actually being updated at this point. So there is a clear action going on. Pat Fitzsimmons is the lead. Jess DeCarlos is our director. And I believe they both.
The director of what? What is the title?
The Student Pathways Division.
Oh, okay.
So there are a lot of resources on the AOE website. It is a local control issue because all schools have to figure this out for their context of their schools. So there's one big tripping point. I totally agree with you about the professional development is needed.
How could we best manage that if we were going to be helpful and not hurtful?
I believe that would be a discussion to have with Jess and Pat, most likely, because they're the leads for the team, and I wouldn't want to like come up with something and then go, hey.
Okay. So it's Pat Fitzsimmons.
Pat Fitzsimmons and Jess DeCarlos.
Excuse me, just one moment.
Yes.
Could you reach out to Pat Fitzsimmons at AOE and say that we've got an interest in trying to craft some kind of professional development language around proficiency-based learning. And see if she could come in tomorrow or Thursday. Pat Fitzsimmons.
No. My name? Susan Yesalonia. Yesallonia.
Yeah.
And if you don't want just Carol's, you remember? Just Carol's? Jess DeCarolis.
Sure, if they would like to both come.
And how big is your team?
We are a team of 6.
But that's the
Not
pathways.
including the director. So we have a specialist for each of the content areas, so that are identified in the education quality standards. So I'm health and PE, and then we have global citizenship, math, ELA, and science. And then Pat is actually the generalist. She's the pedagogist specialist on the DBL side of things. And then we work directly with school leadership and teachers to on implementation as they need it.
So you would run a professional development workshop for health and PE teachers
Absolutely.
on how to implement.
We do it all. We already do it. We don't get a lot of high attendance.
Yeah.
Because now you're talking subs and money and.
But can I ask, in terms of proficiency-based learning?
Yeah.
So the reason we're talking about it is because there were some spectacular incidents of balls being dropped in districts around the state. So is there an action plan that AOE has underway to reach out to those districts, resource those districts?
Districts can request technical assistance at any time.
Understood, but if they're not?
No. And that would be something to talk with Jess and Pat about.
And do you feel
what would that look like?
I mean, this is a loaded question, but do you feel like you have a sufficient team to handle this? I mean, and
Is a loaded question.
yeah. And you're probably not authorized to answer it honestly, but
Yeah. How do you say this correctly? We are challenged.
yeah.
To someone like me, I have 2 content areas. So I have all the health educators to work with. I have all the PE teachers. We have a new state assessment in physical education. So it's difficult, but I don't get a lot of questions on how to, and primarily because health and PE are skills-based content areas, meaning these health education standards are skill-based. So to achieve and say that you're proficient at a skill, okay, there's already a lot of supportive materials out there to support teachers. So we practice. So my professional learning is how do we do a performance assessment, create a bank of them for teachers to use and see. So I'm running a professional learning community right now that does that for both health and PE. So it's trying to meet the educators where they're at and where they need the support. And I've done surveys to ask them, what are your needs at this point? So disseminating information is tough. Not a lot of people go to our website, look through our website, and use the resources that we've done or created. And I know that's true for every content area for the PBL pages that Pat has worked very hard on.
Okay, well, we will definitely try to get Pat Fitzsimmons in. It's understandable, given local control, as you say. It is a little concerning to hear that there's no stepped-up action plan on proficiency-based learning, even after all the kind of
what's come up in the last month, working on it. I think they're gathering information.
Okay.
So we're searching websites, looking at how different school districts have approached their proficiency-based learning system in their schools. So we are gathering information.
Okay.
Once we get done gathering, then it's like, all right, what do we do now?
Okay.
So that's that action plan phase.
So we'll try our best when we talk to Pat Fitzsimmons to see if there's some way we can be helpful in that process. It sounds like you're understaffed, and it also sounds as though there's only one person who could conceivably be covering anything new to do with proficiency-based learning. So
Pat, she's the primary researcher on that pedagogy. So the pedagogy of proficiency-based learning.
Yeah. Okay.
We all are always trying to support, but
Thank you, that's very helpful. Yeah.
The other piece, if we had anything, I'm not calling for substitution, but I think we need to definitely make sure that AOE, in conjunction with folks, are collecting data that would be able to tell us 5 or 6 years from now this change impacts student behavior positively or negatively. My concern still outside the issues are the student workload tends to, students seem to be lazier and tend not to do assignments on time. I think there are a few pieces that were highlighted, and then I just would hate for us as a state to be in the position that those consultants were in 7 years from now if there are still some kind of issues. People going, how do you know it's worked? Well, we don't. It's only been 7 years.
Right. And with test scores declining overall, so that's never good. All right, so is there anybody? So that's a rough outline we just sketched out, which is findings from the state board report, professional development as we might conceivably craft with Pat Fitzsimmons' help, and then open question about whether we do something in this bill and a letter, or whether we let one or the other. If we only write a letter, which we could do, we could, say to AOE, we believe that there needs to be a priority placed on assisting proficiency-based learning. We think, this person or whoever should come up with an action plan faster than is currently happening. I tend to think it would be good to have something in the bill, because this will evolve as it goes through the House as well, and we may get something better by the end of the process from AOE as a result. So what would you think, Debbie? Why don't we hold off on the letter and see if we have luck crafting a segment of the bill, maybe with an appropriation attached, or something in the way of professional development resources, and see if we can do that in the time frame we have left. So,
And you're from that.
yeah. Okay. Other things from anybody? Yeah.
I'm just looking at our agenda, that we were doing what's 224?
That's the miscellaneous.
That's miscellaneous, it just has the old name
Yeah.
on it.
Yeah.
So I think that's about what we have prepared for today. Jim and I are going to, as I said, meet with Emily from AOE. We're going to hopefully clarify enough things to have that draft for work tomorrow. Then we'll also tomorrow have both sides on the healthcare bargaining bill in the room. So tomorrow, hopefully, we can advance on both of those, and then we'll also be talking with UVM Chair Board of Trustees about the piece I've written up on gender balance.
You see a
Yeah. So
white male in New York City who lives on Wall Street?
I have no idea.
Wait,
You do chair of the UVM trustees.
he's not. He's no chair?
Yeah.
I think he's African American.
Oh, well, that's good.
I think.
Fresh.
That's what
Does he still work on Wall Street?
I don't know, possibly. I don't know, but this is the
I haven't
new
met him
chair,
yet.
right?
New chair.
Yeah.
So we'll see. There's also tomorrow at 3:30, there's a reception, UVM's land grant mission in action in the cafeteria. So
Does that mean woolly land?
probably something from the ag school, kill a cow.
Something that's grown in the dirt.
Yeah.
That's right.
But I thought that was good timing, that we can talk to them about the issue and then go to their party.
Yeah.
It's not a dinner, is it? I don't
No,
think
no,
it
it's
is.
just-
No, it's just it's a poster session, I think.
Cedar Creek,
Yeah.
or no, cafeteria.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so they'll
They're
probably
like
have,
appetizers. They usually
they'll have ice cream from the UVM dairy bar, blah, blah, blah.
As long as there's ice cream. Yeah.
Okay, I heard that Trump's doctor ordered his ice cream hid from him.
Oh, really?
For eating too much, and then Trump got all mad because he read in the paper that they were hiding his.
Did you see hear me butcher those Hindi words?
We should probably come off to where you're going.
Okay, yes. All right.
Okay,
All right.
so thanks everybody. We'll pick up those 3 bills tomorrow and see how far we get with them.
Did the vice chair update you on the testimony on the?
I heard you took a vote,
Yeah,
5-0-1.
We voted out like 6 bills.
Yeah.
I came in and I saw it here and I was like,
Yeah. That was the intended.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Last night, President Donald Trump gave an emergency Oval Office address about the virus. The speech confirmed two things primarily. Donald Trump is a liar and Donald Trump is incompetent. You probably knew both of those things. First of all, just to get the optics out of the way, for some reason, Donald Trump's right eye seemed almost completely swollen shut during the entire 9-minute speech. His breathing was also extremely labored. The left eye, which was open, seemed red and odd, so increasing suspicions that Donald Trump himself may be sick, whether it's with the virus or not, we don't know. That's the optics. Let's now get to the substance, which is the most important thing. Most of the 9 minutes was Donald Trump either bragging about how great he's done with the virus or blaming other people for anything that hasn't gone the right way. I'm not even going to play all of these examples for you because they're pointless in terms of actually protecting ourselves. But Donald Trump said that his travel closures from China were great. Now, the truth is, even after he announced them, which was very late, flights still continued flying in from China for a while. He said the power of the United States to fight pandemics is great. It's almost like military language, like this is a military battle we're going into. He bragged about authorizing $8 billion, way too late, by the way, after denying for a while that we need to do anything about this for a response. And then he also attacked the European Union about how they didn't act as quickly as he did. They caused a lot of the cases that we have here. It's Europe's fault. Let's look briefly at the Europe attack.
And taking early, intense action, we have seen dramatically fewer cases of the virus in the United States than are now present in Europe. The European Union failed to take the same precautions and restrict travel from China and other hotspots. As a result, a large number of new clusters in the United States were seeded by travelers from Europe.
He also used the number of cases here, which we know to be false, to claim that we don't have that many cases. The reality, of course, is we haven't been testing because Donald Trump completely bungled that as well. Then on the policy stuff, what is Trump actually doing? Trump was either deceptive or clueless on almost every single point. Trump said travel from Europe is now banned. This was one of the big points that he made.
After consulting with our top government health professionals, I have decided to take several strong but necessary actions to protect the health and well-being of all Americans. To keep new cases from entering our shores, we will be suspending all travel from Europe to the United States for the next 30 days.
Now, a lot of people thought, wow, okay, I mean, it's a lot, but this will stop transmission to some degree. We're shutting down all travel to and from Europe for everybody. However, not only is the United Kingdom exempted, meaning you just have to get yourself from wherever in Europe to the UK and then fly to the United States. Presumably, you'll be asked about where you're coming from. But again, these are not fail-safe methods. More importantly, the ban does not apply to U.S. citizens or residents, and U.S. citizens or residents aren't banned from flying to Europe and then simply coming back. This is just foreign nationals who aren't allowed to come to the United States. The statement making that clear, which was released after the fact by the administration. And again, as Donald Trump said, you can also get exemptions. Donald Trump also, during this address last night, said the European travel ban also applies to trade and cargo. That was just not true. The White House had to correct that later. And remember, Trump was reading all of this off of a teleprompter. These were not off-the-cuff misstatements from Donald Trump. It was on the prompter, meaning either whoever wrote the speech has absolutely no idea what it is that's going on, or they decided, let's just lie in order to make this seem like something other than what it is. So you can argue about whether this Europe thing is the right policy, but Trump presenting the policy one way, it's actually something completely different, immediately sending all sorts of people into panic because they misunderstood, because of what Trump said, what the policy actually is. Another example, and this one is straight up insane. Donald Trump said during the address yesterday, he met with health insurance companies and they are waiving all co-payments for coronavirus treatments. That's a big deal if it's true. Listen to Donald Trump say it.
Earlier this week, I met with the leaders of health insurance industry who have agreed to waive all co-payments for coronavirus treatments, extend insurance coverage to these treatments, and to prevent surprise medical billing.
So there it is. Trump says insurance companies are waiving all co-payments for coronavirus treatment. Wow, that's a big deal. That's a really good thing. Turns out it's a complete and total lie. Donald Trump misstated it on national television in front of the entire country. We immediately afterwards heard from a spokesperson for AHIP. AHIP is a big health insurance company lobbying group. And they said, no. We are waiving co-pays on testing for the virus. We are not waiving co-pays or co-insurance or deductible requirements for treatment. This is something Trump read off of a teleprompter, and it was not true. You can get tested without a copay, even though suppose we were told the tests weren't going to cost the end user anything anyway. I don't even know why we need that from insurance companies, but you have to often be tested for other things first. Rule them out before you can be tested for COVID. If you do have the virus and you need treatment, you will have to pay your copays. You will have to pay your coinsurance if you have it. If you first have to meet your annual deductible, you will have to meet it. That can be thousands of dollars for many, many people. So in short, a speech about something which Trump claimed is no big deal, but it still requires an emergency 9 p.m. Eastern time speech to the country, riddled with lies and deception and incompetence. Trump also promised some financial relief to people who are either sick or quarantined or caring for people who are. Also announced Small Business Association loans at interest to businesses. Those policies would actually be good if they happen, but Trump lied his way through the entire speech. Trump also said he's proposing a payroll tax cut through the end of the year. If that happens, that could take a while. And Trump is refusing to meet with Nancy Pelosi, whose help he needs in order to get that done. We'll talk about that a little bit later. But the sort of the icing on the cake, on a rotten cake that is riddled with infections, the icing on the cake is to claim insurance companies are waiving treatment co-payments when they're not. That actually would be a really big deal if they were doing it, but it is not true. And Trump, he takes the political benefit of saying it. Most of the country probably never hears the correction. That was untrue. Where were the fact checkers? How does so much misinformation get into a teleprompter speech? I don't know. The president's own speech was riddled with fake news. The other big event that took place over the last 24 hours is related to the word pandemic. We've been toying with the word pandemic, and the WHO has now declared COVID-19 a global pandemic. Vaguely defined, a pandemic means it's a disease prevalent over an entire country or the world. Exactly when you cross the line from outbreak to pandemic is a question, but the WHO now says we have more than 125,000 worldwide cases. About 54,000 of those cases are currently active. This is now, it has spread outside of the virus's origin in China. Over the last 2 weeks, the outside of China cases have increased 13-fold. The number of countries in which it exists has tripled, and it is now a pandemic. Now, in practice, what does this change? It doesn't really change that much to declare it a pandemic. It is certainly a signal to countries to do whatever they would do when a pandemic is declared. Countries sometimes have protocols where when a pandemic is declared globally, they do A, B, C. Different countries have different protocols, and the WHO saying it's a pandemic means roll out the pandemic plan. The specifics of it vary. Not every country has a pandemic plan. Not every country, like the United States, is willing to actually be proactive and get moving on things. Now, there is some good news and some bad news in all of this. The good news is China has this under control. China still has many active cases because they peaked at so many. But each day, China is having around 1,000 people recover, and they have somewhere around 20 to 50 new cases. That's a drastic daily reduction. And if things continue that way, Italy is soon going to have more active cases than China. That's good for China. It's very bad for Italy. Another sort of bullet point of good news in the midst of a lot of bad news. South Korea has very successfully implemented mass testing. We suspected that the early death rate that was cited of 3.4 may be high. It may be weighted towards older, often including men who smoke in China. Smoking, of course, causing a weakened respiratory system. It seems that the reason the death rate was so high early in China, and more so among men, is for cultural reasons. More men than women smoke in China, and a lot of those early cases were in older male smokers. The South Korea numbers, the fact that they are testing more and have a death rate of only 0.7, it's something. And we're looking for, bits and pieces of something short of bad news. The other positive thing is that as of yesterday, there were 81 countries with 0 cases, and 57 of the countries with cases had fewer than 10. By the time you listen to this segment, that probably will have already changed. There are lots of countries not successfully containing this. The United States seems to be one of them. Trump and Pence just won't stop lying to us about test availability, about the risk of this exploding, about the constant, endless lying that they themselves are directing others to do. Stop testing this, that, the other thing. It doesn't stop. What am I doing? I mean, listen, I'm washing my hands more often. Before, I don't think I washed my hands every time I got home. Now I do. I'm probably staying in a little more. When I go out, I'm opting for places with fewer people. I'm not going to large gatherings. I'm not going to concerts or sporting events. I'm opting when I go to a coffee shop for the smaller, less crowded one. Although I ended up this week at one that is kind of a bigger, more college crowded one. I have not canceled travel yet. I'm scheduled to travel in 13 days. I'm going to continue looking at the situation there. It is domestic travel. I am staying away from family and friends who are more vulnerable, either because of their age or their health situation. That's what's going on for now. Let me know what adjustments, if any, you are making on Twitter at @dpacman. Make sure to follow me there. And we'll have more about this coming up later on in the program.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show isn't some corporate media show with huge advertisers and a media conglomerate supporting us. We actually depend on support from our viewers and listeners. The easiest way, the most rewarding way, the most exciting way to support the show is to get a membership at www.joinpakman.com. You'll receive the world-famous daily bonus show for supporters only, the commercial-free audio and video streams of the show every day, and you'll be part of the solution. Because of membership, we are independent and we're able to cover whatever stories we want, whatever stories our audience is interested in, without executives looking over our shoulder. And it's why we've grown from a weekly show to a daily show. Much to the dismay of the Hatriots, we can't be pulled off the air unless all of you cancel your memberships. Please don't do that, but please do sign up today at www.joinpakman.com. Support independent progressive media.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Today's new members of the day are Cody Johnson and Jason Greif. Thanks so much to both Cody and Jason for supporting the David Pakman Show. Also, big thank you to Jared Reynolds. Jared's been a member for almost 5 years and is today's longtime sustaining member of the day. Consider grabbing a membership. It's cheap, it's easy, it's quick, it supports our work directly. You can sign up at joinpakman.com. You will love it. That I can assure you, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, I hope that you have been participating in the discussions on the David Pakman Show Reddit. More than 18,000 of our viewers and listeners now regularly participating there. You can find it at davidpakman.com/Reddit. That's REDDIT. There is a post about Alex Jones, conspiracy theorist Alex Jones, being arrested on a drunk driving charge. I didn't feel it warranted a segment in and of itself at this point. Alex Jones, we're familiar with Alex Jones. We have too many important things going on to devote an entire segment to Alex, but a lot of posts on the subreddit about this. Indeed, it seems that Alex Jones had been, from what we know right now, Alex Jones had been drinking heavily, was involved in a disturbance with his wife, left driving. The wife had called the police. The police tracked down Alex Jones, pulled him over. He was apparently drunk, and he has been arrested. And not really a surprise when we previously would talk about Alex Jones and actually speak to people, including his ex-wife. Every indication, if you sort of understand what's going on with this guy, would lead you, just like we've been saying with George Zimmerman. When George Zimmerman was acquitted in the killing of Trayvon Martin, we knew he'd continue having problems with the law. He's just that type of guy, and he has. And no surprise whatever about what Alex Jones is now going through. Also a post from Tofu Fighter on the subreddit. Tofu Fighter says, I'm really glad David is speaking to us like adults. There are a ton of people on YouTube and Twitter left that have been selling us false hope. There is still hope that Bernie will pull off a miracle in what appears to be the final days of the primary, but the numbers are not on our side. There really needs to be some self-reflection with the progressive movement and where we can go from here. I've noticed a shift from some folks online, but there is still a Bernie was perfect and could do no wrong. And if you think any differently, you are a wrecker mentality on Twitter and the YouTube left. Yeah, I mean, listen, if you want to see this in action, look at the number of dislikes on my videos about the primary from Wednesday this week, the videos dated March 11th, and look at my Twitter page, but look at with my replies, like actually click over to show tweets and replies, and you'll see the back and forths, and there are people who just don't want to accept that a lot of the Democratic electorate didn't like Bernie Sanders. They say, well, no, they liked Bernie, but they voted for someone else anyway. Okay, maybe some, but that's too. We will not win if that's your explanation. That explanation, believing that explanation will keep you from actually dealing with what it is that's going on. But I appreciate that some people have reached out and said, David, I'm glad you're covering this like you are, because it needs to be covered in this way. Lastly, the winter mood posted on the subreddit. Is Trump preventing coronavirus tests from being released? If you had asked me a week ago, I would have said it's crazy. But then I heard Trump say, I don't need to have the numbers double because of one ship that wasn't our fault. And it wasn't the fault of the people on the ship either, Trump added. It wasn't their fault either, and they're mostly Americans, so I can live either way with it. I'd rather have them stay on, but I fully understand if they'd rather take them off. So, yeah, Trump knows that if we start widespread testing, the number of cases is going to go up dramatically. Some estimates say there are realistically between 3,000 and 8,000 cases in the United States right now. I actually would be reassured if the number of cases were 8,000, only because it would signal a much lower death rate. The death rate in the U.S. right now, based on the number of cases that have been confirmed, is very, very high. It does not bode well for the United States. If indeed there are 8,000 cases right now, we have a very low death rate. It would be reassuring. But Donald Trump just is thinking about optics, politics, and all sorts of stuff that doesn't really help anybody actually deal with what's going on. Join the discussion on the David Pakman Show Reddit at davidpakman.com/REDDIT. Before Donald Trump's big virus address last night, he had some reporters into a meeting about contingency planning. And CNN's Jim Acosta asked a really specific question to Donald Trump, and a good question to Donald Trump. And it was, there are people concerned you aren't taking this seriously enough. There are people noticing that what you say and what health experts say are two very, very different things. What do you say to those people? Donald Trump's answer was merely, that's CNN, that's fake news. No answer. The president of the United States mishandling or not handling a crisis about which he is clueless. CNN's Jim Acosta accurately points out health experts are saying very different things than you, and they are health experts. And this is Donald Trump's reaction.
Mr. President, what do you say to Americans who are concerned that you're not taking this seriously enough and that some of your statements don't match what your health experts are saying?
That's CNN, fake news. Go ahead. Thank you very much.
In many other developed Western democracies that respect the press and hold elected officials accountable, a president would be run out of office for simultaneously mismanaging a crisis while attacking journalists who inquire about it. It has become very popular for Trumpists to attack CNN, and that's dangerous enough. But what I need you to understand is that no one is holding the president accountable. He shut down the pandemic response team in 2018. He cut funding to the CDC. We're going to dig into this later. He denied that this was anything at all until he had no choice but to do an emergency presidential address to the nation from the White House last night. And now when a journalist asks a simple, sober, real, important question, a substantive question, Trump refuses to answer and calls the employer of the journalist fake news. Now, as far as the suspension of travel for foreigners coming to the United States from Europe, the problem is here now. The virus is spreading here. It's undetected because we aren't testing and our system doesn't work. And Trump is being asked about his mismanagement, and he is allowed to say, you are fake news, and simply move on. Put everything else aside. The lack of testing should be career ending for Donald Trump. It should be a presidency ending mistake. And we'll talk about that later. The stock market, again, crashing today once again. The stock market crashed so much so quickly that these emergency circuit breaker measures were triggered, which stopped trading altogether. I was actually wondering last night as the stock market futures started to implode as Trump was speaking, what would have happened if Trump said, I'm resigning, and someone actually qualified was put in place? Obviously not Pence. That wouldn't be a qualified person. I was just thinking, would that turn anything around about what's going on? I don't know at this point in time. One of the things that is going to be required, if indeed Donald Trump wants to cut the payroll tax to zero through the end of the year, is he's going to have to meet with Nancy Pelosi. Nancy Pelosi is the Speaker of the House of Representatives. Democrats control the House of Representatives. Trump is a Republican. Trump's going to need to meet with Nancy Pelosi. And Donald Trump is refusing to meet with Nancy Pelosi about all of the different things he's considering doing, including cutting that payroll tax to deal with the virus. That's basically the whole story. Donald Trump met with Senate Republicans about a response, but Democrats control the House. You need Democrats in order to pass things. Trump proposed a payroll tax cut through the end of the year, but you've got to talk to House Democrats. They control the House. You're not going to be able to do it without them. And Donald Trump is reportedly refusing to meet with Nancy Pelosi, apparently for no other reason that he just wouldn't be able to bear being in the same room as her. Here's Eamon Javers explaining what it is that's going on.
Pelosi, it doesn't look like it would be productive at this point to put Donald Trump and Nancy Pelosi in the same room together negotiating face to face. It just doesn't seem like that would end well. So Mnuchin seems to be the guy here.
It's a tragic statement that because he's so wounded, and I mean, we're in the middle of a national crisis, and he can't get in a room with the Speaker of the House.
Look, I mean, what the White House would say is that's Pelosi's fault, right? Because she ripped up his speech. She's been tough on him. She impeached him. And therefore, the president has every right to not want to be in a room with her. But look, I mean, that's where we are in American politics today, right? I mean, the idea that we could have face-to-face negotiations between the Speaker of the House and the President of the United States is just far-fetched right now, even in this crisis.
Trump was actually invited by Nancy Pelosi to the St. Patrick's Day lunch, which is it's a bipartisan event that dates back to 1983, and Trump declined the invitation. Is it possible Nancy Pelosi might be able to, I don't know, tempt Trump to show up if she promises to get him one of those big taco salads from Trump Tower that Trump likes so much, or maybe a bucket of KFC, which Donald Trump also has a penchant for? I don't know what it's going to take, but this is not leadership. This is childish. It's endangering the country. It is increasing the number of people who are at risk. Trump needs Nancy Pelosi and needs House Democrats in order to get things done on this pandemic. And that is what it now is, according to the WHO. Trump is refusing to meet with Nancy Pelosi. He just won't meet with her. Trump addressing the nation last night on this issue of the virus, demanding all sorts of people do different things. And yet he can't get himself into a room with Nancy Pelosi to actually figure things out like adults and maybe cut payroll taxes through the end of the year. This is the height or the bottom, the bottom of the barrel of total childish nonsense from the White House, while everyone else is expected to kowtow to him and to follow his lead. But his lead is a ridiculous joke, and the guy is refusing to meet with Nancy Pelosi. I don't ever want to be on this program. What's the word? Inaccurately pessimistic, overly pessimistic. But when I see the data and I see the numbers, and then I see Trump's address to the nation last night, just riddled with things that just aren't true. Insurance companies are waiving copays on treatments. No, they're not. They're just not true. They're not. They immediately put out a statement saying that they're not. I am starting to genuinely worry that what we are talking about here is a potentially, year or longer fiasco. And by that, I mean that we might get the virus under control in under a year, but in terms of the economic repercussions, we could be talking about a year plus or multi-year fiasco if an adult can't get this under control soon. And that's why later in the program, I am going to argue that it is time for Donald Trump to resign. Let's take a quick break. Make sure you're following The David Pakman Show on Instagram at David Pakman Show. We'll continue to cover this there. And while you are on Instagram, follow me at david.pakman.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show is audience-supported media. I really mean that, not just a catchphrase. And much of that support is small contributions on Patreon, contributions as small as $1 per month, meaning just cents for each hour-long episode of the show. Plus, patrons can also get the daily bonus show and the daily commercial-free TV show by pledging at patreon.com/David Pakman Show. We've rolled out great new perks on Patreon, including free bumper stickers, t-shirts, coffee mugs, and more at different giving levels, as well as exclusive content. And it all comes with the pleasure of knowing you're supporting independent progressive media, an alternative to the corporate stuff that is as much a part of the problem as our political system. If you value the show and have as little as $1 to put towards independent media, check out patreon.com/David Pakman Show and make a pledge today. It'll feel good, and I'd really appreciate it. Patreon.com/David Pakman Show. Did you know the David Pakman Show is on all sorts of different platforms? Find us on YouTube at youtube.com/The David Pakman Show, and on Steemit, the blockchain-based publishing platform, at steemit.com/@David Pakman. That's STEEMIT.com/@David Pakman.
Welcome back to the David Pakman Show.
Let's get to the conclusion to my interview with former CIA and FBI agent Tracy Walder. You can, of course, find the full interview on our YouTube channel at youtube.com/The David Pakman Show. So eventually, Tracy, you actually move from the CIA to the FBI, which strikes me, number one, as interesting because it gives you specific insight into some of these now known tensions between the two agencies. It's also something that, if I recall correctly, was not readily believed by some of the people you were training with at the FBI. I mean, was it that unusual that at the FBI they said she was from the CIA? That just doesn't even sound quite right.
Well, that's what I find so weird about the whole situation was that, you know, the FBI had to come to CIA to interview me and conduct my background investigation. So there wasn't like some mystery about, you know, where I worked. This wasn't, you know, a strange thing. Yes, I think that it is viewed as perhaps unusual. I mean, even I've tried to find lately women who have worked on the operations of both sides and of both organizations, and I really haven't found any. So yes, I guess it's weird, but that doesn't mean that it gives them the right to sort of debase what I did and where I had come from.
And what is it about? I mean, I'm interested in the internal culture here. When your FBI colleagues learned and then believed eventually that you did come from the CIA, how did that impact their perception of you and the work that you were doing or would soon be doing at the FBI?
It's hard to know if that was because I came from the CIA or because I was a female. I'm not sure that I'll ever know why. It was hard because I had come from the CIA where I was loved, treated very well, had great relationships with my colleagues, won many awards. So I just assumed it would be the same way. And when it wasn't, that was very surprising to me. And so it's hard to know if it's because I came from the CIA or if it's because I'm a very, very feminine woman.
That's interesting. So at the CIA, you said that many of your colleagues were women roughly your age. That changed at the FBI.
I was definitely the youngest in my class by far. The FBI does have a minimum age, which I believe is 25. And I would have been 26. So I was right at the cusp of that. I might say that the average age was probably about 32-ish, somewhere around that. So yeah, I mean, I was younger, but what was interesting is even when I worked at the CIA and I had older female colleagues, I'm talking, probably in their 60s, kind of towards the end of their career, I was never treated badly by them either. And so, there's so many factors that I'm not entirely sure which one it was.
Sure. No, that makes sense. In terms of the work that you did at the FBI, number one, where did you specialize there? And how did it feel to be doing that versus what you had been working on in counterterrorism at the CIA?
So, yeah, I mean, it was initially surprising to me that they placed me in Chinese counterintelligence. I had assumed that I'd be working counterterrorism simply because that's what I had done for the past 5 years or so at the agency. But I didn't approach it with a negative attitude. I'm kind of the person that's like, well, let's just go find out more about this. And, I was surprised, but still looking forward to it. So I was placed in the Chinese counterintelligence squad. And it turns out that they had put me there not because of my expertise, but because of my security clearance that I had at the CIA.
When you think back to the work you did at both agencies, do you have a strong intuitive sense that what you did at one versus the other was of more sort of direct value or more rewarding in some sense?
That's a really good question, and I'm not sure that I can give you a fair answer because at the FBI, my impact or my thought of any impact that I had is severely clouded by my treatment, right, as a female. So I don't know that that's fair. In terms of like face-to-face impact, yeah, the FBI definitely had more because you're dealing so much with victims and families and those kinds of things. At the CIA, I felt like I had a tremendous impact, but it's much more nebulous and more broad.
When we hear about the sometimes lack of playing nice, as it's called, between some intelligence agencies, and obviously with the current president, there's been a lot of conflict also between the agencies and the White House as well. Do you have any kind of particular insight from the time you spent at both agencies and relating to the people in the White House about what is going on, if there are particular dynamics that really vary from administration to administration, or if there's something about the structure of these agencies that leads to this type of conflict?
So I think it's like a two-pronged answer. I think the first one is I worked there under Bush and I worked there under Clinton. So obviously two ideologically different presidents. Both of them kept Tenet as the head of the CIA. And I would say both of them, regardless of what you think politically, I'm just reporting how I felt, treated intelligence except for later on, in a rather apolitical manner. The intelligence agency was not there to serve them or, dig up dirt. Both of them read the presidential daily briefs. Both of them would have questions about the presidential daily briefs. So I appreciated that in working there. My colleagues were very apolitical. I mean, we just didn't. I think now, unfortunately, what we're seeing is that it's the intelligence community is being used as this protective arm for the president. And I think that is a huge problem, regardless of where you stand politically. I wish people could sort of get politics out of their mind and just kind of look back and see why this is negative. I think from why these two agencies dislike each other so much has to do with their missions. The CIA is an intelligence gathering organization. That's all they do. That is their mission. The FBI is a law enforcement organization. And I think the CIA, because they're dealing with human assets, that's a different security clearance. And the FBI gets their feathers ruffled when the CIA says, oh, I can't tell you that. And so I think that's where it's this clash of ego that sort of happens. And that's a huge problem. I think we need to sort of step back from ourselves and our egos and realize that this is sometimes for the greater good of national security.
Last thing I wanted to ask you about, now that you are out of that world, are there things that still affect you from it in terms of whether you think about your personal security on a day-to-day basis or in any other way?
So there's been a kind of three different things. The first one was I had to testify in front of the Inspector General about torture and things like that when I was already out of the agency. So clearly that was an issue.
Yes.
The second one was, I believe there was a data breach or data hack in the Office of Personnel Management, and they had all of our information. People had worked there. And then the third is, since the release of my book, there's been a lot of people that really don't like that I worked for the CIA, and that have threatened me, yelled at me, screamed at me, called me a murderer. And so now, our house is under close watch from our local police department. So that's been an issue.
When you say people have yelled at you, people have found you in the real world and yelled at you?
Yes. So, I'd have a book signing event. People will yell at me there, or I've had people follow me to private events, yelled at me there. It's quite interesting.
And when you say that they're mad you worked at the CIA, like, what does that even mean? They're mad.
So, well, I don't mean to be political. I'm actually an independent politically, but what had happened is unfortunately my book's release came out at the same time as there was a hashtag trending, abolish the CIA. And it was because of some things, I think from the Bernie Sanders time that he had served, and people were showing up to chant that and call me a murderer for working there.
I see. I see.
Yeah.
Wow. It's an incredible story. We've been speaking with Tracy Walder. Her book is The Unexpected Spy, which we are linking to. Tracy, I can't tell you how much I appreciate your time and you sharing your story with us today.
Thank you so much for having me. I enjoyed this very much.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Did you know you can get David Pakman Show stuff, whether you're looking for David Pakman Show coffee for your Chemex, French press, or espresso machine, or a t-shirt? It's all available on our website, shipping to anywhere in the world at davidpakman.com/gear. The Very Stable Genius t-shirt is popular. The If Ivanka Weren't My Daughter t-shirt is actually popular with kids of all ages. We've got sweatshirts and hoodies with Hatriot Mail designs, more than a dozen available colors. And did I also mention that there's coffee? Oh, and bumper stickers too, plus no bogus supplements. If you're looking for something to give you the strength to lift a school bus over your head or make you live to 200 years of age, you're not going to find it on our store. Check it all out, shipping anywhere in the world at davidpakman.com/gear. If you want a 15% discount, all members and patrons get a 15% discount code. Check out the store at davidpakman.com/gear. If you're wondering, how does the David Pakman Show afford to exist? The answer is mostly through memberships and Patreon. You can support the work we do by signing up for membership at joinpakman.com or pledging as little as $1 a month at patreon.com/davidpakmanshow. Perks include the daily bonus show, the commercial-free audio and video feeds of the show, and the positive feelings that come from doing the right thing and making Hatriots cry through your support of independent progressive media. Jump in today at joinpakman.com and patreon.com/davidpakmanshow.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
So we tend to take the news day by day here. We look at each element of what has taken place. We analyze it for its factual substrate, and we contextualize the news in history or society or culture or the economy or science or whatever is warranted by what's taking place. We're sort of at the end point here with Donald Trump. We have a president who simply can't do his job, and Donald Trump is long past the moment where he should resign the presidency of the United States, because the pandemic crisis that Donald Trump is dealing with, or better said, not dealing with, has proven that he can't lead. He can't handle this. And we already suspected that. Many of us on the left, we already knew that before. But it should really be clear to anyone who's willing to apply the most minute amount of critical thinking at this point. He has mishandled it with lies and delays and ignorance and incompetence from day one. And people are dying and the pandemic is spreading. And to really understand this, you actually have to go back years. When Donald Trump expressed back during the Republican primary in 2015, vaccine skepticism. He's not an anti-vaxxer, but he expressed fact-free, unscientific vaccine skepticism, that was a sign that this guy was not playing with a full deck. Then he became president of the United States. He disbanded the pandemic response team. Why would anyone do that? The medical field knows that there are, 100-year flus. There's the idea of 1,000-year viruses. It's just a matter of time until we're faced with one. Trump disbands the pandemic response team, cuts funding to the CDC. So you have a cluelessly vaccine skeptical guy disbanding the pandemic response team and cutting CDC funding. Nothing's happened yet at that point, but it's already bad. Then this starts to spread out of China. Trump does nothing for a while, says it's all fine, it's all going to go away. Starts to get weird. Then he makes completely reckless, baseless predictions about we won't really have cases, then we have them. We're not going to have deaths, then we have them. There was never any basis in fact or science in any of those predictions. On February 29th, Trump said he said the number of people infected in the U.S. would soon be close to zero. That, of course, was irresponsible and it was untrue. Trump said it's sort of like the flu. Trump says medical experts should stop speaking publicly. He muzzles people from talking. He's clearly in over his head, but then it really gets bad. Trump bungles testing, initially rejecting the WHO's test because the CDC was going to create one. CDC fails. Trump continues to brag about how low the number of cases here is. The reason the number is low is because we aren't testing. Now, realistically, if we were testing right now, we wouldn't have 1,400 cases. We would have anywhere from, on the very low end now, 3,000, 8,000, 9,000, depending on which estimate you look at. Trump appoints Mike Pence to run this entire thing, a guy who is almost as clueless as Trump, combined with the weaponization of Mike Pence's evangelical Christianity, which once led him to pray about what he should do about an HIV outbreak that was ravaging his state of Indiana when he was governor there. And then the cherry on top, while Donald Trump is attacking journalists like CNN's Jim Acosta for asking him questions about his failed response, while insisting it's not serious, Trump does an emergency presidential Oval Office national address during which he incorrectly states almost every measure being taken, says we have a Europe travel ban, except it really only applies to foreign nationals coming to the United States, not Americans who want to go back and forth to their heart's content, says the ban does apply to cargo and trade when it doesn't, and most shockingly, most damaging, claims that insurance companies are waiving all co-payments for virus treatment when that is not true. And insurance companies, within minutes of Trump's speech, immediately come out and say, that's not true. We're not waiving any co-pays on treatment. The man can't handle it. He is in over his head. He must resign. He never will, of course, but he should. His narcissism has been weaponized, and combined with his ignorance, his delusions of grandeur, he is building a public health crisis through his actions. Republicans and the people around him are enabling him to continue doing it. And lastly, Trump may also be sick himself. I know, it may not be the virus, but Trump's been in contact with people exposed to the virus. He could have anything. It could be the flu. It could be something else. Last night during Trump's address, his right eye was almost swollen shut. His breathing was labored. His left eye, which was open, was red and shiny. And a Brazilian official that Trump hung out with over the weekend at Mar-a-Lago is now suspected of having the virus himself. That's totally separate from Trump's incompetence, by the way. At this point, it's just a side note. Anyone other than Trump would be handling this more competently. The owner of the barber shop down the street from me, I would be more comfortable with him handling this than Trump, because he wouldn't bring the chip on his shoulder that Trump brings that makes him think he knows everything and not listen to any of the experts. The owner of the travel agency in my neighborhood, who at least understands how viruses spread through travel, right? Anyone would be better suited to deal with this than is Donald Trump today. It is a national nightmare, and I don't know what the eventual outcome is going to be. For me, this is not political in the sense that if Trump put together tomorrow a great plan, turned this around, and things start going in the right direction, I would gladly say this is life and death for people. I don't care, Republican, Democrat, Trump, whoever. That's all I want. The observations I'm making are not based on Trump's political party membership or anything other than this is a fiasco. It is hard to find a country dealing with this more poorly than Donald Trump is. Luckily, there are enough health professionals at lower levels around the country that they are making some of the right decisions, even without Donald Trump's involvement, help, or direction. That's what's saving us at this point in time. National Nightmare almost doesn't even cover it. There's this absolute lunatic Christian named Jim Baker. He's a televangelist. He was previously convicted of actual fraud, served time in prison. He's known for selling those long-term food buckets, Christian food storage, as I call it. You can get, 1,000 servings of dehydrated mashed potatoes for the apocalypse, that sort of thing. He has now been ordered by the New York Attorney General to stop selling a fake virus cure. He's been touting this thing called Silver Solution, and he brought on a guest, Cheryl Selman, who's about as much of a lunatic as Jim Baker. Check out the conversation they had. We're going to have to really break this down piece by piece because it's a clinic in disinformation and pseudoscience, and it's dangerous pseudoscience at that. Let's get into clip number 1.
God gave us this product, I believe.
Yes.
How many years ago did we get this product, I wonder?
He gave this to us about 10, 12 years ago with
And
Frank.
we have it at our home. Yeah. We have it in cases.
So this is already whacked, okay? He believes God gave them the product of Silver Solution. Why wouldn't God just prevent the conditions that Silver Solution supposedly treats and cures, right? Like, why go through the trouble? God's a busy guy or gal, if they exist. Why would God first create all sorts of conditions that require treatment, then create Silver Solution to cure them? It's much simpler. Just don't require the Silver Solution by not creating the conditions that supposedly Jim Baker says it treats. It's already bonkers. Let's continue.
We use it all the time. I have this, and I don't think I'd have made it without silver. For my throat and all that.
Absolutely.
Because I've had this, and this is amazing.
Why is silver so?
Would you recommend, as a doctor, people to have silver in their house for a pandemic?
You never want to be without silver.
Okay, so now he goes to his doctor. Doctor, do we want silver? Oh, yes, Jim, we want silver. We need silver. Cheryl Selman, the doctor, is what's called an ND. That's a naturopathic doctor. She's not a medical doctor. Now, I'm not interested in debating the merits of naturopathy with you here, but the amount of pseudoscience that naturopathy is just filled up with and perpetuates is stunning. And he's being dishonest by saying doctor, because a normal person is going to say they're talking about curing illness and he's referring to her as doctor. She must have some kind of actual medical credentials. No. We're talking about a naturopath here. Let's keep going. Here's where they start getting into viruses. Listen very carefully to the language that they use.
Never. For so many reasons. Never.
Never.
This is a staple. Talk about staples.
It is a staple.
This is a staple for your family.
Yes.
And we can talk more about it. Maybe when we have more time.
Yeah, we got time.
All I can say is that it has been proven by the government that it has the ability to kill every pathogen it has ever been tested on, including SARS and HIV.
Proven by the government that it has the ability to kill every pathogen it has ever been tested on, including SARS and HIV. Proven by the government. Well, proven by which government? What do you mean by proven? What do you mean it kills pathogens? There are lots of so-called pathogens that you can put in a petri dish where they are relatively benign, and you can take many substances. You can dump bleach onto it. You can, listen, you can probably find pathogens that Gatorade will kill in a petri dish if you leave it in there for hours, but it's meaningless commentary unless you actually know the details of what they're suggesting, if they aren't total lies, which obviously they are. And then now they get to what is really the key part.
This influenza that is now circling the globe, you're saying that Silver Solution would be effective.
Well, let's say it hasn't been tested on this strain of the coronavirus, but it's been tested on other strains of the coronavirus and has been able to eliminate it within 12 hours.
Yeah.
Totally eliminate it, kills it, and deactivates it.
Yeah.
Oh, so, all right. So it hasn't been tested on this strain of the virus. Oh, I see. Well, tell me more. Well, it has eliminated other strains of coronavirus. No, well, actually, it has killed other strains. No, it has deactivated other strains. Get off the TV. This is when you know that this is BS. It killed the virus. It eliminated it. It deactivated it. This is meaningless, dangerous drivel that can potentially kill people. And then they do their normal thing, which is they throw in, oh, it also boosts your immune system. Anytime you hear that, that's a red flag.
And then it boosts your immune system, so then you can support the recovery, because when you kill the virus, then the immune system comes into action to clear it out. So you want a vibrant immune system as well as an ability to deactivate these viruses.
That's so good.
Oh, okay. So you kill the virus with the silver, and then that same silver will boost your immune system, which deactivates the virus. This should be criminal. Now, if you've not heard about this silver stuff before, there's this whole world of what's called colloidal silver. And not only does colloidal silver not do any of the things they say, it doesn't treat any disease, it doesn't treat any symptom. It can actually be dangerous. When you take colloidal silver, it can cause you to not absorb actual medications that you're taking, real ones like antibiotics. It can also start to build up in your skin tissue, and you can start to turn like a bluish gray hue because of the consumption of silver. And it does nothing for you. It's not a necessary mineral. It's not a dietary supplement. It's ridiculous, and it can harm you. Talk about preying on people worried about getting sick. These lunatic right-wing evangelical Christian shows, much like Fox News, have disproportionately older audiences who are most at risk to all viruses, flu, et cetera, as well as COVID-19, which is going on. This is horrible. These are terrible people. This should be criminal. It should be criminal to do what it is that they are doing. We have a voicemail number. That number is 219-2-DAVID-P. The last couple days, I've taken a lot of hits as a result of my coverage of the Democratic primary. A lot of people don't like that I don't see a mathematical path for Bernie to the nomination. There are people who don't like that when it comes down to it in November, I'm going to vote for Biden over Trump, and I've outlined the reasons why. A lot of people angry with me. We took several hundred unsubscribes on our YouTube channel yesterday as a result. And listen, that's okay. You know, I mean, I can only do the show the way I'm going to do it. I'm not going to do any of this stuff where, you know, I give people false hope that doesn't make sense, or I pretend like the only reason Bernie lost is because of the DNC establishment. Like, I'm not going to lie to you. OK, if you want that, or not necessarily, if you don't, not that you want people to lie to you, but if you want people to tell you that, you can find shows that I'm sure are doing it. And here's a voicemail I got sort of related to this big picture issue.
David, what is wrong with the progressive movement right now? After the drubbing Bernie took on Tuesday, all I'm hearing from progressive sources is a bunch of excuses and fear-mongering. They're now trying to impress upon their audiences that Joe Biden can't possibly beat Trump. What the hell is going on? Do they want Trump to win? This is not helpful. And they keep talking about how Bernie still has a chance. Look at the analytics. He is not favored in a single state left right now. He's doing horribly amongst black people. He's doing well with Hispanics, but he's doing horribly with Hispanics in Florida. Bernie can't win, and we need to accept this. He's only getting about 35% of the vote. His constituency is not showing up.
Yeah, that's all true. And, you know, I understand, you know, having been through a bunch of these elections now and thinking back to the disappointment when George W. Bush was eventually awarded the presidency over Al Gore. That's the first presidential election I followed really closely. I get the feeling. I know what people are experiencing, but my argument is we don't do any better in future elections if we just say, guys, you know what happened? It was the establishment and it was the media that made it so that Bernie lost, and he still has a chance. If that's your view, the same thing will happen next time. OK, we have to include in our analysis the electorate is not as progressive as Twitter and Reddit make us think. The electorate may like Medicare for all in the abstract, but when you say exactly how it will work, it's not as popular. I got into Twitter arguments yesterday about that. Guys, this is just the reality. It's not my opinion. When you give more detail about Bernie's Medicare for All plan, support goes down. Doesn't mean it's a bad policy, doesn't mean it's the wrong policy, but it's not just the media, okay? It's not just the DNC. Joe Biden right now is leading Bernie by 1.5 million votes. The idea that this is simply because the DNC took it from Bernie, if it makes you feel better, go with it. But we will not win elections when that is the predominant analysis. And I want to win. I want to win. That's my concern. And I also, when it comes down to it, I don't want Donald Trump choosing Ruth Bader Ginsburg's replacement. I don't want that. I'd rather it be Biden. I get that we're going to have some audience rollover as a result of this, because there are people who just don't want to hear it. Some people we will lose for good. Some people will leave for a while and then eventually come back. I can't gauge my commentary or calibrate my commentary on that basis. I just have to tell what I see as the truth. If you see the data differently, that's a great debate to engage in. Kyle Kalinske and I did that on Twitter yesterday. We went back and forth about some of these Medicare numbers. But, calling me a centrist as a pejorative, all of that stuff, aside from being untrue and me being more progressive than I've ever been in my entire life, based on all of the countless tests you folks have sent me and that I've taken, we're not going to win by saying, oh, if I believe Bernie has lost, I am a centrist shill. We're just not going to win. And maybe that's what some people want. Maybe some people want to perpetually be in sort of the victim on the outside position. And that there's something to be said for that. That can feel good to a lot of people. There's a lot of psychology that's going on here that sort of exceeds my ability to mention here. But I hope that we can all sort of come together and agree as to what it is that is going on this election. We have a great bonus show for you today. Donald Trump wants, big shocker, a bailout for the hotel industry. The NBA has canceled or suspended the remainder of their season as multiple players now have the virus. And Harvey Weinstein, it's Eric Weinstein, Harvey Weinstein, has been sentenced to 24 years in prison. And that is a big case, which we will be talking about on the bonus show today. Get access to the bonus show. Don't miss it. Grab a membership at joinpacman.com or make a pledge on Patreon at patreon.com/David Pakman Show.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Well, it's great to be back home. I really appreciate the honor of serving you in Montpelier, and there's nothing I don't like about that work, except being away from home and being away from my family and all you people. So it's great to be back home right now, see familiar faces. Now, town meeting week is about the midpoint of the legislative session, and it's a week away from what we call crossover, and that's when bills have to make it from the House over to the Senate or vice versa if they're going to be considered by both chambers of the legislature and then make it onto the governor. It's a good chance to straddle the first and second half of the session, to look back at what we've done and look ahead to what we hope for. And one of the things I want to share is how important I feel it is. How we do things is just as important about what we do. And as we see the kind of vitriol pouring down from Washington, one of the things we're really concerned about is it not leak here into Vermont. We want to keep things civil. It's something, one of those Vermont traditions that we've always had. And to that end, I've done some volunteer work for a group called the National Institute of Civil Discourse. They're headquartered in Tucson, Arizona, and it started there after Gabby Giffords got shot, which was kind of the ultimate in incivility. And the idea is words matter, because words are the prepositions for actions. And if we can't keep it civil, we're pushing things in the wrong direction. So with that guidance, I try and bring that into the State House with everything we do. One of the important things we've done, climate change is real. Climate change is here, and everyone has to take their stand and do what we can here, even little old Vermont. Now, we just passed a bill called the Global Warming Solutions Act. We've been following other states, and Vermont's been the last on the list in the Northeast, but this is an important thing. It's an important thing because it's up to us to leave the planet better than we found it. And as someone who just became a grandfather, I'm well aware that it's important to leave a legacy of a cleaner planet. Now, the old saying is the best time to plant a tree is 20 years ago. And the second best time is right now. The same thing with laws like the Global Warming Solutions Act. A lot of this stuff we should have done 20 years ago because people were saying 20, 30 years ago, this is what we're going to be looking to. The second best time then is right now. So that's why we're getting on with this. We're dealing with a lot of other things in the legislature. There's 25 committees between the House and Senate that are working every day. And for a more extensive look at this, we have a website, wyndham4.net, and you could look and get a little sense of what's happening in just about every committee here. One of the things I want to mention also before we leave, though, health care and access to health care is going to be a concern we have, and it's another situation that's right here, right now, something we need to deal with. There isn't a hospital in Vermont that's not being challenged right now. Access to health care is, especially in rural areas, is something we need to be intentional about moving forward on. Maybe some of you have followed that earlier this year, at the start of the year, the Brattleboro retreat made the news in a way you don't want to because they're having some struggles. And what I would say is, what's happening for the retreat is no different than a lot of other rural hospitals. The reality is the cost of services is not being met by what they're getting paid for with providers. And that's one of these things we're going to need to look at in the near future and on ahead. Lastly, I want to say something else about health. Now, is Bob Nassau here yet? Bob called me yesterday, and everybody who's got a young kid here might have seen Bob Nassau when he was a practicing pediatrician, but now he's retired, and he's only practicing a little. But he made sure to call me and say, you know, we have a public health crisis in this country. You may have heard of the coronavirus, COVID-19, and the reality is it's a public health issue that we need to face right square and head on. And we are. All hospitals regularly have infectious disease protocols, so they're ready. But on top of that, the governor has appointed a task force to make doubly sure that they're ready. So there's a lot of things we can do as individuals. We're talking about make sure you wash your hands a lot, and if you're feeling poorly, stay home and don't share the joy. But we want you to know this is something we're paying attention to. It's important to us, and together we'll get through this just like we do anything else. I think next on our list is my district mate, Nader Hashim. I just want to say Nader's doing a great job. He's in his second year, and it's been great to work with him. He's a smart guy, he works hard, and he's been a great addition to our delegation. So thank you very much.
So thank you for that, Mike. And hello, Putney. It's good to be back down south. So I wanted to say that the Wyndham delegation right now is down a member. As many of you may know, former Representative Trieber resigned to pursue his career. And I have to say I miss him a whole lot because he has this way of being critical of just about everything that comes in front of him. And you know, he really taught me a lot in how to analyze a piece of legislation regardless of where it comes from. And so his voice is definitely missed in the State House. And I just wanted to start real quick with just a quick little story about last year. So as a freshman legislator, I had a few different assumptions about how things happened in our State House, just like all the other freshmen did. And one of those assumptions I had was that in the General Assembly, Democrats sit on one side and Republicans sit on the other side. And that's how it's divided in Congress, and I just kind of assumed that's how it happens up here. And so tradition dictates that new legislators get their seats assigned to them, whereas returning legislators go to their old seats or pick new ones. So on the first day I received my seat, I went and I sat down and I looked all around me and I didn't recognize anybody. And I realized I was sitting right in the middle of the Republican caucus. And so I thought to myself, hold on, did somebody make a mistake, or did I make a mistake? What's going on? And ultimately I found out it was not a mistake. And in our State House, legislators are mixed and interspersed regardless of party affiliation. And I was a little bit nervous at first, but I'm actually really glad it's set up that way. And the reason is that because over the last year and a half, I've had some of the liveliest debates and conversations with my friends from across the aisle. I challenge them and they challenge me, and all of us together are able to think about the variety of perspectives that we bring to the table. And what is additionally important is that all these conversations are carried out with mutual respect and honesty. It's a trait in our State House that makes me especially proud to be a legislator here. And I also think it's reflective of the broader picture in that right here in communities like Putney, we may have a diverse array of opinions on how things should be done, but we generally engage in our conversations with respect and honesty. And I'm fully confident that tradition will continue into the future. Now, moving on from that, I just want to give you a brief rundown of some of the legislation that we've worked on. My district mate touched on it. He talked about the Global Warming Solutions Act. As you know, this passed about 2 weeks ago with a strong showing of tripartisan support. And some of my thoughts related to this are that while there's a sense of immediacy in how urgently we have to act regarding climate change, it's also important to maintain hope that we'll have a clean future for the next generation of Vermonters. And one of the indicators of hope, got to move this around? More into it? Okay, is this better? Sorry about that. So one of the indicators of hope that I saw when this was being voted on was the general tripartisan agreement among folks that climate change is real and that it will first affect our farmers as well as people living in poverty. And this is a bill that will allow Vermonters to hold the government accountable through the judiciary for its climate emission goals, while also creating a plan that includes strategies and programs that will aid in addressing climate change and building resilience. And just a few days ago, the Cannabis Tax and Regulate Bill also passed in the House. The reality that we all know is that cannabis has been legal for years, but there is zero regulation. And the lack of regulation creates a variety of challenges, both as it relates to legality, safety, and consumption. The lack of regulation also ensures that all the money people are spending on cannabis is going into the black market. And I'll support legislation that prevents money from going to people who are also trafficking other drugs in Vermont as well. The role I played in this legislation was directly related to highway safety. So as a former trooper in DRE, I weighed in on the logistics and usefulness of the training and helped create provisions that would allow for more training for police to identify drug-impaired drivers. I know highway safety is a very important topic for a lot of members in the legislature as well as right here in our communities. And overall, I believe this is a bill that will keep recreational users safe from potentially tainted black market products, and it will bolster our tourism economy. And the licensing options also provide farmers with an additional moneymaker if they choose to go that route. And so that's just a very small window of the work I've been doing. As the session goes on, things get a bit more frantic and fast-paced, but regardless of all that, it still remains an absolute honor to represent all of you, and thank you for the opportunity. And so I believe I'm handing off the mic to my friends in the other body, which is the Senate.
Hello, I'm Becca Ballant. I'm one of your 2 state senators for Windham County. I live in Brattleboro, though I did live for a while on East Cemetery Falls Road, and I have a special place in my heart for Putney. I'm the majority leader in the Senate, and I just want to say, I want to start with talking just generally about democracy. As I've been traveling around to meetings in the last couple days, I do feel this heightened sense of anxiety among all the constituents that I talk to, regardless of political party. There is a sense of anxiety of where are we going in this country and how have we ceased to be able to talk to each other across the aisle. And to echo the sentiments of Mike and Nodder, this morning I was working out at a gym in Brattleboro, and the woman who hopped on next to me used to work in Phil Scott's administration. She was the Commissioner of Housing. And she's one of my favorite people. And we do not agree politically on many things, but we spent a good 40 minutes talking about housing policy in Vermont and how to get it done together. And I just want to assure you that we are working together across the aisle and keeping the best interests of Vermonters in mind. I wanted to start with the health of democracy and now shifting to the health of our people. And Mike touched on coronavirus. I just want to give you one number that I would like you to call if you've been traveling out of the country. The health department put out an alert last night, and the number is 802-863-7240, and they're asking you to call if you have been traveling outside of the country. I know that my own children have been asking me, well, what's our role in this? We don't seem to have coronavirus appearing in Vermont yet, but we have a case in Hanover where all the states surrounding us have had cases. It's just a matter of time. If you've been traveling outside the country, please call the health department and let them know so they can talk you through whether you might be at risk. The health department lab now has tests from the CDC and can do tests here in Vermont. So I just wanted you to know that. Once again, the number is 802-863-7240. So I sit on 2 committees in the Senate. One is the Economic Development and Housing Committee, and we passed a very large housing bond last biennium, and we're seeing the fruits of that bond. We were able to parlay $37 million into over an additional $100 million of investment, which has meant over 800 new housing units for Vermonters. We have an incredible shortage of housing across the geographic spectrum in Vermont, and we know that many of our employers are not able to bring workers here to Vermont because there is no housing. So to continue with that thrust, we've been working very hard on passing something that we're calling mini TIFs, which is tax increment financing, and I won't bore you with the details. But generally, it's a way to make local investments when you don't think you're going to be able to float the bond with the resident taxpayers that you have. And so a way to get a boost from the state to do that. These TIF districts generally are in larger towns and cities in Vermont. And it has meant like places like Putney and Townsend and Jamaica are not able to take advantage. But we're hoping in this year's omnibus housing bill, there'll be a mini TIF option for towns such as your size to get infrastructure investments in water and sewer to make it more possible to build housing in your designated downtowns. So I wanted to let you know about that. The other work that I do is in the Finance Committee, and although we deal with taxes, we also deal with pharmaceuticals. And one of my proudest moments so far this session was shepherding a bill through the Senate which will cap the amount of money that diabetes patients will be charged for their insulin. I don't know if you've been following this, but insulin prices have skyrocketed in the last decade. Vermonters in some cases are paying $1,600 a month for insulin that will keep them alive. This for a drug, when the patent was sold, the doctor sold it for $1 to the University of Toronto because he said nobody should be making money off of this. So here we are. We have patients in Vermont who are putting off taking their insulin. They're getting very sick from it. Many of you know it's life-threatening. So this bill that passed unanimously in the Senate has been sent over to the House, and I'm hoping that my counterparts in the House will be able to shepherd it through over there. It says that diabetes patients in Vermont cannot be charged more than $100 a month for any amount of insulin they may need, even if it's multiple drugs. I wish, yes, it's good news. I wish it could be less than $100. Even $100 is a lot for many people, but this, I can get very emotional talking about this. We saw a chart in the Finance Committee that took the 3 most popular insulin drugs and tracked their prices over the last decade. And there is no other way to look at this than it is price fixing. There is no other way. And so our hands are tied in terms of what we actually can do. A lot of this work needs to be done at the federal level, but until that time, we're going to do everything we can to make sure that life-saving drugs get in the hands of the Vermonters that need them. The other thing that I'm very proud of that I also worked on in the Finance Committee was a bill to regulate student loan servicers. So student loan servicers are basically the middlemen between borrowers and the institutions. And what we learned is that a lot of student loan servicers are taking advantage of borrowers to the tune of billions of dollars of additional interest in this country. So again, bipartisan support in the Senate passed unanimously to start regulating these servicers in Vermont. Just a little snapshot, most Vermont borrowers who are borrowing for college are now paying $31,000 of debt, which is a $200 payment every month for 13 years. And those folks are not investing in homes, they're not investing in their health, they're not investing in purchasing power, transportation. So we're trying to, again, make the limits that we can within the law, but I hope the House is going to be able to get that over the finish line. The last thing I want to say to you is only 30 people in the state of Vermont get to serve you in the Vermont Senate, and I am so grateful that I get to have that job. Thank you.
Thank you, and I am one of the other 30, and I represent you, and it is truly an honor to represent, be one of, okay, better? Thank you. It is truly an honor to be one of the people that represents Putney as we serve all of Vermont, and I thank you for that opportunity. So, as Becca said, in the Senate, we serve on 2 committees. I serve on Judiciary in the morning, and then I chair Government Operations in the afternoon. And in Judiciary, we have been working on looking at our whole justice system. And in 2010, we worked with the Council of State Government around what we call justice reinvestment. And at that time, our trajectory told us that if we stayed on that, or the projections showed us that if we stayed on that trajectory, we would have 2,700 people in prison by this year. 2,700 people in prison is a lot for a population of 620,000. We were the highest per capita in the nation. So we worked with them and did a lot of innovations, and as a result, we have not completely dropped, but we're at 1,700 now, so we have changed that chart. We are now going to Justice Reinvestment 2. We're starting on that, and we're looking at other ways to look at our justice system. And kind of the two main areas of focus that we have is how do we look at what crimes we have, and are they really the crimes that we think we should have? Or so lessening the number of crimes that we have, and then looking at alternatives for dealing with people who do go afoul of the law. Prison isn't always the best. In fact, it's probably never the best. But there are people who are there, and we're looking at alternatives. So that's, and I just should say that even though we're focusing on a couple different things that we're working on here, at the same time we're working on lots of other issues in all of these committees. So government operations, which I chair, sounds like probably the most boring committee in the world, but I love it. It is what I think of the foundation of democracy. We deal with elections, we deal with municipal issues, we deal with the structure of state government, we deal with law enforcement, the military. So it kind of provides the basis for everything else, I believe. Some people don't think that. They think that being sent to government operations is punishment, but I don't. So one of the things that we've done is, I served on the select board here in Putney for 9 years, and I see that the municipalities, towns really have very little power and authority. We are what is called a Dillon state, so it means that you in Putney can do only what we tell you you can do. In other states, towns can do anything that you're not prohibited doing by the state. So we are looking at making some tweaks in that, and last year the Senate passed what's called a limited municipal self-governance pilot plan. It would allow a certain number of towns to have more authority and more power. You wouldn't have to go to the state for every single thing you needed to do. So we're hoping that the House will take that up this year and that it'll pass, and it'll be limited to 10 towns in this pilot, but they're going to have to be geographically diverse, small towns, large towns, towns with town managers, towns without town managers, so we can get a sense of how this might work. We're also dealing with our EMS system and law enforcement, because we know that both of those systems are, EMS is suffering from lack of funding and from some pretty bizarre credentialing requirements that the state has put on them in the past, and we're trying to deal with that. I want to say that I want to say a word about our appropriations and how we deal with the budget. Everybody needs more money. We know that. Every group comes and needs to have more money, and that is a given, and we need to put more money into climate change. We need to put more money into public transportation. There's a lot of needs out there. And our Appropriations Committee, I believe, is the chair is from St. Johnsbury, and she knows state government, she knows health needs, she knows human service needs, and she has a way of balancing them, and it's not going to make everybody happy, that's true, but there is no way ever, I believe, of making everybody in the state happy, because the needs are so intense. So I just wanted to give a shout out to the Appropriations Committee and the way we deal with the budget, and then the entire Senate does that weighing when we vote on the budget. The last thing I'll say is, this is the year that we're going to start the census. And it is absolutely important that everybody respond to those census surveys. We get billions of dollars from the federal government, and it's all based on the number of people we have. If there are many communities who are, and I don't mean communities like Putney, I mean communities of people who are leery of the census for one reason or another, or people who just think it's a stupid thing and don't want to fill out that survey. But we stand to lose billions of dollars coming into Putney if we don't answer those questions into Vermont. And so we need to make sure that, so here in Putney, make sure you have everybody register and fill out the survey. And if you have friends in other places, promote it, because it is absolutely important. And there is no citizenship question on there. And I know that was a huge scare for people. But so anyway, that's all I'll say. And if you have any questions, and you can contact us. I'm just going to say our legislative website, as Mike said, is very good. And not only are the agendas on there for each committee, but every time somebody submits a piece of paper as a witness or a testimony, all of that is on the website. So it's a pretty complete, you can see what is really happening up there, and you can get a recording of it if you want. Thank you. What?
Sorry. Elizabeth, just because we do not have any runners today, we don't have a traveling mic. We have set up, Steve has set up a standalone mic right there in the center. So if you want to ask if you want to make a comment, because no one will be able to hear you unless you, and this is a heads up for everybody, there will be no runners. You'll need to use the standalone mic. The mic isn't on, Steve. Oh, now it is.
Sorry. One thing about the census, I was at a recent census person meeting, and the one thing he said that was surprising to me, but I think it's really important, is that you will get a census form in the mail, but it is written to box holder or occupant, and a lot of people tend to throw those things out. So please notice, if you get anything to occupant and it's in the post office, please check, but it's very likely mid-March to be your census form. And we really need you to fill it out. And you can fill it out by phone or online. Easy. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth, and thanks to our elected officials. Thank you very much. So I'm actually going to start the formal meeting because I haven't done that yet. This was all pre the meeting. The 2020 town meeting for the town of Putney is formally started. I was going to have some announcements, and then seems like somebody has their hand up. My name is Meg Mott, and I'm your town moderator. I would like to invite to the stage Kim Monroe, who is going to be taking our minutes today, and Karen Astley, who is our town manager. So hearing no objections, I'm inviting our two key players to the stage.
Can you just tell people that Jeanette and I will be back with you
Just so you're clear, Meg, Kim is our assistant town clerk also.
And Kim is the assistant town clerk. Sorry about that, Kim. And select board, would you be willing to introduce yourselves?
Yes. Hi, I'm Josh, select board chair currently.
Hi, I'm Laura, select board vice chair. Oops, very loud, scary microphone.
And I'm David Babbitt, and I'm the clerk.
Great. I have a couple of announcements, and that is, if anybody has parked in the horseshoe, would you please move your car so that if you're staying here for the meeting, the parking is over there behind the school. If you're just coming in to vote, you may park in the horseshoe. So that's what the horseshoe is all about, that drive in front of the school. I am assuming that everybody who is sitting here is a Putney resident. The chain that is sitting right there is for people who are not Putney residents to observe the town meeting. We're asking everybody to please check in the back. That way we'll know who's here and that you're a town resident. So if you haven't already done so, please check in behind. Great. We will be taking a recess around noon for lunch. I will try and make that happen around an article. It's always inconvenient to stop deliberating in the middle of an article, but I'll be keeping track of the clock, and we'll probably take a 45-minute break around noon. The town meeting is run by Robert's Rules of Order and also by Vermont state statute. You can change Robert's Rules of Order, however, that will take a 2/3 majority to do so. You cannot change the state law that has to do with the town meeting. There's information about Robert's Rules. I've been working with Howard Fairman this year, Laura Chapman, and I think it was Laura Casey. Putney Huddle started a great initiative a few years ago, and that was to make sure that the voters of Putney understood how Robert's Rules work. And so every year we've tried to give you more information. This year I was working with Howard Fairman, who is very good at chapter and verse for Robert's Rules. So you will find that on pages 70 to 71 in your town report. And I'm just going to go over a few really key provisions. Every article that we discuss must be moved and seconded. I will state it in its entirety, and then it is under your consideration. You all control the conversation. Articles may be amended, and we may consider one amendment and then an amendment of an amendment, but at that point, we have to stop. After you've spoken on a particular article, I would ask that you don't speak a second time until others who are waiting to speak have a chance to do so. We're going to be using voice vote. If, when I call for the ayes and then I call for the nays, if it seems as if it's too close to call and you want a division, then somebody just needs to say division and we'll get a hand count. It takes 7 people to call for a paper ballot. And the order would be first voice, then division, and then paper ballot. Debate can be cut off by a call the question. It's going to be my job to try and get the debate moving. We'll hear people in favor, people against. And if I start to feel that there aren't new arguments being made, I will start to let you know that I'm going to be moving to a vote. The reason I'm doing that is so that we can avoid calling the question. Anybody at any time can call the question, but it's a move to stop debate. It requires a second, it's non-debatable, and it takes a 2/3 majority. So I try and avoid calling the question because I'd rather have people actually deliberate the articles rather than we get into procedural problems. Right. So we are only able to discuss articles that have been warned. Any amendment that starts to move an article in a direction that the original language didn't warn will be considered non-germane. And reconsideration, which is when an article has been voted on, and somebody wants to go back and reconsider it, you may not do that once I've moved on to the next article. So we're going to deal with one article at a time, and it can't be reconsidered once we've begun discussion on the subsequent article. It's my job here to help you do the business of the town. So I may be asking you a question if you're making a comment and it begins to look like an amendment. I'm going to ask you for very specific language, whether it is an amendment. And really the whole beautiful thing about Robert, Mr. Robert, Brigadier General Robert, is that he gives us the mechanisms to talk about one thing at a time and to hear the minority point of view. There are other ways of reaching decisions, and some of you may participate in groups in which consensus is the way to reach a decision. I don't want to say that Robert is anti-consensus, but he's very interested in giving us an opportunity to hear dissent. So unlike a consensus model where we're trying to reach the same opinion, in this procedure, I'm going to be saying, is there somebody who wants to speak against the amendment? And that's important for us to actually deliberate. I'm assuming, as I said, that everybody who's sitting here is Putney residents, and great, and that you've all been marked off, because when I call for a vote, it is only Putney residents who are allowed to do that. So before we get started with the articles, was there any questions or concerns? Yes, and we're going to have to use that standalone mic. Thank you.
Ruby McAdoo. I wanted to ask this question of our legislators, and so I don't know if they're going to be around at the end of the day, but essentially I am the clerk of the Putney Central School Leadership Council, and the co-chairs, Liz Adams. This is so annoying. I'm so sorry. I'm just going to lift this up. So Liz Adams and Jamie Contois are the co-chairs. They're also here. We have a table in the back. The reason I'm standing up and what I'd like to hear from the legislators, if they can speak to it, is that there's a lot going on both in our local school board. I've been attending the merged school board meetings, and it seems like there's a lot of special ed funding decisions that are coming down the pike, and I would like to hear what's going on in the legislature. I'd also like to just urge everyone to stick around after lunch in the other business portion, because I do think the Leadership Council would like to engage with everyone and let everyone know what's going on in the school and in the district. But anyway, so that's what I would have liked to have asked the legislators.
Two things, and one is Mike Merwicki will be returning, and I believe Jeanette White will as well, so they will be around later. I'm not going to be able to allow for other sort of announcements and that sort of thing. We'll do that towards the end. But if there were any questions about Robert's rules at this point, otherwise, I think we're going to get started. So, this is the 2020 warning for the annual meeting. The legal voters of the town of Putney are hereby notified and warned to meet at the Putney Central School in Putney at 10 a.m. on Tuesday, March 3rd, 2020, to act upon the following articles. Polls opened at 10 a.m. and will be open today until 7 p.m. The first two articles are going to be decided by Australian ballot. The first one, Article 1, to choose all town officers required by law to be elected at the annual town meeting. We will not discuss Article 1. It will be decided by Australian ballot. Article 2, the town of Putney seeks voter approval to purchase a new 2021 fire engine for the Putney Fire Department to be financed by general obligation bonds or notes for a purchase price not to exceed $550,000. The language on the Australian ballot is included in Article 2. Although we will not be deliberating Article 2, we may ask questions, and the Select Board is here to answer any questions that you may have about Article 2. Are there any questions for the Select Board? Yes. And when you come to the mic, if you would just state your name. Thank you.
Alan Blood. I'm sorry I haven't been paying as much attention as I should. I assume that this is to replace a truck that we have that's falling apart, but maybe somebody could give a sentence or two on that.
Select Board.
Tom was here a moment ago. Do you want to speak to this article, Tom, or? Yeah, why don't you?
I don't know if I need a microphone or if everybody can just... Yes? Okay.
Yeah, and you can always pull it out, and Steve has provided handy wipes in case for concerns about, and are we going to worry about feedback, Steve? Okay.
Will we good? Yep, we are. Okay. To give a little bit of history with this, the truck that we're looking to replace is a 2006, one of our two primary engines. Excuse me. And we're actually looking to replace this engine early, 4 years early. The truck's not due for replacement for another 4 years, which means in reality we wouldn't see a new truck for 5 years because there's a 9 to 12 month build time. The reason that we're bringing this forward now, early, is simply because of the cost savings associated with this project. Unfortunately, given the situations that we're in with different tariffs, just the general costs associated with fire trucks and emergency services apparatus today, we're looking at costs that we haven't seen before. Typically, we've been very used to cost ranges of $230,000 to $280,000, and now, like you're aware, we're at $550,000. We have no control over that. The truck that we're speccing is nothing more than we've ever had, than we're used to. There's nothing extravagant about this truck at all whatsoever. It's built to work. It's not built to look pretty. So that's where we're at with that. So again, the truck that we've got that we're going to be replacing is a 2006. We're starting to see some issues with it. Some electrical problems. We just had to replace a computer in it to the tune of about $3,200. There will be more of that coming. I'm certain. We're looking at some mechanical things that are going to be creeping up on us. So again, all of it put together, that's why we're coming early. When I mentioned the cost savings associated with buying this truck now versus waiting 4 years, the cost that the money that we're looking to save, in reality is just over $200,000. So that's why we felt it was appropriate, as well as the select board, the town manager, felt it was appropriate to bring it forward now, knowing that we're going to be actually saving that kind of money over the next 4 years. If we wait 4 years, then we're going to be looking for $200,000+ more. So that's where we stand.
So just a couple of the drivers behind that, not the wrong term, but mincing my words. Sorry, Meg, is it all right if I comment also?
Sure.
Thank you. The cost for the truck itself increases on an average of 3 to 4% per year. So that's just a projected cost. So when you take the truck value before trade-in of $650,000 and increase that by 3 to 4% per year, that ends up being over $100,000 there. The other savings that we think we would realize is that the truck that we currently own has a trade-in value probably in the ballpark of $80,000 to $100,000, and in 4 years it's projected that its trade-in value will be more like 20 or less. So those are two of the components. And then also interest rates right now. One of the reasons that we are asking folks to do this, to vote on a bond issue, is because the interest rates for bonds are incredibly favorable. Right now, they are projected as 1.45%. Can we guarantee that that would be the price we would get if this is approved and we go forward? No, because the bonds are issued twice annually by the state of Vermont, and that shifts day by day as they go. But, we all are aware that interest rates could be dramatically higher in 4 years, and that's something we can't predict. But it's some of the thinking behind why we're looking at this now instead of 4 years down the road.
Do we have any other questions about Article 2? Yes.
So is the trade-in value going to be put against this $550,000, or is that?
That's included in that
It is
500.
included.
So the actual, correct me if I'm wrong, Tom, the actual cost of the truck is closer to $650,000, but we are considering a range of, we are, as the article is written, we would not be borrowing any more than $550,000, and that reflects a trade-in value of roughly $80,000 to $100,000 on the truck.
And
So-
just a reminder, if people could state their name, that was Janice Baldwin. Are there any other questions about Article 2?
Lionel Chute. I was just wondering, I assume there's some sort of a capital reserve, there's some kind of a dedicated fund for fire truck replacement. Is that true? And if it is, then how does the borrowing of the $550,000 relate to whatever kind of a reserve may have been accruing over this time for this purpose?
So we do have a fund. It's called the Public Safety Reserve Fund, and in it today is $65,669.75. That being said, the Select Board could utilize part of that. The other thing, too, money goes into this reserve fund from contributions from the private schools every year. So there is about $56,000 that's added to that as well.
So the answer to your question, I guess, Lionel, would be that there is not a large reserve fund, obviously. No. It hasn't been our practice in recent years, and we've been having recent discussions about whether we should be looking. We have a capital plan that lays out the time frame for how we would purchase, et cetera. It hasn't made, from my perspective anyway, a whole lot of sense, given how favorable interest rates have been over the last number of years, to be putting reserve funds aside, because we are not eligible to benefit dramatically from having that money as far as interest rates are concerned. We are limited to our investments are governed by statute. So when we put money aside, it's not a big money earner for us, and with low interest rates, that has not, the Select Board has not taken that path. We're currently discussing whether we want to, over the next handful of years, shift in that direction to create a larger capital fund, partly in anticipation of likely higher interest rates going forward. But it's always a trade-off whether there's value in having significant reserve funds for something like this or not, and we just haven't been following that path, but are open to considering it, and are considering it.
Any other questions about Article 2? Yes, we have one in the back.
Hi, Craig Goldberg. So brief comment and question. Comment is I assume that you all have a reason why we're voting prior to having discussion on this article. But my question would be, would it be possible in the future when we have large ticket items like this to vote on that we have discussion like this first? It's really helpful for some of us that haven't maybe heard about what all the reasons are ahead of time for making a purchase like this. And this has been very interesting discussion to hear both from the fire chief as well as from the Select Board about why this truck is needed. So I would just ask that in the future, please consider that we have this discussion first and then have the vote afterwards. Thanks.
As per statute, all right, if I respond, Meg?
Sure.
As per statute, we had 2 public meetings related to this article. One 10 days ago.
February 12th
and then again.
February 26th.
They were well posted as best as we could. We had a very small number of people turn up for them, so I would just, in response, encourage people to pay attention when town meeting is 30 days out to things that are coming up that will be open for discussion prior to an Australian ballot vote, because we are, again, required by statute to have those public hearings related to that.
I assumed that you did, even though I was not able to attend them. And as you mentioned yourself, those meetings were poorly attended, whereas this meeting is usually better attended. So that's why I would make the comment. I'm not saying to not have your public meetings and those, but just at least consider that this is the place where more people will attend and more of us can hear the issues.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do we have any other questions about Article 2? Yes. We have a couple more questions. Hi.
Wait. Hang on 1 second.
I think there was a little bit of a misunderstanding. We're required by state statute to do this vote through Australian ballot because we're going out for a bond. So we could not have had this discussion and not put it on the Australian ballot. Is that helpful? Okay.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Michaela Marmion. I was just wondering about the specific vehicle you chose. For me, fuel emissions and looking at alternative energies is really important, and especially because we're buying it early or looking into that. I'm really curious about how you made the choice and how climate impact has been considered in choosing this specific vehicle.
Do we have an answer from the select board?
Yes. This came up, you may or may not remember, from last year's town meeting, this came up as a question related to highway trucks. We have had that conversation both in those public meetings and also in regular select board meetings. We are not yet at a point where that technology is, for our size and needs of a town, appropriately applicable. The first hybrid electric fire truck was just introduced recently in LA. First one introduced in this country. They're becoming more common in European countries, but are not yet widespread here. The nature of a fire truck is such that it has to be able to go out and work for many, many, many hours at a time. So that is not conducive to a fully electric, but it is conducive to hybrid. We had that discussion. The one that was purchased by LA County, my understanding, and this is strictly anecdotal, was $1.2 million. We are definitely cognizant and watching as that technology, I mean, my guess is that in the next 5-ish years, there will be, for fire trucks, they fit into a category that's a little tricky because of that specific need. So a hybrid might make sense. A full electric, not so likely, I wouldn't think, in the near future. But with highway trucks, a higher likelihood of that. And it definitely is a topic of discussion that we have regularly. And actually, Doug Grant has been taking us to task on that and making sure that discussion continues. So we've considered it not yet a financial reality, and in fact, I think not really a reality, just practicality-wise yet for us. But thank you for the question, though.
Any other questions on Article 2? We have one in the front and then one in the back. Yep, if you could state your name.
Patricia Blum. I'm just wondering, I assume you broke this down per capita, how much it's going to affect the tax of each household. Do you know the cost annually per household?
Give us a few minutes. We'll try and work through that. We have presentation as the total annual cost, but we haven't broken it down as far as effect on tax rate. So why don't we take some other questions and we'll try and get back to you.
So there was in the back, yeah, Elizabeth.
Morning, Elizabeth Fox. Wondering about the longevity of fire trucks. This one seems about 14, 15 years currently. Is that the same for the upcoming one? And also you mentioned that this is one of 2 primary trucks, so when might we expect the second one to go?
So I'll actually start with the second question first. We've got a total of 8 fire apparatus. Wait a minute, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, including the car that's assigned to me. 3 of those vehicles, my car, the squad, and our brush truck, those overall are at the time they would ever need to be replaced, are very low cost vehicles, especially when we purchase off state bid, which we've started doing. We started doing that 4 or 5 years ago now. Our ladder truck, we bought secondhand however many years ago, a few years ago now. 10 years ago, Chris, thank you. And that truck will last us a very, very long time. We were fortunate to find that truck at the cost that we did. We take care of it. We keep up on the maintenance for it. And again, that truck will last us a very long time. None of us at the department ever foresee the town of Putney or the Putney Fire Department having a brand new aerial ladder unless something dramatic happens with ours and insurance pays for it. That will never be our intent, and I certainly don't foresee, again, unless something catastrophic occurs with our existing ladder, I don't foresee us even needing to talk about buying another ladder for 15, 20 years at least. The next truck in line is the tanker. We've actually changed over the last 10 years the way that truck operates. That truck now simply shuttles water. That's all it does for us, and it does it well. That truck was built, and you'll hear this term come up again shortly. That truck was built heavy, which means it's got a large motor, large transmission, large front end, large rear end, so on and so forth. And the truck was built right, for us, and that truck will last us a long time. We have absolutely no plans, again, assuming nothing catastrophic occurs, we have no plans on replacing that in the near future. The two workhorses of the department, those are the two engines. Very similar, if people will remember, about 5 years ago, our engine 2 was due for replacement. When that truck was built new, that was intentionally, by the department at the time, built again heavy. And what that means is that a heavy front end, heavy rear end, heavy transmission, big motor, so on and so forth, all the way from the tires right up through the truck. Everything was spec'd heavy duty. So what happened with that truck is we ran it for its 20-year lifespan. We took a very, very close look at it. We opted to refurb it at about a quarter of the cost of a new truck. And we're going to run that another 20 years. It's worked very, very well. Same concept with this new truck. Our goal, and what we have spec'd out thus far, is the truck will be built heavy. We'll run it 20 years, and we'll do a moderate refurb on it. Again, at that point, what we can forecast as being about a quarter of the cost of a new one.
We seem to be having some feedback issues on that mic. Yeah. Are there any other questions? Sure.
Another detail, the current truck was built light, and that's why it can't be, sorry. The current truck was built light, and that's why it's not being rebuilt. Does that?
Can I expand on that?
Yeah.
Just to expand on the reasons why. When that truck was built or new to us in 2006, we knew that it wasn't the truck that we wanted it, and we knew that it wasn't the truck that the town should have. However, our backs were against the wall. When I say our backs, I mean the department as well as the town, because we had just come off of the pool.
No, the library, the fire station.
The firehouse construction, the new water system, and a pretty significant wastewater upgrade, if I remember right. So all those things added up. The select board, and I respected their decision at the time. I understood where they were coming from. They said, you have X amount of money. Don't ask for any more. You're not going to get it. This is what you've got to get your truck. So what that forced us to do was, and we didn't have any choices at that point. We needed, our old engine 1 had to be replaced. It was dead. So at that point, what it forced us to do was get a lightly built truck. So instead of building everything heavy, this is the lightest weight stuff you can get. And along with that comes downgrades in all the wiring, all the computers, so on and so forth. So we know it just isn't going to work. Just to add on that a little bit, we did look into refurbing this truck that we've got, and honestly, the best way to have that done is for the manufacturer to do it. So that would involve our truck going down to Ocala, Florida, for a refurb. The manufacturer said, we will not do that because it's not cost effective. It makes no sense because there's nothing to work with. Everything is lightweight, everything is light duty, there's just nothing to work with. So I hope that clarified a little bit.
Are there any other questions? I don't see any.
Meg, can I go back to the answer to the question here of how it would affect tax?
Great.
This is a little bit of a round number because we don't have all the details until it happens, but be roughly an increase of $25 per $100,000 of value on your home per taxpayer. So if you own a $200,000 home, it would be an additional $50 per year that would go towards paying the bond and the interest on this. So over 10 years.
All right, so it sounds like all the questions have been answered. We're not waiting on any other answers. I don't see any other hands up. And as I mentioned, Article 2 will be decided by Australian ballot. We will now move on to Article 3 to see if the town will accept the report of the last town meeting. You can find that report in your on pages 65 going forward. Do I have a motion? Kathleen, Kathleen, what is your last name? Kathleen O'Reilly, thank you, has moved. And do we have a second? Elizabeth Christie has seconded. It has been moved and seconded for Article 3. Is there any discussion about the report? Any corrections? It looks as if we're ready to vote. All those in favor of accepting the town report, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, please indicate by saying nay. It appears that the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and Article 3, the town's report has been approved. Article 4, to hear and act upon the reports of the town officers. You can find that on pages 19 through 28. Do I have a motion for Article 4? Kathleen O'Reilly. Do I have a second? Janice Baldwin. Sorry, I don't know your name. Anyway, second, Janice Baldwin. It has been moved and seconded to hear and act upon the reports of the town officers. Are there any questions or comments? It appears that we're ready to vote, right? We've had a motion and seconded. All those in favor of the reports of the town officers, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, please indicate by saying nay. It appears that the ayes have it. And we have heard and acted upon the reports of the town officers. If you notice, I'm looking down at the front row here periodically. That's Howard Fairman, who has agreed to be the parliamentarian for this meeting.
Meg?
Yes.
Could I maybe quickly do Community Service Award?
Oh,
at this
I'm
stage?
so sorry that I forgot that.
That's
Absolutely.
okay.
Thank you very much. My apologies.
Before we move on to greater town business, wanted to make a statement about Community Service Award. This year's nominee was brought forward by Jonathan Johnson, who's our town clerk. And statement reads, the town of Putney provides a location where residents may drop off their Vermont returnable bottles and cans. The proceeds are designated for the Putney Pool. Before the bottles and cans can be picked up by the Redemption Center, they must be sorted to separate bottles and cans and to remove non-returnable items and trash that people drop in the bins. It is important that the work be performed on a regular schedule so that the bins don't overflow. The sorting work has always been done by volunteers. In the past, when the volunteers didn't show, town hall staff performed the sorting and cleanup as needed. Since last spring, our volunteer has been Julian Lavoie. Where previous volunteers would wait weeks before coming to sort, Julian comes every week. Moreover, I frequently have an email from Julian when I arrive at work on Monday morning informing of how full the bins are, he checks them on Sunday, and when he will be in to sort. Recently, Julian has taken over the responsibility of scheduling the pickup from the Redemption Center. Julian has done a great job in keeping the drop-off area clean and safe. So far this year, Julian has sorted well over 30,000 bottles and cans to the tune of $1,500 at at 5 cents apiece for 30,000 in a cheerful and capable manner. Julian's hard work and dedication makes Putney a better place to live, and the Select Board wants to say thank you by awarding Julian Lavoie the 2020 Community Service Award. So, thank you so much.
Excellent. That makes me so happy to know you're doing that work every week. Thank you. We will now move to Article 5. To elect 3 trustees.
Sorry, Meg,
Yeah.
sorry.
Okay.
Julian just notified me that only his mother calls him Julian. He really goes by Jules. And I also just want to encourage people, not that we want to make his job harder, but remember when you're taking your bottles and cans that there's an easy place to drop them in the shed behind town, in front of the shed behind Town Hall, and that no liter bottles, no water bottles, but otherwise it's all going towards the Putney Pool, so a very good cause. So thank you again.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh.
All right. We can now move to Article 5, to elect 3 trustees to the Putney Public Library Board. I believe that we have somebody who has some names. Yes, Meredith Wade.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Meredith Wade. I feel like I should face this way and not see you all.
Yeah.
I'm Meredith Wade. I'm the current chair of the library board, and I want to first say thank you to our very dedicated director and staff of the library for all they do all the time. Thank you. They work every year to identify new products and services and support for this community, for the very diverse needs of the community. And I think we really appreciate all that they do. And I also want to say thank you to the community, because it's because of all of you and to serve all of you that we exist. And feel like we're an important part of the community because of that. And the nominees who we have for trustees for 3-year terms are Kevin Champney, Amber Paris, and Rebecca Nixon.
Kevin, can you say that one more time?
Kevin Champney, Rebecca Nixon, and Amber Paris.
Amber Paris, okay. Are there any nominations from the floor? It looks like our 3 nominees are Kevin Chantley, Amber Paris, and Rebecca Nixon. I'm going to propose that we vote on them as a slate rather than running each name forward individually. So hearing no objections, we will run these names as a slate. All those in favor of Kevin Chantley, Amber Paris, and Rebecca Nixon to be the library trustees, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. It appears that the ayes have it, and those 3 members are now part of the trustees. Thank you very much for doing this. We will now move to Article 6. To see if the town will vote to exempt the Putney Gun Club from municipal and educational taxation on the improvements, appurtenances, and land off of Sand Hill Road, Lot 070339, for a period of 5 years, beginning April 1st, 2020, as authorized by 32 VSA Section 3832.7. You can find the lots that are exempted in the town report and other information on pages 63 to 64. Is there somebody who wishes to move Article 6? Kathleen O'Reilly. Do we have a second for Article 6? Alice Mays. It has been moved and seconded for Article 6. Is there somebody here who wishes to speak on behalf? Yes, and are you not a Putney resident? Could you just tell me your name? James Olmsted. Hearing no objections, I would like to invite James Olmsted to speak on Article 6.
Hi, I'm James Olmsted. I've been a resident in the area all my life. I grew up in Dummerston, just down the road.
And you can take the mic out of its stand, yes.
All right,
Thank you.
how does this sound? Better, I can hear myself now also. Just to give you a brief history, there is a little write-up in the town report, but Putney Gun Club was founded in 1951. Its purpose was to promote competitive shooting with small bore 22 caliber rifle. There was a Cheshire Wyndham Rifle League was formed with 5 teams in Cheshire County, New Hampshire, and Wyndham County, Vermont. And it's been running ever since. Excuse me. Our Rifle League runs from January to March in the wintertime. And the rest of the year, the club is pretty much not used except for perhaps, and in the past, Boy Scouts have used the range for merit badges, and hunter safety has been held there most every year for the past 10 years. Unfortunately, our shaker and leader of that has moved on. He retired, Mike Colson moved to Island Pond, and we're looking now for someone to take over and head up that program. I've got somebody I'm going to contact, and hopefully they will steer us in the right direction, get us a hunter safety instructor. Most of you probably know, but hunter safety instructors have to take a course with the Fish and Game Department in order to become certified to teach hunter safety courses. And now anyone that buys a hunting and fishing license, not a fishing license, rifle license or bow license must pass a hunter safety course. As I say, Mike moved to Island Pond. Another man, Dave Smith, he was very instrumental in the running and upkeep of the club. He unfortunately has some severe health problems now. And we're hoping to get the club moving in the right direction and have a little more activity in it. Any residents interested in improving their marksmanship, we can work out something. However, we don't want any just, as I call them, prayer and sprayers up there shooting up the rifle range. It's designed strictly for 22 caliber. The range is 50 feet long. The building is cement block. We have a steel backstop. So the noise level, you can hardly hear a shot go off when you're outside the building. The rifle bullets themselves are contained within the building, so there's no danger to the public, there's no noise. We like to say we're located right opposite the ball field on Sandy Hill Road. And the parking area is there. If there was an overflow, we wouldn't mind someone parking at the range facility. Let's see what else. I guess that about sums it briefly. So any questions? Yes.
I've supported this over the years. In fact, I brought 5 years ago up for tax exemption, and now I don't support it. And the reason I don't is, we're talking about January to March. Not many people, it's not used that much. You're not giving us any statistics on how often it's used. You haven't said how many people use it. I know the last time I heard from you all, it was that all the towns around use it. So I would like to see them chip in and pay the taxes on that and not go ahead and be tax exempt.
So I'm going to jump into this. What we heard was an argument in favor of Article 6. We've now, and then Eva Mondin gave us an argument against Article 6. I'd like to hear from other people, so if you don't mind putting the mic back into
No, I don't. I just have one thing. We are a IRS 501(c) nonprofit organization.
Great. Okay, thank you. Is there somebody else who wishes to speak in favor of Article 6? Yes.
Hi, I'm Kathleen O'Reilly, and I do want to speak in favor of it because of the hunter safety and bow certification that they offer. They plan on continuing to offer it, and right now the nearest place...
We have some feedback.
Oh.
Steve's working on it.
Is in Winooski. Closer? How's this? Okay, feel like Goldilocks. So let's see. Yeah, I want to speak in favor of it because it does provide hunter safety. It also gives people a place to come and ask questions. I know that Dave Smith was very instrumental and very warm in opening to people. He's not from Putney. Many of the people who have been involved in it are not from Putney, but the goal moving forward is to get more people involved. I spoke to Jim prior to coming here today, and I encouraged there being a board, there being open house nights, and there being an opportunity for people to just come ask questions. I mean, it's not about firearms, good or bad, it's about safety. And I am a great believer in that. So I'm in favor of it.
Great, thank you.
Okay.
Is there somebody who wishes to speak against who has not spoken? Alan Blood.
Alan Blood. Excuse me. It seems to me that in the years past when we've approved this, it's been primarily because of the hunter safety issues. And I may have misheard it, but my understanding is there is no hunter safety course happening there at the moment. They don't have an instructor. My suggestion would be that we decline their request this year, and if they have an active program next year, that we reconsider it at that point. Thank you.
Is there somebody who wishes to speak in favor of Article 6? In favor, yes. A question?
Janice Baldwin, I have a question. How much money are we talking about here?
It's in our town.
Yeah, we're trying to find it. Sorry.
Where's Jordy can answer that question?
Yeah, Jordy, are you here? Do you know that one offhand?
$87,000.
$87,000 is the value of it. That's not the. That's not what we're. So the tax implications of that
Would be the non-residential tax rate, I think 238 this year.
Jordy, can you use the mic and say your name, please?
Jordy Heller.
Thank you.
The $87,200 value would be the value based, and then the non-residential tax rate, which I think this year is $2.38 per hundred.
About $2,000, 2,070.
Yeah.
Can somebody say that with a
it's
mic?
about 2,070. You said, Alan? Yes.
Is there somebody who wishes to speak? I'm sorry, I lost track of where I was. I think Janice asked a question, so we're looking for somebody who will speak against. Is there somebody who has not spoken who wishes to speak against? I don't see any other hands up but Eva, so I'm going to say Eva can come back. Oh, I'm sorry, you. Would you like to take the mic? We have a question.
Robin Ekstrom. I just had a question for the gentleman who spoke for the gun club. How many folks are actually using it during the season of January to March currently? Thank you.
Would you mind answering that? Can you get a mic? Yep, you can come forward and get the mic.
Probably holler loud enough. No?
Besides, it's exciting. Maybe you'll get some feedback and everybody will wince.
We have 6 people on our team.
6 people on the team? And so is that the 6 people who are using it during the season?
For our home team, yes. There's also 2 other clubs that come on a rotating program for the Rifle League during the winter.
Great.
And can I ask a question, Meg?
Yeah.
And can you just comment on historically the number of hunter safety courses, the number of students? If you,
I know I wasn't involved with the program while Mike was teaching it. I think that I've heard the figure 40 thrown out, and that I'm quite sure that he had to turn away people because they just couldn't handle more than that. There is a huge demand for hunter safety, and like I say, I'm going to get together with other members, the people that help Mike run the course, and try to get a program going for this year. Yes.
And sorry, I'll need to call on. We have somebody coming forward to speak against? Oh, are you coming to ask a question? All right. I think I'm still on against, so we'll just, is there anybody who wishes to speak against? Eva?
I think it's time that this organization, what they're offering in the community, come to an end. I've never seen them advertise the hunter safety program. It's advertised in Guilford. It's advertised all around. I used to hunt. I know it's a wonderful idea, the hunter safety program. It's never been advertised in Putney. And so towns that advertise it, you can go from Putney and take it. I don't know about the Boy Scouts using it, but I don't know about the Boy Scouts either. And so I really think that it's time to lay it down. Really do. I'm the one that proposed and harassed. In fact, the guy who used to run it, he was a friend of mine, and I stood up for this whole process and harassed y'all to get nonprofit status. But it's over. I think it's over. Thank you.
And we have somebody who wants to speak in favor. Is that all right? I'm going to go to the first. Sorry.
Deb Stetson, I'm in favor of it. I believe in this day and age. All right. I think we should be supporting the gun club and the hunting program, and I think if you build it, they will come. I think we need to give them a chance to try to get it active again. It's recently been very active. There have been 40 people that have come even without advertising, as you might say. I don't know, maybe they did, but yeah, I think we should support it. And it's only $1 more in your taxes, something like that, if it's $2,000 a year. So I think it's worth it, especially in this day and age where people are going out and needing to get their own food.
Great. So I have a question from the floor. I'm sorry, from the select board.
I'm curious if we can amend, can everybody hear? I'm afraid to use this. I'm curious if we can amend this for a period of 1 year in order to give them time to kind of get it together through these transitions and come back to us and show us a new plan.
So Laura, are you amending? So the amendment, if I'm hearing you correctly, Laura, is for a period of 1 year, beginning April 1st, 2020, as authorized by 32 VSA section. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So I have an amendment, but I need to get a second. Sorry. While we have the amendment on the floor, I need to get a second. And the second is Lionel? No. I'm sorry, can you remember? Lawrence. What was the last name? Lawrence O'Neill. So it has been moved and seconded to amend Article 6. We are now discussing the amendment. Is there somebody who wishes to speak in favor of the amendment?
I'm not sure we are allowed to do that statutorily. I'm not sure we aren't. I don't know whether, Howard, that's anything you can figure for us quickly, but my recollection, and Jordy, maybe you know, that this is 3 years or 5 years typically, and maybe 1 year's acceptable, but...
Jordy Heller, a couple of years ago for Putney Cares, we did it for 1 year.
We did? Okay. That's, as long as it's statutorily allowable.
So we are now debating the amendment, which is for 1 year. Is there somebody who wishes to speak in favor of the amendment? A question?
Lisa Papazian. I guess I would like to know what voting no, or what the $2,000 would mean to the Gum Club in terms of its budget. It seems like it might kill it altogether. So I'm just wondering.
I'm going to take that as a question, even though we really are going to be deliberating the amendment, but I'm going to take that as a question. Do we have an answer? Yes.
You can take it off, but important not to point it at.
Okay. One thing I'd like to clarify that it was unclear on before, with the figure 40 I threw out, that was for 1 year's training, not total. And right now our treasury has about $1,500 in it. We have limited members. If you tax us, someone else is going to own the building, probably the town. So $75 for membership. That's for anyone.
So we're not hearing these questions, so I'm going to have to ask you, either use the mic.
Okay,
but just
the question was what a membership cost.
Okay, and the answer was?
$75.
$75. And just to remind us all, we are still deliberating the amendment. So is there somebody who wishes to speak against the amendment? Is there somebody who wishes to speak for the amendment? Robin?
Robin Ekstrom, I would just encourage the town to vote in favor of this amendment. It gives the gun club a year, which seems like a reasonable time to find somebody who's willing to take on the responsibility of teaching a course in gun safety, which I definitely feel strongly is a very good thing, hiking the woods and around here. And if at the end of that time they've been unable to take up that role, then I think it would be plenty time enough to consider terminating the tax relief for this organization at that time. Thank you.
Is there somebody who wishes to speak against the amendment? It looks like we may be able to vote on the amendment. All right, we are voting on Article 6 as amended to see if the town will vote to exempt the Putney Gun Club from municipal and educational taxation on the improvements, appurtenances, and land off of Sand Hill Road. For a period of 1 year. See, I was just the amendment. So but yeah, right, but I was reading it as amended so people at least knew what it was that we were voting on for a period of 1 year beginning April 1st, 2020. So we're just voting on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed to the amendment, please indicate by saying nay. Nay. It appears that the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and the amendment passes. We are now discussing the article as amended. Are there any questions? Is there anybody who wishes to speak in favor of the article as amended? Anybody who wishes to speak against the article as amended? It looks like we're ready to vote. We are now voting on Article 6 as amended to see if the town will vote to exempt the Putney Gun Club from municipal and educational taxation on the improvements, appurtenances, and land off of Sand Hill Road, Lot 070339 for a period of 1 year, beginning April 1st, 2020, as authorized by 32 VSA Section 3832(7). All those in favor of the article as amended, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, please indicate by saying nay. It appears the ayes have it. Article 6 passes as amended. We are now moving to Article 7. To see if the town will vote to authorize the Select Board to borrow an amount not to exceed $190,000 to purchase a dump truck for the Highway Department to be repaid by a promissory note with a term of not more than 5 years. Do we have a motion? Robin O'Neill, is it? Ekstrom. Robin Ekstrom. Do we have a second? Could you give us your name? Melanie Fletcher has seconded. Article 7 has been moved and seconded. Is there somebody here who wishes to speak on behalf of Article 7? People are looking for Brian.
Brian? Brian's not here. Okay, so I'll speak a little bit to it. This is the, as per our capital plan that we talked about earlier, this is the sort of regular rotation of a truck being rotated out after 10 years. Experience has shown us that the 10-year ballpark tends to be a marker for when maintenance costs start to increase, also tends to be a marker for when turn-in value starts to drop off pretty quickly. Again, I will just say that given the discussion from earlier about capital planning, that it has been a topic of discussion amongst the Select Board as to whether we are going to continue in this vein of borrowing for vehicles at 10-year increments, whether we can look at different ways of modeling that as far as either holding on to vehicles longer and or financing them differently or putting aside reserve funds for them. So, but again, it's sort of replacement. I don't remember which. It's for the replacement of number 5, I think. But it's replacing a Mack truck, which I believe is the 2010 Mack, which I believe is the last. We've gone mostly over to Western Star for a couple reasons. The dealership is right here, and we've gotten good value out of them and had excellent service, and it's right nearby to get servicing, which is a benefit to us. I believe this is our last Mack, and we will be, if we go ahead with this purchase as proposed, it would be a Western Star to replace it also. So our whole fleet would then be Western Star vehicles.
Does anybody have any questions? Yes.
Gail Haynes, and my question would be the one that was raised earlier about, you spoke of trying to think about energy efficiency and things, and I consider energy efficiency both the use of the energy, but also this question that you said you're thinking about of how to keep things alive longer in this motorized world.
Do we have an answer?
So what you're referring to is the embodied energy that goes into the construction of a vehicle. And these are vehicles that when we sell them, they go on to further use elsewhere. So it's not like that truck is getting thrown away. And I'm not trying to sort of explain that away, but just a fact related to that is they don't just disappear. They do often get bought by smaller or less used operators who use them less and are less dependent on them on a regular basis. But in the same vein as the conversation before, we're keeping our eye on the availability and price point of potential fossil fuel replacement vehicles, not yet a reality for us as far as that's concerned. All of these vehicles that we consider, and this was part of a discussion we had the other night, they are all governed by federal emissions laws. So they are the cleanest vehicles that are readily available to us within those constraints. And Vermont is a little bit lax on that, but it's mostly governed by federal. So they're as clean as we can get. I think, sorry, I can't. Boy, I really don't have an answer to that one for you. Sort of scarily low would be my guess, just because they're surprisingly large vehicles working hard. And then also, as we all know from our own practical use, when they're doing stop and go and short trips, it also goes up. So, you know, we could probably sort of figure that out based on our annual usage of fuel, but we haven't looked at that. So, you want to comment, David?
I wanted to ask.
Microphone.
Sorry. I wanted to ask Karen something about the program to replace trucks. This truck, we're heading to a time when the
10
trucks,
years.
10 years, okay. So we're heading towards a period of time, my understanding is that we won't be replacing another truck next year or the year after. We're actually heading to a window. I thought maybe you could speak to that. Thank you.
I believe our next replacement of a truck is 2023, I think. 2013 was probably.
It is 2023, right?
Is when another one would come back up
Yes.
for replacement. Yeah.
Yeah, because the grader and the backhoe, our final payments will be in fiscal year '21. So those are going to go off in '22. And then, yeah, we're going to need another dump truck at that point in '23. So the way the cycle is, because of debt service, because we're borrowing, we're trying to look ahead to see if it makes more sense to possibly buy it outright. But we got a plan for that, and it's going to be about timing. So, but the future is looking a little bit better, where we're going to be seeing some things drop off, and that includes the fire station, like in 2027. So, as Josh pointed out, though, the rates are so low right now that we're still taking advantage of that.
Are there any other questions? Would somebody wish to speak against Article 7? It looks like we may be ready to move to a vote. We've heard some we've heard somebody speak in favor. We've had questions answered. I think that yes?
It's Alan Blood again. We're doing the fire truck by Australian ballot and this one by a vote here. Is that just because of the size of the amount?
It's partly the size. It's also we're going to bond for the fire truck, so it's a requirement that it's by Australian ballot. That's partly because the rates were so favorable on that.
So bond means it goes through the state system,
municipal bond
otherwise we're just
system.
borrowing from a bank?
Exactly.
Right.
And it's less expensive. We explored that for the fire truck, and it's less expensive for us to do it through the bond system, but it's a cumbersome process for one, and also I believe they don't offer 5-year bonds, is that correct? So it would draw, I might be wrong about that, but this is a 10-year bond that we're looking at. I think that's the shortest bond they offer, isn't it?
For the fire truck?
I don't think they offer bonds for less than 10 years.
No, they can do a 5-year
Oh, they can.
bond too, but the process is tedious, and you would have to have Australian vote, 2 public meetings. So for the 190,000, we can go to a bank and get a pretty good rate.
Are there any other questions about Article 7? It looks like, oh, we have one right here.
Lawrence O'Neill. You said for the truck, we would be going to a bank for a rate, and we've talked about the bond rate being 1 point something.
4 or 5.
1 point. What's the differential there? What's the difference? I mean, it's our money we're spending.
Yeah.
If it's cheaper to go to a bond, how much more expensive is it to go to a bank?
Banks usually we can get between 2.5 to 3. It depends. It depends on who we look at, but we do go out to like 4 or 5 different banks. So we'll go with the lowest rate. But at 1.45 also, let me just check one thing, Larry, okay?
For example, in exploring the fire truck option, Lawrence, we were offered rates about 3% from banks. So it hovers, you know. The other thing is that 1.45% is not guaranteed, as I said. So, you know, that as the Australian ballot states, it's at a rate of up to 2%. We sort of basically figured that was kind of the cutoff where we felt we were likely to get a bond issued, and or where the cumbersome aspects of financing through the bond bank, and it entails expenses too. We have to have legal counsel when we go to the bond bank, et cetera. So I don't have the math on that as far as this truck is concerned, but the thinking was that we were likely to just not realize a whole lot of savings for a short-term low-interest bond or a short-term low-interest bank loan on a borrowing of this size.
Larry, I did request that information too from Vermont Municipal Bond Bank, you know, on 190,000, and I have it in an email, so I will forward that information to you. And I don't remember what the rate was, but I think it was higher than the 1.45%.
As it would be for a shorter term bond.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Does that answer your questions for now? And right. Are there any other questions? Is there anybody who wishes to speak against Article 7? It appears that we may be able to move towards a vote. We are now, yes? A question?
My name is Amanda Perez. So this is related with this truck and the purchase of the fire truck, which is separate, but it seems like there's a capital plan for replacing vehicles with new vehicles, and that there seems to be a plan in place that is requiring the board to replace these things on this specific timeline. And then there also seems to be the question that you're holding in the back of your mind about changing that plan. Yep, because maybe to get some more longevity out of the vehicles and things like that. Yet we seem to be moving forward with the plan without looking at that. And so I'm wondering, what is the board's timeline for looking at those plans that are driving these mandates for buying new vehicles?
Is there somebody who can answer Amanda's question?
Well, I can't answer the question of what the timeline is, but we've been talking about it a lot. I know I think it's part of a bigger question. I think the town of Putney and the people in it have gotten used to a really high level of services, and our taxes are really high. I know I pay a ton of taxes, so I'm wearing two hats right now. I'm on the select board, and I'm a taxpayer. And I wish Brian was here and he could speak to the condition of that truck so we could more accurately assess whether or not we actually need one right now, because I drive a 94 Toyota pickup with over 300,000 miles, and I haven't made payments on it in a really long time. So I'm in favor of keeping everything as long as we possibly can until the maintenance and repairs are less than what it's going to take to replace it. But that's going to require people being okay with their roads not being plowed right now if one of the trucks goes down and they don't get their road plowed for some hours, or it doesn't get sanded, which I'm fine with, but I'm not sure everybody else is. So we're looking at that. How is it going to work? How long is it going to take for us to save money to be able to outright buy a fire truck or outright buy the next replacement town truck? I don't know. It certainly would require the budget to stay the same, and whatever money we spent towards payments would go into a capital fund. And like Josh says, we're not making any money really. We can't really invest it in a way where we make very much money, but my opinion is I would lean in that direction. But like I said, I wish Brian was here to talk about the condition of that truck so he could answer those questions. I don't know what the timeline is for changing that. I know I think about it every day.
I would say the timeline from my perspective would be, as we just mentioned, the next truck coming up in line for replacement is 2023. So that gives us a 3-year window to look at, and that's also probably a reasonable window, as we were talking before about interest rates. You know, just looking at sort of the financial picture right now, it doesn't appear they're going to jump right away, and in fact may decrease for a period of time in the short run, but in a 3-year window they might well start climbing back up. So I guess I would propose that as a timeline, that within the next 3 years we're looking at this. You know, as David pointed out, and I've said this in the past too, we can make that choice to have potentially less services for less money. That's a voter choice, and I don't think anybody opposes that on this board, or probably anybody in town, but it's also a reality that we've come to be used to. I mean, you know, as soon as a road isn't sanded, we start getting phone calls. So, you know, that there's a balance there for us as to what we do. The reality, I mean, there's two components in my view of the thinking behind why we replace trucks on the timeline that we do. One is their trade-in value, and two is their dependability. You know, could we extend that to 12 or 15 years and not suffer dramatically in that realm? I'm sure the dealerships would tell us no, but you know, that's something we could experiment with, and maybe that would make sense for us to experiment with. Is that going to save us a fortune? No, but it will shave down the expenses on a capital plan. So I would say a 3-year window to look at that and see before we come before you with another truck is probably realistic.
Is there anybody who wishes to speak against Article 7? Then it looks like we may be ready to go to a vote. We are now voting on Article 7 to see if the town will vote to authorize the Select Board to borrow an amount not to exceed $190,000 to purchase a dump truck for the Highway Department to be repaid by a promissory note with a term of not more than 5 years. All those in favor of Article 7, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please indicate by saying nay.
Nay.
It appears that the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and Article 7 passes. It's now 5 of noon. It might be time to take a break, I'm thinking, for lunch. If everyone's all right, I propose that we take a 45-minute recess. We are returning to Town Meeting 2020. Maybe once again we could just introduce who is on the stage.
Okay.
just because if they start to hear official voices, they may return. Karen, would you mind introducing yourself once again? I was just going to go down and ask people to reintroduce themselves.
Oh, yes.
Karen Astley, Town Manager.
Josh Laughlin, Select Board Chair.
Laura Chapman, Select Board Vice Chair.
David Babbitt, Select Board Clerk.
And to my left, we have Kim Monroe, who is Assistant Town Clerk. I'm Meg Mott. I'm the moderator.
We're going to need to get them to shut up right there.
Okay, we're going to begin with Article 8 to see if the town will vote to authorize the Select Board to borrow an amount not to exceed $103,000 to install a new vehicle exhaust system for 13 emergency vehicles located at the fire department to be repaid by a promissory note with a term of not more than 5 years. Do we have a motion? Alan Blood. Do we have a second? Alice Mays. It has been moved and seconded, Article 8. I gather there may be a amendment?
There is.
What is your amendment?
Actually, can you maybe you can't because you're not a resident.
Right.
So, sorry.
Right here.
Okay.
So we're waiting to hear what the amendment is to Article 8.
The amendment, Article 8, to see if the town will vote to authorize the Select Board to borrow an amount not to exceed $103,000 to install a new vehicle exhaust system for 8, it should read 8, not 13, emergency vehicles located at the fire department to be paid.
Do we have a second for the amendment? The second is Alan Blood. It has been moved and seconded, and we are now discussing the amendment. Would somebody like to speak on behalf of the amendment?
Tom?
Well, it was just a mistake. We had it as 13. I mean, the way these systems work is that there's basically a central exhaust fan unit, and then they have what are called drop downs, which are pipes that come down and plug onto the exhaust systems of the vehicles. And we don't need 13, so that might be excessive.
That was my error.
But we do need 8, and that will improve safety in the fire department dramatically for all of the folks who work there, spend time there.
Does anyone wish to speak against the amendment? It looks like we may be, yes? We have a question or a speaking against? I don't know where our microphone went, the stand. It's right here. Do we know where it is?
Right here.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you to Steve Voorhees for providing sound year after year after year. Thank you very much. And for coming up with a solution now that we don't have runners. Yeah. Things have changed, people. It's 2020. It's not on, but Steve seems to be working at the back. Can we try it now, Steve? Oh,
Yes.
Yep, it works. Okay.
Yeah. I just wanted to say the two reasons for the, I wasn't able to get the microphones running, but I've been worried about microphones being passed around as a vector. We do have handy wipes here if you're concerned about touching surfaces. It is flu season. It's not just the Coriolis virus that we have to worry about. And these are things that I hadn't really thought about until 2 mornings ago, and I woke up, what about the, and I was listening to the news, and I started, maybe I should be a little bit more conscious. So anyway, you don't have to touch this, but if you are willing to and pick it out, if you're tall, as I am not, you may take it out. Handy wipes there if you want to.
Thank you.
Okay.
Put the debris on the chair.
So the debris from the handy wipes should just go on the chair next to the handy wipes. Okay. So we're discussing the amendment, and we have a question or comment?
Yes,
Question.
I'm Kate Dodge. I'm just wondering if it's 8 instead of 13, does that bring the price down?
No.
No.
No, it was just a mistake on the.
Okay. Darn.
Yes. And the other thing I'll say, just so people know, one of the discussions that came up when we were talking about this was whether there was grant money available towards this. And the answer is no, there is not grant money, but we did explore it. But Tom is fairly confident that because the state of Vermont houses a hazmat response vehicle in our department, that the state is likely to contribute the cost of one of those drops for us as we go forward.
So we're still discussing the amendment. Is there anyone who wishes to speak against the amendment? It looks like we may be ready to vote on the amendment. Yes, Robin. Question? We'll take that to the mic.
Robin Ekstrom.
Why does that happen? I never understand.
Okay.
Gun shy?
Did you hear that, David?
I just wondered what the existing system is. Thank you.
As it is right now, we have, I believe, 3 fans, Tom, that are mounted basically just as fans for the whole space that get turned on as exhaust fans. Not really a system. Something that is better than nothing, I guess, but really doesn't remove specifically exhaust. It just pulls out all the air. It's expensive to run something like that because it cools the whole place down. The idea of these is that they really pick it up right at the source and take it right out.
So I'm going to say, yes, let's resolve the amendment issue, and then we can have a broader discussion. So I'm going to say, are we ready to vote on the amendment? All those in favor of the amendment, which is inserting 8 where it did say 13, all those in favor of changing the language to 8 emergency vehicles, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please indicate by saying nay. It appears that the ayes have it and the amendment passes. We are now discussing Article 8 as amended. Are there any questions or comments about Article 8 as amended? Yes.
Alan Blood. I just need a clearer picture of the purpose. My understanding so far is this is so they can run the vehicles inside without asphyxiating themselves.
Correct.
And they really need to run the vehicles inside.
Well, the way the system I designed, in a variety of instances, yes, for maintenance purposes, particularly in winter. I mean, you don't want to take one of those vehicles out, park it outside in the winter and run it. But also the way, I believe, Tom, this has automatic drops, is that right? So that essentially it's connected to the vehicle at all times. You start the vehicle, and as you pull out, it automatically sort of spits the tube off the exhaust, so that you're really minimizing as much as you possibly can. Because as you know, I mean, if not all of them, almost all of them are diesel vehicles, and even just starting a diesel with an engine that size in that space. And Tom did some non-scientific research by placing gear out and keeping an eye on the volume of particulate that was adding up on it, and it's not good. And the data is very clear that this is very helpful in keeping interior spaces, but also from a maintenance issue, just the ability to do maintenance on the vehicles and run them inside is important in the winter. So,
do we have any other questions about Article 8? I don't know if we actually had somebody speak on behalf of Article 8. We moved quickly into the amendment. Is there somebody who wishes to speak on behalf of Article 8?
I would just say that from safety of our public safety personnel, this is an important thing for us to do. You know, again, when you start those engines up in that enclosed space, it's not good for anybody. I think that it's a relatively small price to pay to keep the environment for the firefighters and emergency medical folks to have a cleaner environment inside the station.
Is there anybody who wishes to speak against Article 8? The motion on the table has happened. It was moved and seconded, and then it was amended. Thank you for that question, though. Is there anybody who wishes to speak against Article 8 as amended? It looks as if we are ready to move to a vote. We are now voting on Article 8 as amended. I will read it. To see if the town will vote to authorize the Select Board to borrow an amount not to exceed $103,000 to install a new vehicle exhaust system for 8 emergency vehicles located at the fire department to be repaid by a promissory note with a term of not more than 5 years. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please indicate by saying nay. It appears that the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and Article 8 passes. We are now moving on to Article 9, to see if the town will vote to authorize the establishment of a gravel pit blasting reserve fund to be used for payment of blasting-related services and equipment at the jointly owned gravel extraction site in Dummerston, Vermont. Do we have a motion?
So moved. Josh.
Do we have a second? Melody. I should know your name. Sorry. Do you have her last name? It has been moved and seconded with Article 9. Does anybody wish to speak on behalf of Article 9?
Do you want to address it, Karen? No? Okay. Either of you guys want to talk to this one? Basically, it's going to cost us in the realm of $60,000 every 3 years. Is that right? Per town. I don't have that number in front of me, but I believe we're looking at. Well, this is the total for the 2 towns over.
No.
That's ours over how many years?
5.
In a 5-year period, every 5 years, we will be looking at roughly $90,000 in expenditure for blasting purposes, and that is the town of Dummerston would also be paying that equal amount, so $180,000 every 5 years in order to basically remove the amount of ledge product we need to allow it to be processed for our needs for road work. So this is just a way to, instead of having a $90,000 whack every 5 years,
Right.
put in $18,000 a year into a reserve fund in order to prepare for that.
Do we have any questions? Does anybody wish? Any questions? Yes, in the back. Let's see.
Hi, Lisa Papazian. I'm just wondering how many years we expect to have in the gravel pit with the blasting schedule.
Yeah, a lot. 30 plus years. I mean, the break where we start to come out ahead is where we currently get our sand from, which is the Carpenter Pit. When we retire the Carpenter Pit, then we will stop paying out as much money for gravel-related product. I mean, that's sand, not gravel. But at that point, our payment decreases because it doesn't decrease, but we're paying, instead of paying it for sand to an independent private owner, we're paying it into our own system. But we anticipate at least 30 years. That's a conservative estimate. Depending on how we use ledge product and availability of other sand, it's very hard to define exactly the parameters of the stone within the gravel pit. But we actually think probably if we do it well and we're able to lower the pit floor in the future, which is an amendment of Act 250, we're probably looking at more like 50 to 60 years of use from the gravel pit. So blasting would be, we won't do that any more than we have to, but we're assuming that we'll need blast product every 5 years.
Are there other questions? I think Lawrence, did you have your hand? You're fine. Eva.
Yes.
I'd like to thank the select board for bringing the idea of buying that gravel pit, which there was a lot of discussion about at town meeting, was brilliant, and all around the towns are suffering now. In Westminster, there was a major fight. They don't know what to do. So I want to thank you all for the good work you put and the way you educated us about getting that gravel pit from Renos with Dummerston. So thank you all.
We hope that it will be a wise investment.
It will be.
Are there any other questions about Article 9 on the gravel pit? Is there anybody who wishes to speak against Article 9? It looks like we may be heading towards a vote. We are now voting. Oh, Elizabeth, did you have a question or no? All right, so we are going to vote on Article 9 to see if the town will vote to authorize the establishment of a gravel pit blasting reserve fund to be used for payment of blasting-related services and equipment at the jointly owned gravel extraction site in Dummerston, Vermont. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please indicate by saying nay. It appears that the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and Article 9 passes. We are now moving on to Article 10. To see if the town will vote to transfer $18,000 from the highway capital budget to the gravel pit blasting reserve fund, if established by Article 9. It appears that that language is true. Do I have a motion? Lawrence. Do we have a second? Melody. Article 10 has been moved and seconded. We are now discussing Article 10. Does somebody wish to speak in favor of it?
I will just comment that, as is sort of implied, but just so it's completely clear, the establishment of a reserve fund means that that money can only be used for the purpose that it's designated for. So that was the reason we have two articles, is one, to establish that we are going to have that fund. Two is to put some money into it so it actually has money to be spent on that purpose.
Okay, do we have any questions? Yes.
Alan Blood, can you just explain why this is a good source of the money from the capital fund rather than raising new money or taking it from somewhere else, taking it from the highway capital budget?
Does anybody have an answer for Alan?
Very basically, we had somewhat of a highway surplus last year, so it's money that's available to us without taking it from elsewhere where it would add to taxes. So that's about it.
Does that answer your question? Yeah. Do we have any other questions with respect to Article 10? Does anybody wish to speak against Article 10? It looks as if we're about to vote on Article 10. We are now voting on Article 10 to see if the town will vote to transfer $18,000 from the highway capital budget to the gravel pit blasting reserve fund, if established by Article 9. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please indicate by saying nay. It appears that the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and Article 10 passes. We are now moving to Article 11. to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $1,415,587 to defray its expenses and liabilities for the town general fund, ensuing fiscal year July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2021. You can find that information on pages 46 to 47 in your town report. Do we have a motion? Do we have a motion? Melody's motion. Do we have a second? Janice Baldwin, second. It has been moved and seconded on Article 11. Would somebody now speak on behalf of Article 11?
I just want a point of clarification. This does not include, if Article 2 is approved by Australian ballot, it does not include a payment towards that bond. That is because the way the cycle of bond funding works in the state, we would not have a payment due on that until fiscal 21-22. But it does include the $103,000 that we voted on in Article 8, which, yes.
Are there any questions? Eva?
Sorry. This must be added to afterwards, I think.
Turn to page 46, yes?
Once again, I question why CERVA, or whatever it's called, if you look down on page 46, Intergovernmental Agency Assessment, and then you look across the way at, let me see, not across the way, where, yeah. Where are the, I didn't bring my glasses up here. The money that's spent for community projects, what's it called?
CEVEDS.
Yeah, no, but in comparison to what the community center gets or the food shelf gets, why is it that they get so much more money and they don't draw money from all the towns around? They do a few towns, but not all the towns that they serve. And it used to be, it was in the articles, and then last year it popped up here stated as a permanent kind of, let's give them 8,000. No, let's don't give them 8,000. Let's give them half that or less. If those organizations in the community should have the 8,000. I mean, I'm totally opposed to this. I was last year and I carried on for half an hour. I want to sit down now. But think about it, folks.
Eva, do you want to make an amendment?
Yes, thank you for your help. I'd like to make an amendment that we cut that in half.
So we're now, if everyone is looking at page 46.
Sorry.
I just want to make sure that we follow this through, and it needs a second as well. So, so the amount that is currently listed there is $8,106.
Yes.
Is that correct? And so, Eva, would your amendment then be for $4,053? Is that correct, Eva?
Sounds good to me. My glasses are back there.
Yeah, sorry, we're having to do this. So
okay.
We have an amendment on the floor. Do we have a second? Janice Baldwin has seconded Eva's amendment. We are now discussing the amendment, and that would reduce the overall amount by $4,053.
This is not to be confused with SEFCA. This is another organization that bloomed some years ago, and I question their ability to do the job they claim they're doing.
So we have the amendment on the floor. Is there somebody who, and Eva just spoke in favor of the amendment, is there somebody who wishes to speak against the amendment? We got a second. Yes, and I think it was Janice Baldwin. So we are discussing the amendment which would reduce the overall budget by $4,053, and this is by cutting in half the CEVEDS appropriation.
Can I make a suggestion, Meg? It seems to me that it would be appropriate to have a discussion about CEVEDs and the service they provide before we have a discussion about an amendment, because otherwise if we amend it and then have a discussion, so my recommendation would be we table the amendment, have a discussion about CEVEDs, the organization, and why we contribute money to them, and then we go back to the amendment.
I'm not sure we can table, because we have our amendment on the floor and it's seconded. I'm going to refer to the parliamentarian Howard Fairman. Do you need to go to the mic, Howard?
Probably not. Discussion is in order. The discussion we proposed is in order as part of the discussion of the amendment.
Okay, that's the other way we can do it. I just think it would not do service to the greater discussion of the article if we amend it without there being discussion about the article itself. So as long as the moderator applies that.
Yeah, so what I'm suggesting is we are now deliberating on the amendment. As part of the deliberation against the amendment, a person could argue in favor of the full amount for CEVED. So I think that the amending process will allow for the kind of conversation we want to have. I have a hand from the select board.
I would like to hear from Karen Astley, our town manager, on what services CEVED does provide to us and how useful she has or has not found them over her tenure with us.
Well, I can answer. They're a great resource for our office. I thought there was going to be somebody
There is,
from
RT.
Would you like to?
And RT, am I saying your name correctly? Yes. RT, and you're not a Putney resident? Correct. Well, hearing no objections, I am going to allow RT to answer that question about what are the services that CEVEDs applies. Yeah, but Alan Blood is asking to go back to Karen. If you could fill out the information and then...
Sure. So again, I reach out to CEVEDs along with BDCC, and they're very instrumental with economic development and also placing kids into work programs. Being up here for my second year, I've heard from folks in town where both organizations have helped them tremendously. So new businesses, small businesses, this is the type of resource that we can tap into. And any $100, it is, a lot of money, but the payback's going to be even greater. So whenever I have a question or I need something, I pick up the phone and they're right there. And I also recommend property owners with businesses, vacant buildings, to contact them directly and work with them, because they can support them with grant money and other businesses to possibly come into Putney. So they are a good resource.
Because I had asked, hearing no objections to inviting RT in, I want to make sure, Alan, was that an objection to inviting him in, or are you? Timing-wise, okay. So if I hear no objections, then Artie, if you wish to come forward to the mic to describe your work.
Thank you. Hi, folks. I see some familiar faces. It's good to see you. I want to start by thanking the Select Board for the good work they do throughout the year, for the moderator and the town manager. My name is R.T. Brown, and I'm here to talk about the organization Southeastern Vermont Economic Development Strategies, or CEVEDS. So CEVEDS leads with strategy and insights. It's an organization made up of volunteers who serve on a board, and it's charged with creating the region's economic development roadmap. And it's a federally approved document called a Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy, or CEDS. We love our acronyms, so if I use one, please stop me. So the SEDS is created through a series of public information sessions, and that helps inform its strategies, goals, and objectives. SEVEDS then contracts with the BDCC, or the Brattleboro Development Credit Corporation, to operationally fulfill those objectives and strategies by developing and building programs, and then going out and seeking funding for those programs. So that's why I'm here today. SEVEDS requests municipal dollars and uses them as leverage to gain more funding from state and federal sources to extend the impact. So why $3? So we request that $8,100 comes from a $3 per registered voter request. To be honest, this is my 4th year being here. I think early on the organization didn't quite know what to ask. But now we're a bit more mature, and through modeling, we have come to understand that $3, it's like the cost of a breakfast sandwich and a coffee. It's really a sweet spot, because we take that $3 and we leverage it and get, we quadruple it, really. So anything less than $3, we're not as able to extend our impact. Anything more is probably just too much. The focus is regional. For example, around 700 people leave the town of Putney every day to go to work. People need employment opportunities so they can pay their bills. They need to be able to put food on the table. They need to pay taxes. They need to be able to go to the general store. They need to be able to patron anecdote books, and to support the other dearly regarded human service organizations that support the town. Meaningful work in the region is paramount. We have programs in the high schools that help kids understand what opportunities are here. We help them with resume writing, mock interviews, and help them understand the skills that are needed to work at some of the region's employers. Since September, there have been 10 field trips, dozens of classes, and work with 300 individual students. That program is a perfect example of how municipal funds are leveraged to build a program. Our internship helps connect college-enrolled students or recent graduates with paid internship programs. My area of focus happens to be entrepreneurship and small business development services. And we have a program that helps bring training and professional development to town leaders and nonprofits. On Saturday, I was in Westminster. They elected to reduce the funding. I'm a little bolder. I'm a little older. I'll tell you that the result of that, the reason why that happened is somebody stood up and, I would say, mischaracterized our work, our level of engagement. And I was sitting next to Christy, my colleague, who does that work, and she literally started to shake. And in this type of setting, it's very difficult to refute that kind of information that's put out there. So they elected not to fund us. Last night, I was in Rockingham. SEVEDS was funded fully, and today, as far as we know, as far as I know so far today, Newfane, Londonderry, Guilford, Weston, and Grafton have approved full funding for SEVEDS. So that comes to about, last year it was about 75% of the region has supported the work. So previously I mentioned, providing support by building vibrancy in businesses. Oftentimes people need sort of a dollar for dollar understanding of what's the impact for Putney. So this year alone, our projects have provided grants to businesses. It's associated with a revolving loan program. One of them is the Putney General Store. So Mike is here. Not to put him on the spot, but he'd be happy to talk about what we've done to support that transition. But total in grant technical assistance dollars was $6,500. So we're asking for $8,100. We put $6,500 back to area businesses. And then that doesn't even include my time with business advising or the tools that I provide to businesses. So if I look at that, we're probably easily at the ask that we're making today. Towns can't do this alone. The good people behind me have a bunch of things to do and to think about. Economic development may come up from time to time, but that's not their primary job, and that's the role of CEVEDS. It's similar to the Wyndham Regional Commission. It's been funded by municipalities for decades. So I want to wrap up by quoting somebody at the Westminster Town Meeting. And the quote is, "There's only one county in the state, Chittenden County, where births exceed deaths. We are losing population. We must do work to at least maintain where we are now. We must attract millennials who are looking to move out of cities. We must attract new Americans. We must help businesses so that residents can pursue opportunities to positively impact their lives, to pay local taxes, and we must do the work in our schools so that young folk know opportunities for good paying, truly interesting jobs do exist in the region." So thank you for your time. I'm happy to respond to any questions when and if appropriate, and Mike is also here to talk about his experience with us.
Okay, thank you. So that was hearing against the amendment. Is there somebody who wishes to speak in favor of the amendment? So that was against the amendment. The amendment is to reduce the amount paying to CEVEDS by $4,053. Is there somebody who wishes to speak in favor of the amendment? It looks like we may be ready to vote on the amendment. Mike Mrowicki, yes. Can you go to the mic, please? I can't hear what you're saying.
Mike, do you still live in Putney? Do you need to be invited into this part? Do you still live in? I did. Okay, sorry.
This is called like after lunch, everybody's being the
You were sitting over there, so I wondered why.
Okay, Mike, we're focusing on you.
So, you live in Montpelier now, don't you, Mike?
Just to...
Sorry.
I'm not going to argue how much we should give them or not, but I do want to share that there's a lot of work that they do that's valid, and one of the things that was brought up was the idea of economic development. We're one of the few small villages now that still has a village center. And it's some of the work of CEVEDS and BDCC is why it's happening. The other piece that I want to add is looking ahead to what they're trying to do. Now, many of you are aware of the Community Asylum Seeker Project. This is a group started by Steve and Laurel Green to help people get out of the detention centers on the border. And they need sponsors. And what CASP does is it brings people, finds sponsors, and raises the money. Why this is getting to be an involvement of CEVEDS is we need workers in Vermont. We need population. And we're looking to try and create a collaboration so we can bring people, new Americans, skilled people, people ready to work to Vermont and get them out of the detention centers, what they call the refrigerators. This is a project that's happening now that CEVEDS is putting themselves into, first of all, because it's the right thing and there's some economic benefits that can accrue out of it. So that's just another thing. They do some good work here. I'm not going to argue one way or another how much you want to fund them, but I think it's a good idea for us to fund them.
Okay, so that was another against the amendment. Is there somebody who wishes to speak for the amendment, or yes, or has a question? Yes, a question.
So this is listed under BDC.
Can you just say your name again?
Oh,
Sorry.
I'm sorry, Kate Dodge.
Thank you.
It's listed on our annual report under BDCC rather than CEVEDS.
No.
No?
No.
That's what it looked like to me.
No.
Page
46.
What about 54?
It's a line item. 54 is probably the social services budget, I guess.
Yeah, but if you look at their annual, report, I get it. But their report on page, 35,
says Brattleboro Development Credit Corporation, right here.
Right.
They're affiliated with one another.
Well, here's the question is, so is this money going through BDCC? Is that why, or does it go directly to CEVEDS? I'm not sure I understand that. And the reason I'm asking that is that we as Putney Mountain Winery have been very much helped by BDCC before CEVEDS existed. So my guess is that some of that has gone into CEVEDS. I'm not sure we'd be in existence without them.
Is it all right if he comes forward to answer that question? Yes.
Thank you for the question. And the relationship is confusing. So CEVEDS has a board but no staff. It's a volunteer board and contracts with the BDCC, I think I said earlier, to operationally fulfill those goals and objectives. So CEVEDS sort of sets the roadmap. BDCC then says, okay, well, we need to develop this program and this program and this program. So all the activities pretty much at the BDCC have been are informed and steered by the work of CEVEDS.
Okay, great. Is there anybody who wishes to speak in favor of the amendment? In favor of the amendment? No. Do you have a question? Sally.
Hi, my name's Sally Fletcher. I've lived here for like 15 years, and I understand that CEVEDS and BDCC are really looking to like bring young people into Vermont, which I totally support, and I get that they're working with like kids who are like about to enter the workforce, but I'm just kind of wondering what supports that like corporation or whatever and Putney as a whole are really like offering to young people who are already in the workforce, because it seems a little silly to me to be like trying to draw people from outside when Vermont is losing a lot of its young people because these opportunities aren't really being made to us.
Would you like to answer that question? Great.
Yeah, I think I neglected to mention one of our programs. It's the Young Professionals Organization. So my colleague who runs that likes to say, you know, you may have a bunch of friends, but if you don't have a job, you're probably not going to stay. Or if you have a job, but you don't have any friends, it's probably not likely that you're going to stay. So the Young Professionals Organization sort of combines that professional aspect along with the social aspect. There's a gala that's coming up in early April. I recommend that you go. There's like 300 people that go every year, and I'm amazed when I go because I look around and say, where did all these young folks come from? So, you know, we young professionals do practical workshops, like, and there was one in Putney, I think a home buying seminar, but then they do every month a social thing throughout the region. So we do have activity. You know, the high schools, the program in the high schools is really to try to connect students that, whether they're leaving for college or not leaving for college, you know, we just want them to know that there are really interesting jobs here. If you're an engineer, a mechanical engineer, a chemical engineer, those jobs exist here, but oftentimes people don't understand it and understand that they exist. So that's hopefully answering the question about how we serve the folks that are here.
RT, can I ask you to just clarify, if somebody who was in Sally's position was looking for assistance from you, did she contact you directly? How would that work?
She could contact me, and I would connect her with my colleague Sarah Lang, who runs the Young Professionals Organization.
So young individuals are able to contact CEVEDS directly if they need individual help. Thank you.
Okay, we're discussing the amendment. Is there anybody who wants to speak in favor of the amendment? Maybe we're ready to vote on the amendment. This is just going to take a little bit of math on my part. The amendment would reduce the amount to be raised and appropriated from what's stated right now, 1,415,587, and we would need to subtract 4,053. My math tells me that the amendment would drop the number to 1,411,534. Does that math correct? Okay. So we're going to vote on the amendment now, which would now, I'm going to read it as the amended article. So I'm going to read the article with the change. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $1,411,534 to defray its expenses and liabilities for the town general fund ensuing fiscal year July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2021. All those in favor of the amendment, please indicate by saying aye. All those opposed, please indicate by saying nay.
Nay.
It appears that the nays have it. The nays have it, and the amendment does not pass. We are now going back to Article 11 to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $1,415,587 to defray its expenses and liabilities for the town general fund ensuing fiscal year July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2021. We have moved and seconded that, so we're fine on that score. Do we have anybody who wishes to speak to this motion? Article 11. Lawrence.
Lawrence O'Neill, I have a question with regard to the general fund notes. It is unclear to me what reflects increase, open parentheses, Tom Goddard, close parentheses, elimination of 80 hours per year compensation time. We're increasing the elimination of something?
And that is on page 47 of the town report?
47, mid-page under general fund. Doesn't make sense to me.
Is there anybody here who can answer Lawrence's question?
I can clarify that for you, Lawrence. So Tom is a salary employee, and so any overtime was being compensated, and he could only earn up to 80 hours per year for compensation. So the amount of hours that Tom actually puts in, there's no way he was using the compensation, nor was he able to use his vacation time that he was accruing. So we took the 80 hours at his hourly rate and we put it into his salary. So he is no longer accruing 80 hours a year. The other thing with that accrual for the compensation time, he was going to have to use that by the end of the year or he would have lost it. So it actually didn't make sense for him to be doing that.
Does that make that clear? So essentially what we had was a budget item that allowed us to pay Tom for 80 hours of comp time.
Correct.
We eliminated that part of the budget and just added that number to his salary line item. So you're right, the wording is awkward, but it's actually accurate that it does reflect elimination of 80 hours, but that relates to an increase in salary. Is the net effect zero? Because we've increased the salary line items as well. So
right. So it's $2,180.
Is what we eliminated?
Yes. No.
That's what we added to his salary.
Correct.
Correct. So is it actually zero? I'm not sure, but that's the thought behind it. Yes.
Correct.
Can you just could somebody restate Lawrence's last question?
Lawrence stated that we were eliminating payment for comp time, and that is correct. But we are increasing salary in return for that, essentially. It's a way to ensure that Tom gets paid for the many hours that he spends that he can't otherwise necessarily get paid for as reflected in comp time hours.
And it also gives him the opportunity to take his vacation time, which I encourage very much.
Are there any other questions about the general fund budget? Janice?
This is just Janice Baldwin, a general question, and maybe if I studied the budget more carefully, I could answer it myself. But I noticed that some town budgets, some departments have a surplus, or they didn't use all the money that was allocated to them. I'm wondering what happens to that extra money that the taxpayers have been taxed on. Does that just go into a general fund, or does it go back to that department, or whatever? Thank you.
Do you want to answer that?
Does anybody have an answer for Janice?
I do.
Yeah.
So surplus funds, and we're talking about general fund right now. So rule of thumb is to hold between 8% and 12% of your operating budget, okay? So from the audit from this past year, we do have a surplus of $80,000, which we added to a previous surplus for the general fund. So right now we have a surplus of about $125,000. Now, if we had an emergency, you know, we could use that money. So if we start putting it into reserve and something happens, we may not have it. So that money it's there for emergency, but again, rule of thumb is between 8 and 12%.
So just to add to that, the other thing we could do with that money is put it back into the budget, not as surplus, and it would then defray or lower the amount of taxes needed to be collected in the next year. It's essentially a small savings account. We tend to historically run a small budget surplus. That's not true every year, but it's true most years, and we tend to let that build just so that we have a little bit of a buffer. But we could choose also, it's at the select board's discretion to choose how we spend that money in any given year. This year we chose to keep it as a reserve fund, essentially.
Did that answer your question? Yeah. Are there other questions about Article 11? Yes. Kate.
Kate Dodge. I'm just trying to remember, I was looking at the social services budget. How do we determine B and C? Is that evidence-based, or is that just we think some are more important in Putney than others?
The way the social service budget, B and C, is volume, sorry, A, as you know, is Putney-based organizations. B are organizations that provide a certain, I mean, it's evidence-based, but it's evidence-based on the information that they provide to us. So it's level of service, essentially, is the difference between B and C. And, you know, we certainly have access to information that would allow for accountability if we needed it. But basically, they provide us every year with a report on the volume of service, and that determines level B or level C.
Can I add that?
Yeah.
Can I add that the select board has been talking a lot about this formula this past year, and going into the future, we're going to continue revisiting it and possibly revamp it.
And one of the things we've been talking about, as you all may recall from last year, was the fact that Putney Community Cares was formed, and they used to be two different entities that got two allocations, which is why they have two allocations in Section A this year, because the level of services that they provide. Our policy on social services distribution does not allow for that. So that's something we've been discussing, trying to figure out how to change that. So we will probably move to some form of volume of services provided allocation within Section A or something. We're not quite clear on that, but it's in discussion.
Any other questions on Article 11? In the back, Ruby. And then Lawrence.
Ruby McAdoo. I guess I had a question. I have two questions, actually, and I'm assuming this is for Karen. On page 46, I didn't understand, or I don't understand what the recreation coordinator is. So there's that. That's question A. And question B has to do with the pool revenue and expenses. And I guess my initial comment is that I recognize, and I've always recognized as a Putney person, that the cost of running that pool exceeds what you bring in. And as someone who is a parent who is at the pool every day in the summer and also sees how many people benefit from that, I've always appreciated that this town supports young families, also people who don't have kids, who do laps in the evening. There's a regular usage, and that's a resource in our town that is immense. So I guess that's my comment. My question is that I see that there's a pretty substantial increase in terms of the pool fees and membership. Do you have a plan to increase how much is asked per family or per person, or what is that variance?
So we just had an increase last year, Ruby, and we don't intend to increase it again. So what we're going to do too is take a look at, and you're absolutely right, because the revenue that's coming in doesn't offset the operation of the pool. But as a resource, we plan on looking at that and evaluating it. And there are grants out there that we can improve. You know, we talk about the slide. It's working so far, but that's a $12,000 ticket. So we're going to go and reevaluate the pool this year. The thing with the pool too is that because of minimum wages keep going up, and we don't really know how many lifeguards we're going to have and how many hours they're going to put in. So that's always a bouncing ball, but I'm just happy that we can get lifeguards, and Beverly Wright does a wonderful job coordinating all of that. Plus the swim lessons too. It's very important for families. So we're going to be revisiting the whole pool, and give me a year, okay? Because yeah, it does need some TLC.
And the recreation coordinator, what's that one?
So the recreation coordinator right now is a vacant position. There is a rec league committee, and so they coordinate like soccer tournaments and the baseball, and the snack shack out here at the school. So
so that's the Putney Rec League. That's
correct.
What that represents. Okay.
And they get a stipend too to coordinate all that. So it's just basically for recreation for the community, so families can have a place for their kids to be active. So
Great.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? So we had Lawrence had his hand up, and then Jamie Quantra, or Jamie, do you want to come up front? Yep.
I'll also just put in a plug again for your returnable 5-cent bottles and cans to go to work for the town for the pool budget down at Town Hall.
Jamie Comtois, Putney. I just wanted to say Karen has seen me, I think, when did you first come on staff?
I've been here 2.5 years, 2 years in the front office.
So I think your predecessor and now you every year have had me visiting you because I knew my 6-year-old was going to want to use that slide at the pool.
It was unsafe.
And at the time, He was 3 when I started asking because I knew this day was coming.
Yeah.
And so Karen knows that I'm ready. I know Ruby's ready. And so all of you in town should be ready for a GoFundMe to go out because $12,000 plus, I think Karen said last time we chatted, there's other updates that need to happen.
There are other improvements.
Other
yes.
improvements, so the price tag will be over $12,000. So for those of you who don't want to wait till next town meeting, expect to get a GoFundMe request so that we can get our pool up to date, so the kids can go hog wild all summer, and you have happy local Vermont kids who want to stay in Vermont. And so anyways, we're ready.
Thank you.
Thank you. Lawrence, did you have your hand up? Just a reminder that we're discussing Article 11.
Lawrence O'Neill again. Karen, I guess this question is for you. The surplus you talked about running between 8 and 12% is the thumb. It seems we're running at about 8.5%, somewhere between 8 and 9. And you made a differentiation of the difference between the surplus and a reserve fund. Are they accessible differently? Are they earning different money? If that reserve fund, is it sitting somewhere earning differently than our surplus is earning if it's sitting in an account somewhere?
It's basically still in the general fund, Lawrence. So we do have a sweep account too. So we only hold so much in our actual checking account, and then the rest is up in the sweep account where it's making interest. So that money it's there. It's just kind of free floating. But the reserve fund though, that's designated monies. And as we just voted on the article, that's specific for some purpose. And the surplus money, as Josh stated, we can take a certain, amount and designate it as well. But right now, in the general fund, that money is in the checking account, in the sweep account, earning interest. It could be, but it would have to be discussed by the select board and approved.
And can you just restate Lawrence's last question?
The question was whether that money could be used for any purpose. So yes, it's not a designated fund, which is, as far as sort of emergency uses is concerned, is desirable to us.
Correct.
But we do keep it in the account. I mean, sort of needless to say, for an emergency situation, that money needs to be very liquid for us. So we keep it in an account that is minimally interest bearing, because that type of account is minimally interest bearing, but it's readily available at any time if we were to need it.
Are there any other questions or comments about Article 11? It looks like we may be ready to move to a vote. We are now voting on Article 11 to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $1,415,587 to defray its expenses and liabilities for the town general fund ensuing fiscal year July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2021. All those in favor of Article 1, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please indicate by saying nay. It appears that the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and Article 11 passes. We are now moving on to Article 12, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $1,218,594 to defray its expenses and liabilities for the Highway Fund ensuing fiscal year July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2021. You can find out more information, pages 48 to 49 in your town report. Does anybody have any questions about Article 12, Highway Fund? Yes, Lawrence.
Can everybody hear me if I stand up here?
That it's actually, if you could come forward, is because the television cameras.
There's plenty of empty seats in the front.
And I'm so sorry, I was just reminded, do we have a motion for Article 12?
So moved.
Florence moves it. Do we have a second for Article 12? We have Alan Blood, second. Thank you very much. Sorry about that.
Elizabeth, apologies for climbing over you again. I was just wondering if this budget for the highway fund includes the service on the loan that we just voted on.
For the truck?
Yes.
Yes, it does.
Okay, I couldn't find it.
Any other questions concerning the highway fund? It looks like we may be ready for a vote. Having moved and seconded and discussed Article 12, we are now ready to vote to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $1,218,594 to defray its expenses and liabilities for the highway fund, ensuing fiscal year July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2021. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please indicate by saying nay. It appears that the ayes have it. Article 2 passes.
Article 12.
I'm sorry, Article 12 passes. I think I need some tea. We are now moving on to Article 13, to transact any other town business that may legally come before the annual town meeting. These are non-binding resolutions that appear at this point, and I have a stack of resolutions that have arrived. So I was going to deal with these in the order that people have brought them to me. So the first resolution that I have is from the Select Board. Sorry. Do we have copies of the different resolutions available for people?
Not this one, no.
Not this one. And I know you gave it to me just a little bit ago.
Do you want me to read it, Meg?
Here we have it. So the first resolution, I have a hand up first, yes.
Those of us who organize around the school, I just wanted to make sure people could hear some information about the school before we lost more folks. And I didn't know how long resolutions were going to take. Is there any way to have the school piece? Because there's just a couple pieces of the school piece.
So this is a great question. Jamie is asking about what we're going to do about the school information session. My inclination was to go through town meeting because right now we are on a specific article, and an article that was warned. At the end of Article 13, we would then adjourn town meeting, and immediately I would describe how there's an Australian ballot today that has to do with the Wyndham Southeast School District, and as part of that, we were going to offer for information about what's happening in the school and that. So that is why, because I'm still needing to move with the articles that were warned, I was going to postpone until after I adjourned town meeting to talk about the school. Yes, Jamie.
I was told there could just be announcements and other business, which I thought was Article 13.
Oh, okay.
So, Meg, I did tell her that, but as the moderator, I do believe you're...
Parliamentarian, yes.
This is a town meeting, so it's town business.
Yes.
The parliamentarian says it's a town meeting and therefore it's town business, and that actually completely conforms with my understanding as well. As you remembered from in the past, we adjourn one meeting and then we begin the other meeting. So that's my plan, is as soon as I can adjourn town meeting, then I will open it up for a discussion around school issues. So, here we go. The first resolution in front of us, yes, it is a non-binding resolution to be considered under other business about town-owned property, Putney Mountain. Would somebody on the select board be willing to read the language of the resolution?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Is that it? Yes, that's it. Yep. Go ahead.
Non-binding resolution to be considered under other business, town-owned property, Putney Mountain. Resolved, the Town of Putney Select Board seeks a non-binding consensus from the electorate on the questions of whether the Select Board should consider a gift or sale of approximately 49 acres of town forest in Putney and an additional 85 acres in Brookline, Putney Mountain, and be it further resolved that the Select Board perform a due diligence review to determine whether this property is a valuable asset for the community, and be it further resolved that this resolution does not bind or legally obligate the board to gift or sell this property.
So I believe I need a motion. Is there somebody who wishes to move this resolution? What is your name at the... Oh, Jordy Heller, of course, sorry. And do we have a second? Nancy Storrow. It has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Does somebody want to speak in favor of this resolution?
Richard Fletcher was going to speak.
Richard Fletcher? And then we'll get some other comments.
Richard Fletcher, and I'm a board member of the Putney Mountain Association. And the reason I'm also one of the committees I'm on is acquisition. So we've been approached by the Select Board several months ago about the possibility of us acquiring this acreage up on top of Putney Mountain and down into the Brookline area. So that's what I'm going to speak, and hopefully that we are very interested in this. This article is to investigate the worth of this property, and hopefully they feel that our organization is worthy of receiving this property. When I heard about this, heard about the Putney Town Forest, because I have not been here that long, only 34 years, and did not know what the Putney Town Forest was. A lot of people thought it was the school forest, and I think I did too, so I decided to do some research on this. And in 2005, there was a history about Putney Mountain Association, and it includes, talks about the Putney Town Forest. And so I'm going to give you a little brief history of that. And at the turn of the century, somebody owned this property, and it was bequeathed to the two daughters. And the two daughters split this 134 acres in the top of Putney Mountain, split between Brookline and Putney. And in 1930, one of the daughters gave half of the property to the town of Putney to do whatever they want with it. That was 1930. World War II came, and after World War II, 1946, the Putney Mountain Association was formed. And in 1947, the Putney Mountain Association purchased Flagpole Pasture, up on, which is now the summit of Putney Mountain, and we call it Putney Mountain Summit. But that was purchased. There used to be a flagpole up there many years ago. It was purchased by the Putney Mountain Association in 1947 for $500 with $22.50 in taxes. And there's 40 acres, and we own that property. In 1949, because of failure to pay Putney taxes, the second daughter relinquished her property to the town, most likely in lieu of those taxes. And so now the town of Putney has owned 134 acres on top of the mountain. Putney Mountain owned the top of the mountain, and to get to the top of the mountain, we had to travel through the town forest. Now, the town forest includes the whole parking area on top of the Putney Mountain parking area, the area where the kiosk is, the beginning of the trail, and some part up going up the trail is all owned by the town forest. So shortly after, in 1949, the Putney Mountain Association started taking care of and managing, building trails, putting up kiosks, maintaining the driveway and the parking lot. And so we started, right when it was the same year that it was the whole parcel was owned by the town of Putney. Putney Mountain Association was involved. There's a couple of quotes. Well, one quote from 1949 by the town. It says, "The town forest, including the parking area and trails, have been maintained by the Putney Mountain Association with occasional assistance from the Highway Department." And that was from a town quote that was in this historical. So we have continued to do that all these years. There's been fundraisers. There was some reports in this history that there were 200 people up on top of the mountain and having picnic. There were barbecue pits and all sorts of things up there, all for the enjoyment of the people of the town of Putney. And Putney Mountain Association was involved with that. Years went by, and we continued to maintain that and be stewards of that property without any costs to the town at all. Later on in 1984, there was another quote that said that the town was happily accepting the Putney Mountain Association's role as manager of the Putney Town Forest. So we're dedicated. Many years we've been doing that, and hopefully that this will go through. We'll find out what the due diligence means. I guess I have one question of what the Select Board hopes to identify from this due diligence examination of the property, and what do you want to do with that information? So,
yeah,
because this is an article for you to research. It's this is not a transfer of property or anything like that.
Yes, I think that a couple things came up that drove us to. I mean, there has been a movement by the Putney Mountain Association we first raised it. I know Richard and I had a conversation out of a meeting about it at some point. I think that was after it had already come up.
I didn't know how much I wanted to say, supposed to say about that.
Yeah, that's okay.
Richard, do you mind putting the mic back just because it's much easier. We just have one person at a time.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So, a couple things that currently happen with it, just so people know, Putney Mountain Association, as Richard has accurately described, does maintain that parcel, or the portion of the parcel that requires maintenance. The rest of it is largely just untouched forest land. One of the due diligence questions that has come up to the Select Board is whether there's value in the timber stand that's there, and we recognize clearly that the value of standing trees is not insignificant in today's world. But as far as due diligence is concerned, if there's a large valuable stand of timber there, should the town consider that in their consideration of transferring the property? I think the general consensus on this board, and I'll speak for myself, but we've had this conversation in open session also, is that we think the Putney Mountain Association would be a great recipient for this. But we also have an obligation, fiduciary and otherwise, to the townspeople to do any due diligence that we find appropriate before we were to make a transfer for that, like that. So it just basically, it's come up and moved forward quickly enough so we could have put it on this year as an article for the town to approve, but we don't feel like we've done our homework yet. And so we wanted to have a resolution that made it clear that this was our intention to move forward with it. And we think and assume that the Putney Mountain Association would be the logical recipient. That's also been recommended by the Conservation Commission, but until we've done our homework, we don't want to say we're absolutely going to do that, thus the nature of the non-binding resolution.
So can we get some more voices in here, like to see if there's any questions from the floor?
Just add one more thing that remind people that in 1950, in 1998, and 1999, the townspeople have voted not to log that property.
Okay, great. Are there any questions? Yes, Alan.
If we approve this resolution now and through your due diligence, you think it's a good idea, you'll act within the next year before the next town meeting, do you think?
I think it's certainly possible. One thing that hasn't come up that would be true if it were gifted is, as it currently stands, we pay the town of Brookline taxes on the portion of parcel that exists in Brookline. We basically even that out by having an agreement with them to maintain some roads that belong to Brookline that happen to be on our side of the mountain. But we do actually have to write a check for taxes, and then they write a check back to us for highway department services. If Putney Mountain Association were to purchase it, it would go back on the tax rolls, which it hasn't been since it was originally taken over by the town, so it hasn't been on the tax rolls for 70 years. They would pay that. That would all be in current use, so it's a fairly small chunk of money, but it's a little bit of money that would be coming into the town in lieu of the fact that as it is now, we actually pay some money out from the town. So that would be a clear benefit of Putney Mountain Association as far as the fiscal responsibility of the town is concerned.
Any other questions? Yes, Anne?
I'm Ann Carey with the Conservation Commission. I'd just like to confirm that for 20 years, the Conservation Commission has done no work on the town forest at all. All the trails, all the maintenance is done by the Putney Mountain Association. And no money, no nothing. You're a ballgame. My question is, will due diligence include an evaluation of what these trees are worth as carbon sinks and what the undisturbed forest floor is worth as a carbon sink?
Do we have anyone who can answer Anne's question?
I think it would. I mean, I think that, again, my feeling is the consensus of this board is that we don't want to log the land. We're not interested in that. But if we had $350,000 worth of timber up there, which I'm pretty darn confident we don't, hang on a second, then, you know, we would need to take that into consideration. It would be our responsibility to take that into consideration. My anecdotal experience with logging is that if you're a private landowner and you do the logging yourself, there's some pretty good money in it. If you are contracting out to somebody for what more than likely is moderate to low quality timber in that location, just given the nature of the topography, et cetera, its value from my perspective is much higher as standing trees than it is as timber, but until we know that for sure. So I think that, you know, could we put a value on that in? I'm not sure we actually could, but it's definitely in our thinking. And we don't, you know, we certainly aren't looking to scrape $2,000 out of it for the town by scratching the trees off of it and then handing it over to somebody. But again, we need to know what the answers to the questions are. So
we have a bunch of hands up. Lisa in the back. Lisa.
Lisa Papazian. I'm not exactly sure what I was going to say, but I feel like even if there's $350,000 worth of timber on it, if the town maintains it as a town forest, its highest and best use to the town is as a forest, not as a cleared piece of land. So it surprises me that that's a consideration, since it seems to me that the conservation, when I was on the Conservation Commission, and the town's ownership of these various pieces is to conserve them for the town. And this is an incredible opportunity to partner with an organization that is way more active than the town in managing and allowing people to access those in a meaningful way. So yeah, that's all. That's just my comment.
And again, I think
maybe Josh, for now, if you could hold off, because there's a bunch of other questions coming up, and then you could just answer all of them, if that's okay. Because I saw Janice Baldwin had her hand up, and I think Ann had her hand up again. So maybe we could just get the questions, and then we can have a...
Janice Baldwin, just quickly, and who would conduct this due diligence for on this kind of piece of property? I have no experience knowing how that would happen. Would you bring in, another organization who would do that? Would the select board do it? Would the conservation, it's collaboration? How would that happen?
We could have a committee.
And Ann, do you want to, you had your hand up as well, Ann?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's get some answers then.
You want an answer
Yeah.
to that? My hope would be, Janice, sorry, that we could find somebody local who has the knowledge to give us a reasonable, we don't want to spend money to do this, and we're not looking to spend money to do this. So I think that, there are a number of talented and capable loggers and or foresters in the area who could say, you're way better off leaving it as trees. But until we have somebody who's qualified to tell us that, I think, again, anecdotally, that's what we all believe. But I think if we were to come before you, say, a year from now, as Richard accurately pointed out, it's been voted 3 times not to log the property. Right. If we were to come before you a year from now and say we've decided to give it away, and somebody else stands up and says, wait, there's $500,000 in logging on there, then that's a discussion we need to be informed about. So,
may I add something?
Sure, there's 2 hands up though, just if it's brief.
Okay, so I have reached out to 3 different forestry companies, local, and I'm going to work with them. I'd like to have somebody walk the property. The other thing too is this property is a valuable asset, whether it's the timber stand or conserving, because we definitely don't want it developed, and for recreation. And it's also now considered a valuable wildlife corridor, okay? So this whole board, including myself, all agree that this property has value. Now, in Josh's comment about the timber, if we don't know what's there, we don't know how valuable that land is. And we may want to retain it as a town, because when we borrow money, they look at stuff like that. So that's part of that due diligence review that we need to be able to do. And we'll consult with legal counsel as well, and we can work with VLCT because they have a whole legal department. So they'll be able to work with us and direct us as well. But there are questions that are not answered yet, and we need professionals to do that.
So I'm going to call on Lionel, who hasn't spoken on this issue first, and then Anna's also waiting.
Lionel Chute, I have to respectfully disagree with the approach of the due diligence. The assumption that the value of the property rests in its timber is really very reductionist and is not accurate. There are a variety of values on any property. And somewhere like the Putney Mountain would include certainly wind resources. You have mining resources. You have minerals. You have biological diversity. There are definitely a variety of natural plant communities. There's the potential for rare plant species that may well be there, that a forester will not know about, will not have the training and the skills to identify. And to have a forester come in and evaluate the timber resource without having these skills. Other resources that come up are water resources, hydrological resources, wetland impacts from harvesting, siltation and erosion. There are many considerations when you're looking at a forest, and simply to hire a forester to come in and do an old school timber cruise, spin the prism, tell you, oh yeah, this is how much you got. Well, that's not taking into account the deleterious effects of the management, which frankly a forester's not going to be as thoughtful about. And so I have concerns about the approach that's been described so far as how to do due diligence. If you want to do real due diligence, then you do have to take into account what Ann was talking about. There are carbon effects as well. We know that more carbon is emitted into the atmosphere from disturbing the soil than from taking the trees away. That there's a tremendous amount of carbon in the organic layer of the soil that once you drive tractive machinery over, it goes up into the atmosphere. And so I just want to share those thoughts.
Okay, thank you. A response, and then to Ann.
So, thank you, Lionel. I appreciate that perspective. I think we all appreciate that perspective, and I think that this was just one example of due diligence. Right. And we would definitely consult folks like you that have these expertise that can bring us more ways that we can explore this and suss it all out before making any decisions. And I don't think anybody on the select board discounts the importance of carbon sequestration. So it would definitely be a major part of our consideration, I'm sure.
I would reiterate that and just say, I think I was pretty clear in how I made the statement that we're looking at this as due diligence overall and not specifically as a money-making thing. Right. It's my assumption, again, that any forester is going to walk in there and say, don't cut these trees, but I could be wrong. I mean, I know foresters come from all walks, but the people we're going to consult with are going to be people who are involved. They're local Putney people. They may well already be involved with Putney Mountain Association. You know, we're not looking. We're looking at this also from a very nuanced perspective. So I want to make it perfectly clear that sort of generalization of as what I was referring to as due diligence is not complete for what we're thinking of doing. So.
So Ann has her hand up and it's been waiting, and then we'll go to Lisa. Lisa.
I think I'm already behind the times, but I did want to let you know that in 1992, Bill Gunther, our then county forester, did visit the town forest. At that time, Bill Gunther noted that the forest had little potential for quality saw logs and other uses should be sought. And no forestry plan was devised. And I would also like to say that even though they're wonderful people, our local foresters will probably want some money for doing any kind of in-depth evaluation, and that Sam Shinesky, as the current county forester, could just give you a quick sense, probably for free, of what the land is like up there. And he may be very sensitive to things other than just saw logs. Not as well as Lionel would do it, but I just wanted to give that piece of information.
Great, thank you. Lisa.
Lisa Papazian, I finally figured out what my question was. So this is a question for the Select Board and for the Putney Mountain Association. Could you, something Karen said about that it might be valuable to have it in the town's asset column for the other purposes. Putney Mountain Association has been generously maintaining it for many, many, many years. Could you clarify what the advantage of transferring it to them would be? What are the pluses? Why would we and why wouldn't we? Trees and carbon aside.
I guess I have two answers to that. One is the answer, which I think I said already, is the tax purposes, which are obviously very limited. Yeah. But still, taxes coming in are better than taxes going out. The other thing I would say about it is that it would, not that I think Putney Mountain Association is going anywhere, but it's assurance of a good steward. And I think that that's on any land that's conserved, stewardship is very, very important. And we as a town don't take that on, as you sort of implied. Putney Mountain Association does take that on. I guess from my perspective, I don't see any downside of Putney Mountain Association holding that land for all practical purposes as a town forest for the town of Putney, but in their name. I mean, I think that if anything, it gives us almost more security than the town itself holding it, because the townspeople could choose to do things differently in the future, and the Putney Mountain Association has a very clear mission, well laid out, and a very proven track record of stewardship. So that would be my feeling.
So I don't see any hands up at this point. I'm wondering if we might be getting, oh, Jamie.
Jamie Comtois Putney. I just wonder if there's a way to bring Lionel's point of a comprehensive analysis in addition to the timber mention into the resolution. Is there a way you could just add that in? Yeah, but I don't know, I'm not an expert in this, so just mentioning the need for a more comprehensive evaluation of how we analyze beyond the name timber. Because I think that's, you could actually...
Well,
Timber's never mentioned.
Yeah, timber is not mentioned in the resolution.
I
and
didn't
also,
see it, yeah.
This is a public meeting. We have stated, I think, as clearly about as we could, that that would be our intention. So I guess I wouldn't feel that would be necessary in a resolution. But
okay.
You all have heard my opinion and their opinion, and I think that that's our intent, is to do the due diligence that we feel is necessary, whatever that looks like, in order to feel comfortable with this being proceeding forward.
Okay, so there's no way to add language that said
absolutely
something very specific that said we would look at the value of it and we would look at this kind of expertise to help us figure that out.
So all I need is some language right now. The language says, the sentence that could be helpful is, be it further resolved that the select board perform a due diligence review to determine whether this property is a valuable asset for the community. If anybody wishes to amend that language, Doug has his hand up.
Lionel says it's all good.
Lionel says it's okay. So,
okay.
So you're not going to make an amendment, Jamie. Okay. I just want to make sure. Okay.
Never mind.
All right. Thank you. It's always good to think about an amendment. I'm not opposed. Robin, do you have something you want to add? And then Doug, it looks like.
Robin Ekstrom. I just wanted to thank the members of the Select Board for the manner in which they're dealing with this. I think the clear sentiment that I'm hearing is that you feel that the best use for this land is to turn it over to the Putney Mountain Association, that they would be more focused on stewardship for this piece of property, that all other considerations are secondary, and that in due diligence and mentioning timber, that specifically that you're really just thinking that as people who are responsible for the finances of the town, you owe a certain responsibility to the taxpayers to say, before we give this away, it does have a certain value. We think it's a good idea to give it to these people, but we have to report this to you. So just to clarify that and to thank you for the fact that you are being proactive and looking for the best use for this very valuable resource. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And Doug has his hand up.
Doug Grant. So this last summer I spent every Sunday hiking up there to tend the rams. And it was a great experience, but I had one incident that raises a question, and that is who carries the insurance and would cover an accident. I happened to catch my foot on a root, and in catching my balance, I started to stumble against a rock, and I could see myself coming down and cracking my skull open. So I had a near casualty experience. So my question is, who covers the insurance? And would that, is there insurance now to cover an accident like that?
Yes, currently our general liability policy covers it.
Okay. Now, so in your consideration, you're doing your due diligence, maybe that would be a consideration on the positive side of transferring it to somebody else who would cover that liability?
Yes, our policy is set up in such a way so that I'm always amazed by the very, very limited difference. You know, we pay sort of a big package to the Vermont League of Cities and Towns that covers virtually everything. And more often than not, when we look to add or subtract something like this, they say, yeah, you know, that'll knock off $22. So, okay. You know, it's not something we haven't considered, but it's a very, very limited. Small portions of our policy seem to have very little effect.
So then maybe my suggestion is maybe there should be a sign that says if you get hurt, talk to them.
Risk. Yeah, there you go.
Okay. Are we getting to move so we can consider voting? I'm seeing some like interest in moving towards a vote. We have one hand up though from Anne. And then I'm going to suggest we move to a vote.
My suggestion is, do we want to amend this to include perhaps not a big committee, but a small committee that would look into the due diligence issue and the items that we might want to cover in that? And maybe
do you have some language?
And I was thinking Lionel on the Conservation Commission could help. Be on that committee. No. Okay, then Lionel doesn't volunteer for that role.
Okay.
But that's, you know, we would love it if you would stay in touch with the Conservation Commission going forward.
Okay, great, thanks. So it looks like we're ready to move to a vote. I'm going to read the resolution so that people know what they're voting on. Resolve, the Town of Putney Select Board seeks a non-binding consensus from the electorate on the questions of whether the Select Board should consider a gift or sale of approximately 49 acres of town forest in Putney and an additional 85 acres in Brookline, Putney Mountain. And be it further resolved that the Select Board perform a due diligence review to determine whether this property is a valuable asset for the community, and be it further resolved that this resolution does not bind or legally obligate the board to gift or sell this property. All those in favor of this resolution, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please indicate by saying nay. It appears that the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and the resolution passes. We do have a number of other items on other town business. One, I have in front of me, and this does not include the school portion, which we'll get to as soon as I adjourn. Just to let people know what's on the list here. Animal control ordinance, Janet Goldstein. Are you here, Janet, to do that? Excellent. So you will be next. Then we have a broadband communications union districts information on the floor. Then we have a solar exemptions discussion. And finally, there's any other business, and I know Alice has something under that. So that's what we're looking at. And if your moderator needs to take a quick recess, depending on how long this all takes, I'll let you know before we have an emergency. All right, so now we will turn to Janet Goldstein. Thank you.
I'll try to talk fast. Hi, I am on the Animal Advisory Board with Abby Jacobson, Bill Grant, Kathy Rounds, and Janet Langdon. We've spent the last 2 years revamping the animal control ordinance and looking at how we would like to conduct our business in the future with dealing with animal complaints, domestic animal complaints. I'd like to thank Josh Edmond for his work this year as our animal control officer. It didn't last long. It's a very, very, very involved job. You get calls all day, all night from people, barking dogs, stray cats, dogs at large. And as many of you know, we've had a lot of problems. We've had some problems, not a lot, with animal attacks. And we have to figure out a way to deal with this. And we decided that revamping the ordinance was our first thing that we were going to do. One of the things that I would like you all to know is that we have no animal control officer. So don't call Josh anymore. He's not doing this. If there's a problem, it's the Putney Health Officer, the Putney Deputy Health Officer, the Putney Town Manager, the Windham County Sheriff, the Deputy Windham County Sheriff, or it could be anybody elected by the Select Board, but we don't have anybody elected by the Select Board. So if there's a problem, you need to call one of these other people. A couple of the biggest points that we changed in our ordinance is that we added, the way the ordinance used to read was that there was only liability if an animal hurt a person, and now we are having the ordinance say that if an animal while running at large causes reasonable fear of bodily injury by attacking or threatening to attack a person, a domestic pet, domestic animal, or wolf hybrid, or deemed dangerous by the ACO. So that's a big deal for us, because as we know, we've had 2 dogs die in other dogs attacking them in our community, and there was no recourse for these people really, because the dogs didn't attack a person, they attacked an animal. And so that's a big change that we are making in our ordinance. We've defined our control area, animal control area. All dogs need to be on leash on all public roads, with the exception of legal trails. So if you're walking your dog on a dirt road you've always walked your dog on, and the dog has been off leash all these years, and now somebody comes by and makes a complaint, you'll have to leash your dog. Having them under voice control isn't going to be good enough. It's leash law. In the past, there were only certain roads in the village that were required to have leashes. Now it's everywhere in the village and in the town, except on these trails. And there are only like a few trails that are pretty far out in the woods. But you will also be liable if your dog does any damage.
Janet, can you stop for one quick second?
Yeah.
Do you think we could get the people in the back of the room to quiet down? It's a little hard to hear Janet describe our animal control situation. Thank you.
So another incident, the first incident where a dog was killed in an attack, there was a lot of question about who the owner, what ownership of the dog was, and it wasn't clear in our ordinance, because it was the owner, the person who was paying the bills for the dog. We're changing that to say any person who has actual possession of the animal. So if there's a dog walker walking somebody else's dog, and that dog attacks your dog, they are still liable. The owner, that person, is still liable for damages. So we've gone through, we've made a more substantial violation, financial responsibility for people between, most of the fines are between $50 and $500. And this is really what's in line with other communities. And we've talked to people all over the state, and everybody's struggling with how to move forward in our new way where people's dogs are just running at large. So our ordinance will also talks about what is it to be running at large. If your dog is running beyond the control of your own property lines, your dog is running at large, or your cat is running at large. It's gonna be very clearly defined. We've sent our ordinance to the lawyer, and he's gone through it and made changes, and this is just a draft. So we're gonna put the draft up online for everybody to look at, and we'll have a meeting where we'll go through everything line by line and answer questions before we adopt this into our law for our town. But I do need to tell you that there is a meeting coming up with the town of Westminster, and we are going to talk with them about joining forces in getting an ACO for both communities. If you look at our budget for this year, there's $300 allotted for stuff for dogs, like the license fees and the paperwork and the tags, and $1,000 allotted for to pay an ACO. And
Janet, when is your meeting going to be?
Oh, it's on April 2nd.
Okay.
And it's going to be with the town of Westminster representatives. Karen and I are going, and the Sheriff's Department will have a representative there.
And what time did you say?
I didn't say a time because I don't know.
It's not a public meeting,
But
though.
it's not a public meeting.
I see.
So, but just to say that it's going to happen, we're talking about it. If that happens, this is all going to have to get changed because we're going to have to adopt something that'll be easier for an ACO to look at. But please, I urge everybody to go online, look at the ordinance, make comments, for yourself, make your notes, and when we advertise when the meeting's going to be, to please show up and give your input.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for all the work you're doing.
Thank you, Janet.
Important issue.
Can I just make one comment, Meg? And that is that in order for the town, the select board, to approve an ordinance, there's a requirement for 2 public meetings. So there will be 2 public meetings held, more than likely at regular select board meeting times. So if this is a topic of interest for you, please keep your eye on select board agendas.
Great. The next thing I have listed here is the Broadband Communication Union Districts. Is there somebody here who's going to present information on that for the voters?
Meg?
Yes.
I just wanted to mention that there is a broadband grant out there. Wyndham Regional Commission was granted $60,000 to do a feasibility study and possibly a business plan to see how many households out in the community, in the county, are underserved by fiber optics. So there's hard copy surveys up front with Alyssa Harlow. They're also online. We encourage everybody to go online and participate in the survey. It's 1 per household. And you can go to Wyndham Regional Commission's website, and that information is with Alyssa as well. There's postcards with a little OCR that you can scan, and you can do it on your phone. But it's really important to see if there's a viable solution to get fiber optics into Putney so people can have better broadband service.
And just to add, if you already have accessibility issues, the library has computers and good access that you can use to do that survey.
Great. Does that conclude that?
Yes.
The next item I have is solar exemptions discussion.
So we're not really prepared to have this discussion yet. There are a small handful of solar exempt solar arrays in the town of Putney. As most of you know, those with less than 15 kilowatts, i.e. a residential system, are governed by statute anyway as to what you're eligible to or required to pay taxes on or not paying taxes on. Larger systems, we voted a handful of years ago, I would guess 5, maybe 6, to exempt, I think it was 3 or 4 systems in town. And so the rules, the state rules have changed surrounding that. So we want to have an ongoing discussion about whether we as voters would continue that exemption, but we are not sufficiently prepared to really have that discussion at this time.
Okay, so we now move to any other business to come before the voters. Alice?
I'd like to have this resolution passed by the town of Putney. Be it resolved that the town of Putney requests of the state of Vermont that a state-owned bank be established following the model of the Bank of North Dakota. My reasons. When we had the recession of 2008, North Dakota was able to weather that recession better than any other state because it had its own state bank. And online, they say, Bank of North Dakota creates financial solutions for current and emerging economic needs. We may or may not be there may or may not be a recession soon. There always is one in the future. Today, we have talked a great deal about funding various items for the town of Putney. Wouldn't it be nice to be able to know that we will always be able to get funding at a reasonable rate? Thank you.
So we have a resolution on the floor. Do we have a second? Janice Baldwin is second. Any discussion? Janice, could we have the language? I'm sorry, not Janice, Alice, thank you. The top part. Are there any questions? No? Then I think we will move to a vote on the resolution. I'll just read it again. Be it resolved that the town of Putney requests of the state of Vermont that a state-owned bank be established following the model of the Bank of North Dakota. All those in favor of this non-binding resolution, please indicate by saying aye. All those opposed, please say nay. It appears that the ayes have it, and the resolution passes. And that's all we have. So I think, I have one, Laura Chapman, and then the town clerk.
So I would like to propose that going forward, we invite one of our school board members to present when other elected officials present at the beginning of future town meetings. As a guest speaker.
Is this a resolution?
Yeah.
Okay, so we have a resolution on the floor. Could I get that language? And do we have a second for this resolution? Lots of hands up. Ruby McAdoo, second. Are there any questions about this resolution? Thank you. I'm going to read it just one more time. To invite one of our school, it is resolved that, what are we going to say? That
I'm sorry, I just scratched it out.
That the town of Putney Select Board resolves to invite one of our school board members to present when other elected officials present at the beginning of future town meetings.
Howard.
So questions? Yes, Howard. Can you use the mic? Thank you.
Ms. Moderator, it appears that the resolution on the floor is a binding resolution, but at this point, state law restricts us to non-binding resolutions. Now, of course, it could be an expression of a preference.
Mm-hmm. Right. So are you suggesting that I should not be asking for what all the other resolutions were non-binding? So we could still pass a non-binding resolution.
Yes, I'm just saying that at this time it can only be a non-binding resolution.
Right.
But my impression from the way Select Person Chapman phrased it was that she may have considered it to be a binding resolution, which it cannot be per state law.
Correct, correct. Yes, thank you for that reminder. Would be a non-binding resolution. Yes, do you want to take the microphone? Liz.
It came up at the WSESD meeting that a school board member cannot do that because they would need a quorum. You might want to consider, I don't know if they're going to be able to straighten that issue out in the future, but that's why there's no school board here. And they handed it over to the leadership councils.
Okay, so I'm willing to change the language to a representative from the Leadership Council.
Okay, so we now have an amendment to the non-binding resolution, which is to change, to invite one of our, could you give me the language again?
I don't know what the language is.
One of the members of our leadership council.
Thank you.
To invite one of the members of our, is that?
Putney's.
Of Putney
Central Schools Leadership Council.
Leadership Council. Do we have a second on that amendment? Gail. Did you get that? So we are now working on an amendment, which is now it's going to say that the select board resolves to invite one of the members of the Putney Central School leadership to present when other elected officials present at the beginning of future town meetings. Is there any questions about the amendment? We're just talking about the amendment now. It looks like we may be ready to vote on the amendment. So we're now voting on the amendment, which is to remove school board members and insert members of Putney Central School Leadership Council. Thank you. All those in favor of this amendment, please indicate by saying aye. All those opposed, please indicate by saying nay. It appears that the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and the amendment passes. So now we're back to the resolution. Ruby? No? Does anybody have any questions about the resolution as amended? It looks like we're ready to vote. Be it resolved that the Putney Select Board will invite members of the Putney Central School Leadership Council to present when other elected officials present at the beginning of future town meetings. Are all those in favor with that amended resolution, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please indicate by saying nay. It appears the ayes have it, and the resolution passes. Any other town business? Yes, Ruby. Did you get that?
Ruby McAdoo. I wanted to thank the Putney Central School, the Putney PTO, and the town office for coordinating childcare. And I wanted to just report to everyone who doesn't have a child here that it was very well received. There were a lot of kids there coming in and out. And I think we can improve it every year, but if it really means a lot to families who are working and who need that support. And I wanted to thank all of those parties.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Ruby.
All right. So I'm going to ask for a motion to adjourn, knowing that once we adjourn, we're going to then jump into the school section. But first we have comments, an announcement from our town clerk.
I just wanted to publicize the town of Putney now has an equity and inclusion committee. We meet the first Tuesday of the month, first Thursday of the month, 6:30 at Town Hall. And the mission of the Equity and Inclusion Committee is to identify and advise the Select Board on addressing inequities and encouraging inclusive practices in town services, programs, human resource practices, and decision-making processes. So we welcome public in attendance at those meetings. They're always posted online and posted in the normal spots around town. See you Thursdays.
Okay. So, all right. Do I have a motion to adjourn? Yes. Ellen. I knew your name. And do we have a second? Elizabeth Christie. So it has been moved in second to adjourn. All those in favor of adjourning 2020 town meeting, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, please indicate by saying nay. It appears that the meeting is adjourned.
So this is the Brattleboro Planning Commission called to order at 6:06 p.m. on March 2nd. And are there any announcements?
I'll just make a couple of announcements. First of all, I want to let you all know, and the viewing public, that the U.S. Census is right around the corner. They're going to begin mailing census information March 16th, I think. And you'll be able to take the census online by phone or paper copy. Please take it in some format when it comes out. And then, because otherwise they have to send enumerators out to get in touch with you. I think there's 7 questions. Your answers are confidential. You are taking the census as of April 1st, so on that date, it's asking how many people reside in your house. So if you've got roommates, if you've got children, if you've got parents, any kind of arrangement, whoever is in your house, even if, you know, if you're renting your house, and I think you can include people like that. So please respond, it's important. A lot of federal funding gets directed to the state and then the county and the towns that way, so we really want an accurate count. So you'll be seeing and hearing more information about it, but just a heads up, it's right around the corner.
Thank you. Cool. Anybody else got any announcements?
Is that it? Do you have any others?
Oh, I had one more, yeah. Save the date, April 25th. The Conservation Commission is planning kind of an Earth Day festival. There'll be more information coming out about that, but kind of ways that you can connect to different advocacy organizations or changes, you know, little things that you can do in your backyard to improve better. And there will be some outreach. We're planning on holding it at 250 Birch Street, and so there's going to be some outreach about that project at that event.
Okay. And then on March 24th, me and Sue are traveling to Montpelier to present in front of the downtown board for the neighborhood development area designation. We're hoping to find out that day or soon after if we will get that designation to continue our housing efforts. So we'll keep you updated on that.
Super. Anything else? Alrighty, public comments.
Too bad.
No public. And did everybody get a chance to review the minutes?
Just to note, Andrew sent out a revised copy that had more information about the public comment that was received at that meeting. So if you didn't see that at the end of the day, that's what you would be voting on.
Do you need a copy, Tom? Or okay, great.
Got it.
Okay.
I had one question.
Sure.
That there is a comment where you say, or the recorder says, one commissioner. A commissioner said something. And everybody else has their names attached?
Oh, I see. I know what you mean. So you want the name of the commissioner?
Well, no. I was just curious. I actually am curious about whether or not it.
Is it something embarrassing?
No. It was just this sort of notion that some people are attributed to their comments and some people aren't, and I.
Yes. You want to be more consistent?
Well, no.
Okay.
I'm just as a matter of principle.
Mm-hmm.
The last time I was in charge of taking minutes, it became clear that it was good to not say who said what.
Okay.
So that the information would then just be information as opposed to sort of attributed to some individual versus another. And I figured that maybe you two had to be cited because that was some kind of something having to do with the fact that you're officials of the municipality. But anyway, I mean, it was more just a sort of question about whether or not it was useful for us to have our minutes attributed or unattributed.
Yeah.
We had had that discussion probably a year or more ago, and I didn't relay that information, so you can fix that.
Yep.
Okay.
Do you want to fix it in these minutes and we can bring them back in April?
No. I mean, unless
we're just
anybody
moving
feels
forward.
strong, just, yeah.
Or I could go through and I can also edit just to say commissioner, and then we could publish them. Okay, all right. For next time.
There was one other thing. I feel like when we were talking about the Congress of New Urbanism, what the Planning Commission had requested was recommendations for updating the zoning. Did I remember that wrong?
I thought that was when we got that letter back from them?
Yeah. That we had that really great discussion, and the next step was that you guys are going to bring proposals and changes.
Yes.
So I just wanted to make sure that
What does it say in there?
I don't think
Oh,
it's
okay.
not
very
next,
clear, yeah.
All right,
Next,
well,
yeah.
But
Okay.
just so that it's recorded and we're accountable to it.
I'll just add a sentence at the end. I'm guessing it's this paragraph for the
Yeah,
last one.
the second to
Yep,
the last
yep.
paragraph.
Anything else? Do I have a motion to accept the minutes as amended?
I'll make that motion to accept them as amended.
Second.
All those in favor? Okay, the minutes are passed as amended. And we are on to you, I believe. All of a sudden, my agenda went nowhere, but I'm pretty sure that that's the next thing, yes.
Handout for tonight, just to help us stay a little more organized.
Nice paper.
Yeah, I'm just too lazy to go down and put good paper in, take good paper out, I just leave it in there. So, you are benefiting from my recent printing of proposals. So, I am here tonight to update you on the progress of the downtown design plan, present to you in a little more detail some of the pieces that were not put together yet the last time I was here, and get a bit of feedback and discussion around a few of the issues as we're moving into the recommendations phase. And Sue let me know that you guys are working with the Just City index and criteria, and would be interested in seeing how that fit with this plan. So I did take a look at that. You'll remember, I don't know, have you guys had a chance to wander through this at all? I think you sent the link, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so in the introduction, we do have a piece about what is good public space here. And there is this piece, the 12 criteria for public space. And these are based on criteria that the Gale Institute has put together. And so some of the survey work we did and stuff around the charrette, I used and looked at their framework for doing that kind of assessment of public space. But there are actually quite a few variations on this theme out there. So there are lots of different lists, you know, the 10, elements of good public space, top 3, qualities of good public space. It goes on like that. So, and it all kind of feeds back to the same sort of original research that was done in New York City in the 70s around what is good public space that William Holly White did, and then eventually led to Bryant Park. So that's actually, if you were to go back and look at the history of studying this field.
It all goes back to that one article.
It really is essentially, it's a field that he created. It didn't really exist before. So he went out and basically filmed and monitored how people acted and behaved and used public space, and then did a lot of publishing and talking about it, and influenced a whole generation designers after that. And so when you're looking at some of the Just City pieces, I think there's quite a bit of overlap, because it's really looking at a lot of the same issues, maybe through a different lens. And that's what you see when you look at the different types of, the different lists of criteria. It's really what lens are people coming at it from. You know, are you looking at it from an economic development perspective? Are you looking at it from an arts and culture perspective? The Just City stuff is really more of a, you know, a social psychology, sociology perspective, and probably these GEL criteria are a bit more on the actual physical design end of that perspective, and because they come from a more of an urban design, urban planning group. So, you know, I just looked through to sort of see what was there as an overlap, but you can certainly look at this and then look at the things that you're going to be looking at in the Just City and see, I think, more than just these overlaps. But I was committed to making this fit on my page, so I didn't continue the laundry list. But you know, the criteria around welfare and Just City line up with the criteria around protection in the GEL set of criteria. You know, mobility lines up with, you know, opportunities to walk, cycle, etc. And there's even some of those pieces around identity, like authenticity, beauty, character, come through in the set of criteria too. And there were others, but it really is, I think you'll see quite a bit of overlap. And I'm trying to, as I put together the recommendations, refer back to this idea of what is good public space, and so that there is a linkage between what's being recommended and this set of criteria up here at the front too. I'm going to, what I wanted to focus on was the actual strategies tonight. There's, obviously, if you've looked through this, you've seen that the front matter of this document have, you can call it a document, have been filled in largely. And so there's a lot of existing condition and background and information consolidated in here, sort of a repository. There will be, in the not too distant future, but it's still not available yet, a way to sort of put in a navigation bar that's not there yet. Right now you sort of got to look at it from top to bottom, which is a bit annoying. But what is happening is that Esri, the ArcGIS software people, are transitioning from one set of templates for this type of story map to another. And we're making this in the new one because they're going to not support the old one anymore. And they're sort of moving the tools over a few pieces at a time. So they very excitedly added my ability to turn text different colors a month ago. I got really excited about that. And they added a few features a month ago that we were able to take advantage of. And they're doing updates every 2 to 3 months. So the next one is supposed to include the navigation. So I suspect that before the project needs to be technically done, you're going to get the navigation piece, which will make this a lot more user-friendly. There also, just what I assume, there's going to be a way to transfer it. That is not, I don't know when, but there will be. So even if it's, you know, 6 months down the road or whatever, we can, when it's available, we can move it from my ArcGIS account to yours. Cool. Yeah. So
that was really lovely with this area.
Yes, it's fun to zoom into that map, isn't it? And look and see what's there. So I'm gonna, yes, I have to move all the way through to get to where I need to be here. If you zoom too fast, it really gets upset, and then it starts to misbehave, and that's not something we want tonight. So here we are at the strategies piece. So at this point, the strategies are organized both geographically, and then there's some that are kind of theme-based. So the first set is the way around, which is the multimodal path going from the bridge to Brattleboro Common, and that's broken down into 15 segments along the way. So we're hitting a lot of the public spaces that way by going through. So we're hitting the parking lots and the transportation center as we go along. And then it's almost like the idea of you're on tour and you come back down Main Street, and it runs down along Main Street and talks about the municipal lands and buildings along there. We looked at some of those pieces the last time I was here. There's been a little bit more filling in around that, but the bones of that you saw before. And then there's discussion of the bike lanes and the sidewalks on Main Street. And then there's going to be shorter pieces for Elliott Street and Flat Street. And then the intersection has a section in here, and that's going to talk about potential physical changes to the intersection and the optimization of the traffic lights. Those pieces are not sitting in there yet, but they were in the presentation, the final wrap-up presentation for the charrette. So it's essentially those set of recommendations around the intersection. And I think the drawing that you saw in here for Bridge Street includes the curb radius change at the Main Street, Bridge Street intersection, which is sort of one of the major physical changes that's being recommended. Then there's going to be a piece talking about the West River Trail, and this is one that I've got down here on my discussion questions to talk a little bit about. There's sort of two options that I think could be presented in here. One is the rail trail idea of trying to get from where the West River Trail ends at the marina and connect that down through downtown. There's interest in extending the trail along the railroad. And then the other option is to look at using your existing streets to get bicycle traffic from the marina into downtown and connect to the common, so that you can then use the way around piece to ferry the bicycle traffic through and down to the Hinsdale Bridge and continue that loop. So,
sorry, is there an option on the table for the use of the trail that goes around the retreat meadows?
I don't think so. I mean, my sense of those trails, and maybe I'm wrong about that, is that they are not probably particularly bike friendly in terms of terrain.
Unless you have a mountain bike.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I would also say those are outside of the scope. I mean, I know she's talking right now about the marina, but that's because that was the idea of the West River Trail, is how do you get up there?
It's an important connection to think about. So I think what we heard from the public comments is that technically the common itself is not within our downtown study area, but it clearly needs to be sort of the terminal point of the path network, and it is feasible that could then provide that connection to make a further trail link to an existing planned trail. So we've got some looking at the railroad and the feasibility of that, which is in our study area, but I think presenting another way to get there as well and to make that connect in makes sense. And, so we can talk about that. I don't have those drawings in here yet, but those are coming. And then that sort of ends the geographic clusters of things that we're looking at. And then there's going to be a little bit on parking. There's obviously a lot about parking in here. In some ways, the downtown design plan ends up being a lot about parking because of the existing dominance of parking downtown, and and the need to figure out, it's a sort of a trade-off question. So there have been sort of there's individual one-off ideas, right? Like convert Preston to a park, or convert Harmony or a portion of it to a park, or get rid of parking on Main Street, the on-street parking. But that also needs to be looked at holistically. There's a certain amount of parking that needs to be provided downtown. And so while you could eliminate one public parking lot in terms of the number of spaces and the demand numbers, you can't do every single one of the full-fledged recommendations all the way along the way through the plan and still have enough parking. So it's a question of making some choices, and that needs to get discussed in terms of figuring out what the priorities are and sort of the next steps for making decisions about how to balance the parking, public space, green space needs.
Brandy, are you suggesting that's for discussion with the Planning Commission?
I think it should be something that could be on the Planning Commission's discussion list, and I think it's it's a necessary component to kind of wrap up and tie up the plan. I've tried, as I've been writing along, to at least introduce the idea that, you know, there are a lot of ideas being presented here again, and there's a need there is going to have to be decisions about which ones to do 100% of. So I think I talked about that around the Preston Park idea. And the same is sort of true of the ideas around Harmony, because there are, have been ideas floated to, make the entire thing green space and eliminate all the parking spaces down to eliminate some portion of them, so. And the way around piece, if you follow that through, you'll see that it requires fairly small reductions of parking all the way along, right, to make it happen. So, taking 5 on-street spaces here to make room for a bike area, some reconfiguration in the parking lot to make room. It's not a wholesale elimination of parking, but it's a series of reductions. And so there needs to be, as you think about what the community's priorities are going to be for implementation, a recognition that you probably can't do every single idea until the demand for public parking changes substantially. There's some other parking option.
So can I, when would we have that discussion, and how would we get the public engaged in that conversation? Because we obviously, given people's anxiety around not enough parking, even though we know we have substantially more than enough parking, how do we make sure that if we started taking parking spaces away, people wouldn't go nuts?
I mean, it's definitely a next step after this plan is done. But I think it needs to be part of your envisioning how you might move pieces of it forward.
I think it can come in kind of pieces, and
so not to be discussed within the next 2 months.
No. I don't think no. I don't think we're going to be able to kind of rally consent around.
Yeah, and it could, it's also probably true that each of the ideas could end up with sort of a group of core supporters. There's people with different interests and level of support in different approaches. So
I feel like we'd have to look at, the benefits, like, so if we're talking Preston Lot versus Harmony versus, I don't know, something else, and kind of figure out what are the pros and cons of each, and kind of work through it that way, and then bring it out to the public.
Okay.
As we try to move a project forward or something.
Okay.
And then also sort of in the wrap-up end of the strategies would be recommendations related to programming, and then a set of recommendations related to public art. Really more focused on funding and managing those, rather than necessarily specific, recommendations for, put some murals here or sculpture there, or have live music here on. There's been some of that. There's been a lot of discussion in the recommendations around doing those type of activities in various places downtown, but it's not going to be that kind of a strategy where it's detailed to that level. It's really more about how the town can fund and manage that going ahead. So I threw out 5 questions, and I don't necessarily mean that we have to discuss and resolve them all tonight, and I only gave them to you here now. I actually just wanted to think that these are important ones to have on your radar and to be thinking about. I'm assuming I'm here tonight presenting this we have a May type deadline.
Yeah, we have a May.
So one of the questions I had is an administrative one, is whether you want to see me again next month, with hopefully the rest of the material filled in at that point. And then there was the idea of scheduling a public presentation. So just in terms of the pieces that are left to accomplish, it probably isn't absolutely necessary that the public presentation happen before whatever the May cutoff grant date is. But you know, we need to have the product essentially ready by then. So these are things that I think are kind of the more critical policy points that the design plan is encountering. In some ways, we can present more than one option for a couple of these things, but should we be making a recommendation? So the bike lane question on Main Street, as it's written now, the plan makes a recommendation against doing the bike lanes on Main Street and for doing the other option, the way around option, based on that, the fact that it would be probably not possible to get bike lanes the full length of Main Street, and if you did put them in, you wouldn't be able to widen the sidewalks. Where they are pressable, you couldn't widen the sidewalks. So it's sort of a question of, it's a trade-off question again, so it's the bike lane or the sidewalk question. The same one comes up with the rail trail pathway connection and whether you want to go into that with this. The question is also, I think, ties to where do you want to put time and energy on the municipality's part, and try to also maybe guide community activity towards the projects that you think are going to move the overall vision forward more effectively or are more productive uses. The rail trail concept has some significant challenges and costs. There may be a way to get to a lot of the benefits of the rail trail without that, at least the connection, without having to encounter those challenges at first. And there could be, energy and resources put to other components of the project instead of to a bigger, more difficult piece. So I think that's some of the choices you have to make. It's like what the plan, by setting forth implementation and trying to help structure priorities, you're kind of hoping to direct community energy and resources. Municipal, yes, but also community, the public community as well. So in some ways, I was trying to give some sense of the feasibility. Here, I have both the feasibility and the challenges. So for some of these things, to lay those out in so that people have some better information about, or some more complete information for making this kind of decisions.
I remember that we talked about the Main Street bike lanes when you were here before, but I don't remember us talking about the rail trail.
No, we didn't, because that's sort of come up since I was here last.
Yeah, actually, Stephen Dotson, who is our sustainability coordinator, just walked in. He's been doing research on the rail trail. Stephen, this is Brandy's house.
Hi, Brandy. Nice to meet you.
So it's actually great that he walked into the room and
the rail trail discussion.
I've shared your information with Stephen. Stephen's also had some conversations with the Friends of the West River Trail. I don't know if you want to back up and take these one by one. I'm kind of anxious to jump in on a couple of them, but also want to hear from you.
Yeah, I like the idea one by one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Should we start with number one?
Yeah.
Sure. That's always a good place to start.
I think that, just for me going through this, the piece of information that was the most telling for deciding one way or the other on that is just the is that there isn't room at all the intersections to accommodate this infrastructure all the way up and down Main Street.
Right, so let me get to that.
Yeah. And the pictures of the sidewalks were really like, oh, they hit me really hard. I was like, oh boy, those sidewalks are so narrow.
They are narrow.
And having had to navigate them with a stroller. I like the idea of focusing on pedestrian and expanding public space on the sidewalks on Main Street and moving this transportation line for multimodal stuff back.
I agree with you, Jess. I know when we were doing the charrette, I think trying to play around and figure out how to fit them on Main Street was really, really challenging, and I would rather see wider sidewalks so that you can walk more than two people, side by side and somebody coming the other way, or so that if a restaurant wanted to have outside seating or some sort of parklet or something, I think the social interaction would be better. I think that certainly, there are some bicyclists that would use bike lanes maybe, but I think the greater benefit would be towards pedestrians.
It would be easier to walk a bike on a wider sidewalk.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think, I would like to make sure that we have a path into downtown on bicycles. We had the pop-up on Flat Street. I think that there is room on Flat Street to kind of get into downtown. We're going to be looking at it on High Street.
Yeah, that was one of the things in looking at doing the way around route, that you're obviously crossing the side street. So you're crossing over Flat, you're crossing over LA, crossing over, and there are opportunities to improve the access down if you were on bicycle there. So the High Street intersection, if you think of coming out of the tunnel there, if you turn right and you're on your bicycle, there's actually quite a bit of room between there and the Main Street intersection. So while we were focused in that on providing the cycle track from the tunnel up to High Grove parking lot, there's actually no reason it couldn't go to Main Street too, to Plenty, right? It's not, there's space, and there's not a physical obstruction there. So that's some of the things to look at as well. And the ideas around Flat Street were around exploring the idea of making it one way and really then being able to provide that widened sidewalk. I mean, that's already got fairly low traffic numbers, so that makes it a reasonable place to be with a bicycle as well, possibly. So I think the idea of being able to bike around the back and then pop down essentially where you need to be onto Main Street instead of having to traverse Main Street to get to where you want to be would work.
Yeah, I think Sue, you said a key term that I agree with. The wider benefit or the greater benefit here is to if it's one or the other, bike lanes on Main Street or enhancing the sidewalks. I think my vote is for the sidewalks too. Whether it's because they're more heavily used or it's a more diverse group of people, I think there's more benefit to be had by enhancing that. But regarding the way around, I feel like when this was first brought up, I liked it because, I still do, but I liked it because I often take that while I'm walking, because I live down south of the food co-op, and if I need to go to the municipal building or the library, I'll take that back road, and it's kind of for novelty and more quiet, and for those reasons. But for bicycling, I don't think I'll ever like that, personally, because I'm not so scared or wary of Main Street, and Main Street would probably be 1/3 of the time, because it's just a straight shot. And I bike without a helmet too, so I'm not everyone here, but so the only thing I can think for Main Street that that I would like to is maybe, does this happen every winter where the plows pretty much make the sidewalks and the crosswalks disappear? Like you can't see across, that's a pedestrian thing.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
I'm saying like
Down
marks
the
on the
pavement.
roads.
Yeah. Well,
You know
the way
those,
of-
you know
yeah.
those little things that are halfway in the road that say pedestrians crossing? You know, those sorts of things will slow traffic down, I think, and make them more conscious of bicyclists and pedestrians.
You're talking about the paint wearing off and
Yeah,
having
some
some other
sidewalks.
sort of signal.
Yeah, I don't know if they redo that every.
It does. It does.
Oh, they do. That's how
Yeah,
fast
yeah,
it
yeah.
wears away.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. No, they repainted. That's a
Mhm.
sort of spring.
Yeah, it's kind of a
thing,
spring.
Is they come out and repaint the street.
But as far as enhancing it for bicyclists, I don't know, some signs or some sharrows on Main Street, if we can, you can do that, but.
The traffic levels counts are too high to do it as a
Oh, okay.
share on Main Street. There are numbers where you can do it that way. I mean, I think the bicyclists that are comfortable using Main Street now will continue to do that. And you know, so I think it just opens up the potential to bicycle to people who now don't have a route.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, the person who's a, serious bicyclist, transportation-oriented bicyclist will probably still choose to move with traffic.
Yeah, if people aren't in a rush, or they're new to the area, or they're tourists, or if there's easy or fun, novel things to see along the way around, then I think it's an awesome thing to promote and enhance.
The reduction of on-street parking on Main Street, which is part of the sidewalk recommendations, might reduce some of the conflict for bicyclists too, because it's one less avenue of moving vehicle to encounter, or door opening in front of you or something like that. So. It's still probably not going to make Main Street a lovely place to bicycle. But
So is everybody comfortable with that?
Yeah, I'm in agreement with the group for the reasons that were articulated. I think that people who are comfortable using Main Street now for bicycling will probably continue to do so. And having one of the options for a way around that for people who are not comfortable on Main Street and a bicycle would be nice. If I had to prioritize use of Main Street for something, I would say foot traffic, because that's how people get in and out of stores. It's also going to be how people with disabilities access things. So making it so there's a clear path for people to be able to do that would be the priority for me.
You couldn't still weigh in on this. No, but she's on that committee, isn't she?
Well, she's on the Brattleboro Coalition for Active Transportation. No, I mean, they were the ones that did the bike lane pop-up, and I think, yeah, I mean, I'm not sure that they would have an issue. But we had spent some time talking about the difficulty of biking on Main Street and some restrictions or constrictions and stuff, so.
It's also not to get sidetracked, but it's also you discuss the number of trucks on Main Street in here and the incentivizing of having larger trucks going through town, which I know is one of the things people
that was a great catch.
mentioned many times in
Invite
the
the legislators
surveys.
to one of these meetings.
I wouldn't
And
want
just say,
like
look at
Main
this great
Street with those
recommendation
trucks.
to change the rules of the state highways.
That seems like a no-brainer. We should.
It's federal. It's not state.
no, it is a state.
Oh, no, really?
It's the state limit is higher than the federal limit on the state highway. So it's, you could either get the feds to raise theirs on the interstate, which seems unlikely, or get the state to lower theirs on the state highway.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I've always reviewed it.
It's one or the other.
Oh, so if the state lowers it on state highways,
If
then
they
that
match
would
the
mean like
feds,
certain
there would
heavy
not
trucks
be-
just kind of aren't even allowed then.
Well, no, it would just eliminate the incentive. I mean, there's certain kinds of, that's why you have certain types of loads, like log trucks, for instance. They're very heavy. And so you can load them more if you're going to take them on the state highways than if you're going to load them and take them on the interstate.
Which is why 9 out of 10, I haven't done a scientific study, but it seems to me like 9 out of 10 of those trucks that go by are logging trucks.
Well, let's not forget that Sir Sosimo's done 142. It's hard to know what's local and what's not.
Yeah, it is. You'd have some. You obviously would still have some local traffic through as well, but there are certain types of loads that right now are more likely to be found on state highways throughout the state.
Well, maybe it's an interesting implementation step, though, to talk about lobbying the state legislators, because we've always talked about it in terms of the federal rules.
Yeah, and the differences amongst, it's actually interesting to look at across the states. There's, if you really want to geek out on this, you can go look this weight limit, truck weight limits across the states. You can go look at this on state highways, and you can see that they are all over the place. Some, you know, align with the federal ones. Some are significantly more. It depends. If you're in Texas, I guess it's a very different, you know, economic and infrastructure model too.
It would be interesting to know what other towns who share Route 5 as their main street, which is a fair number of towns in Vermont, thought about that. And I'm sorry, I know I just took us way off topic. No. But I'd be interested
It's something we hear all the time.
To hear if this comes up in other towns that also use Route 5 as their main
and
street.
Route 7 and Route 2.
Yeah, that's a good example.
Yeah. Yeah. So I mean, it is definitely something that you see, and so you might notice, you can start noticing now that when you see a log truck on the state highway, it's usually filled up more than a log truck that you see on the interstate.
Okay.
Well, it's interesting. I mean, the total, you know, not to mention the kind of noise that it makes, but the wear and tear on the state highways and the funding that we're getting. I mean, look at Route 9. I mean, it's a mess. It's way overdue to be rebuilt, and yet we're allowing these heavier loads. There's a lot to balance that.
Yeah, it is an interesting one to think about. But
So
there's that
we did one.
We
What
did
about
one.
two?
So number 2. So I haven't obviously written this one yet. And there's no need to make any sort of recommendation on this if you don't want to. But then again, I thought if you did want to think about this and offer some perspective, what you might think would be.
So I'm wondering if, Stephen, would you be willing to talk a little bit about the research you've done and conversations you've had?
Sure. So where this segment stands between the bridge and the museum is that Friends of the West River Trail has presented the problem to safety officers, both for the federal level. The Northeast Federal Safety Officers come and walk the trails or at the track and identified that there's a safety issue here. And now we've moved through the railroad safety person into their real estate branch, and they have a drawing that lays out on the map where the proposed trail would go, and we're trying to push them to grant an easement or some sort of right-of-way or some lease agreement that could enable that trail to go in. I and others in the planning department have skepticism about where this trail is running exactly and how Friends of the West River Trail plans on.
Can I ask, are they putting it on the water side? Is their vision is it's on the water side?
Indeed.
Do they think that are they ignoring the second track and hoping that they will not have to measure off the second track for their setback, but off the primary?
No, the second track, center of that track, 11-foot offset is what
They came back with 11.
Yeah, or
from the railroad.
That's what the ask is 11.
The ask was 11, but the trail itself is farther away from that on 90%.
Taking that West River and attaching it here and going.
And I can share drawings too if people are curious of seeing. Are they looking at it right now?
No, she's looking.
Yeah, I'm looking at the map that's here.
Oh, sure.
So it would come here, across Putney Road.
I can pull it.
No, it would come.
Let's
up
get to
here,
us
kind of go
to a map
under.
situation.
Yeah, I can point and grab.
I just need to get to a page.
Up onto the sidewalk
And then
down.
hit the West River.
So.
I was on the workaround now, walk around, make around, whatever that thing was.
Yeah.
Sounds like a song.
The way around.
The way around, yes. There's a simple name for it. No, I can't get it back to where it was. Go back.
So then would it continue down along the Connecticut?
Until the Whetstone Station, and that would be a place for parking and.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
And how would it how would it interact with the summer residents that are in that area?
Down by the river?
Mm-hmm.
I think they would have a much more direct route to downtown, and that they'd be able to get back and forth from where they live to downtown that much quicker, like any resident.
Hopefully more
And safer.
safely, yeah.
And there will be more people along that area, which means it's more better kept, and people, fewer nefarious things could happen there. I'll say this, that I think it's less of a challenge at this point to get the easement. I think the bigger challenge is going to be them designing where the trail runs and figuring out how to manage all the different pieces of the floodplain and the different, and the actually engineering of the trail to make it work for that location.
I was looking for the files I sent you.
Would it be a dirt track? It's not going to be.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to be an impermeable surface, right? I think it could be, I don't know, maybe a gravel or some sort of rough, but that part hasn't been crossed yet. There's a need for a bridge to go over a stream at certain points.
There's a lot of grade issues.
Yes.
Because if you haven't walked along the railroad tracks, it falls off again to the water. So the railroad tracks, it sort of like comes down a cliff. There's the tracks that are flat, and then there's another dam. Along a lot of it.
Yeah.
Walnut Street or whatever.
Yeah.
Roughly how far would it be from the active track?
What they've been working from is there's on the west side of there's an active line, then there's a fence, and then there's an inactive line on the river side, right? And then we've been going 11-foot offset from the center of those two tracks.
Oh, okay.
And then even further is where the trail is based, but that 11-foot mark is the bare minimum that they think they could get away with ever. However, we did see...
Where did they come up with 11 feet?
Jason Cooper?
I think it's kind of federal, like, there's been meetings with rails, with trails.
Yeah, as far as I can find, it's 15, but okay. We'll give them their 4 feet.
Okay.
Well, you said it's 11 feet off of the center, so track 1, track 2, they're going 11 feet from the middle, or 11 feet
from
off
the center of the second.
So
that may end up being 15 feet dead center from both, right?
No, they're not. They're 15 feet apart from each other. From center to center, they're
Okay.
15 feet apart.
Okay. So yeah.
Okay.
Don't know where that number came from, but
Yeah, the one I gave you the example of in the Massachusetts one, that the fence was at the 15-foot mark. And so that's the other thing, is that it would require a fence as well. So there's a lot of
I know that there's
Friends
a
of the
lot
West River
of,
Trail.
They have money.
I don't know these things, but they continue to be gung-ho for this. I think they could raise money rather convincingly for this project, though.
I know that there's a lot of challenges to this. I am not in favor of taking it out, recommending against the trail, because I think that having a trail along the river is an entirely different experience of, rather than using the way around in One-Tasket. I mean, I'd love to walk on One-Tasket, but they're really kind of two different
it's
things.
achieving the connection. It's not giving you the waterfront amenity.
Yeah, no, and all the benefits
We're
that
never
come
going
with
to get
trails.
the waterfront amenity, right? I mean, because the railroad's going to always keep that property.
Right, but you might get a right of way or some sort of easement or something to have a trail there. I mean, I think that that's.
Right, but the trail,
we should
I'm saying
acknowledge
the
that-
trail is the best we can do.
Right, right.
In order to get to
Because
the
it's
river.
active, yeah.
Is this an either-or?
It's not.
Okay.
So the question I have, because we did on the question of the Main Street bike lanes make a recommendation, because it is kind of like there isn't room for both. The motor sidewalks and the bike lanes, we make a recommendation in here. Sue had asked that we incorporate, because of the work you guys are doing, the rail trail. My thought was, if we're going to incorporate the rail trail, we should point out that you could actually get the connection that you need over the existing street network without the rail trail still. But there isn't a need necessarily to recommend that the town focus on one over the other.
In any of the public outreach, did you, I mean, I just feel like anytime talked to people, they said, get us close to the river. We want to have the river. We want to have access to the river. I mean, it just seems like
Comes
that's
up a lot.
Yeah, this would answer that question.
I think it helps revitalize a part of the town that's kind of forgotten, and
Yeah.
people are pushed to the margins there. If you bring more people in, it's going to revitalize that area. It's going to make it feel safer, feel more alive.
I think when you think about it in context of the Hinsdale Bridge becoming a pedestrian
Right.
and
Yeah.
kind of creating this
Right.
trails hub down there, I know it's challenging, but I wouldn't want to recommend against it.
Yeah.
And I like that there's already community energy and leadership around. So it's like, it can actually happen, maybe.
Right.
And why not get behind that?
And it seems like it would also play right into the museum development if that's going to happen as well.
I do want to say, I don't dislike the way around path. I mean, people are using that on foot anyway. I use it. You mentioned you use it. I've seen people doing it. Yeah.
Yeah, this would be an addition.
This is,
Yeah.
This is.
Yeah, I think it'd be nice to keep both on the table.
But what was the? Well, this is separate from that though. But what's the Wantastiquit Drive proposal? Like what?
So
would that
you could
entail?
come up from the marina.
Right.
You just have a short distance to make up on the main road,
Well, I know,
and then you get onto one.
I know what the route is, but what would it entail the town doing?
You
Putting a
could,
sign up?
basically it's a sign and maybe some
Saying, hey,
sheriff.
this road already exists, but it's a good one, so take
So,
it around there?
Probably a crosswalk improvement.
Crosswalk improvements.
Which is
Yeah.
not so easy because visibility is poor where
It
you
is,
want
it's
it.
not the bestest crossing point, but, I mean, there's all, I don't know how they're thinking they're going to get, across by the substation with the rail trail plan.
Right,
But
I
you,
wonder.
whatever that plan is, you could actually still do that and still come on into Wolfwood.
No, I think that's the idea. You would come up and
Under.
then come under.
The
Under the
railroad
bridges
Under the
from-
bridge.
Both
and then
bridges.
Come up on the other side.
Oh, both, cool.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so, I mean, there's,
So you stay on the west side of the driving bridge, on the shoulder?
That's what Jason Cooper's talking about. Just for the record, that's what Jason Cooper's talking about.
so there could be other ways to get onto the I can never say it, Wantastiquit drive. Let's just face it,
Not a QU.
I'm not from Brattleboro. I can't say it. There are ways to get, there could potentially be a way to get on there if you can get around the substation, around the backside of the substation or something like that, right? So you could put the crossing further down the hill or something than where it is. So that there is some possibilities there that could be looked at. But basically the traffic levels are so low, it's just a residential street, that it is actually appropriate to be a sharo. So you could sign it to be a sharo, and then it comes up through. I think then you go on to Harris or North or something like that. You basically come out right at the common.
Yeah.
It's a pretty common neighborhood to walk through.
It is.
I know I enjoy it when I go downtown. So I don't think the neighbors will have much of an issue with all the pedestrian traffic because there shouldn't be much of a difference. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So.
So, I mean, even if that's an interim improvement to make the connection, to help get people from one end to the other, it's well, they raise the millions of dollars it's going to take to build the rail trail. So that's there.
Maybe when we have the Green Mountain Power people back again talking about the redesign of the substation, we can ask them about that.
Oh, well.
Yeah. Okay.
So do you feel like you have direction on that?
Yes, so we'll lay out the options, but we'll not, we'll avoid making a recommendation.
We don't want to recommend against the rail trail.
Yeah. So, the next one talks about, like, how far, as I'm starting to work with Andrew on the implementation program, how far down the path of talking about the money do you want to go, I guess?
Yes.
As far as you can go.
So, there is obviously the improvement district taxes that, could be used to further the recommendations of the plan. So that's something that the implementation program could look at. is how those monies are allocated and, suggest some, perhaps not, some distribution of them amongst some of these goals.
And do we have some idea of what that distribution looks like now?
They have, I think it increased, I think it's around $80,000 that is collected from the downtown property owners in the district. And they are all DBA, Downtown Brattleboro Alliance is their funding. So, yeah, I mean, I don't have it with me, but they have a distribution of it for programs that they do.
So in some ways, it's this plan making a recommendation about how the DBA allocates its resources, which are technically the municipality's resources.
So, yeah.
Well, but the municipality made the decision that DBA is their downtown.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's sort of a weird line, I guess.
It is a weird line.
Trying to point out.
Oh, wait a minute.
Does the DBA ever like justify their spending and stuff and like
every
have some
every year. It's approved by representative town meeting.
Right.
It's on the ballot.
as a separate ballot question? It's standalone or just part of the $15 million?
I believe it's standalone. I think it's.
Yeah, that's been contentious.
So if, well, what if the DBA hasn't been much of a participant in this process? Have they?
We had early discussions with them.
Yeah.
So would you characterize them as enthusiastic participants who would say, oh, great, we have a plan, now we're going to implement it using our money?
I don't have any evidence to support that.
I don't think that I would want to be an organization and be told how to spend my money. I mean, I think we'd have to have those conversations with them. I don't think it's fair to say, here's our plan, and you should take 50,000 of your operating funds and do it.
Is there a follow-up plan with them to share?
Not right now, but definitely there's a plan to share the information. I guess for me, I feel like those conversations need to be had, and I think that taking even DBA out of it, I don't know how I don't think the support would be there for the property owners that pay that tax, that they are responsible for infrastructure betterment projects, just them. I think they benefit the entire town. I mean, as it is, the whole flower program, which, is people enjoy the flowers in all 4 seasons or 3 seasons, and, visitors come to Brattleboro and recognize it. It's primarily paid by those downtown property owners. So I think there's a bigger discussion of what is the benefit and what does downtown bring to the entire community, and is it fair that there's just those property owners paying?
But they've also had a program the last year that activates public spaces.
They did?
And they've brought in musicians and artists and community game leaders and paid them a small amount of money to perform or do their thing.
So that's the sort of thing that could come out of the recommendations is, to provide support for that type of programming, how to, basically recommendations about how to allocate some of those resources amongst the competing priorities, so.
I just do want to say I am an ex officio member of the DBA board.
Okay, so I guess I need some clarification on this point 3 then. Is some portion of the improvement district taxes, is that money, basically is that DBA money? Or is there other improvement district taxes that we might be able to play with? In other words, so this recommendation is essentially doing what you said, which is this is going to say, DBA, you should do X, Y, Z, here's our plan. And so we should tell you not to do that, based on what you just said. We won't tell them what to do.
The DBA gets 100% of the improvement?
That's how it's been allocated up till now. So us putting forward a recommendation would be, we're suggesting you not give DBA
full funding.
You see what I'm
We're
saying?
suggesting that you use.
Because it wouldn't be
something-
DBA spending the money to implement these things.
Okay,
We're not-
okay.
yeah.
So, all right, so rather us recommending to DBA, we're recommending to the town, give us some of that money and we're gonna
Right.
execute our plan.
I mean,
and I guess to me, a piece of that would be like mission-based. Do we think that the improvement district taxes, the DDA is really focused on economic development and economic vibrancy and activity, focused on the small businesses downtown. And I think that if we were to think about making a recommendation of a different use of those funds, then it would need to come with a different motivation for activating a space, right?
Right.
Particularly, I think one of the things that you identified in here was this sense of safety and not feeling comfortable, not knowing the weird people that are downtown or the people that are panhandling. And I don't know if that might fall under an inclusivity sort of program or investment that might not directly relate to the economic development piece that the DBA really is focused on.
I wouldn't say the DBA is just focused on the economic development. I mean, it's property owners in the downtown, so there's residential as well. So it is a quality of life in the downtown. There is a large focus on economic development because we want our downtown to be successful and the stores successful, because that's good for everybody. But I would,
okay.
Just be careful. I wouldn't just say that they're
I didn't know that it included
economic development.
residents.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, residents can be members.
Yeah, my understanding is that DBA does allocate some of those resources towards things like programming and supporting community events and programming and arts and things like that. But probably right now there isn't money necessarily being directed to the actual physical improvements, perhaps, that could be used. So like, say, fixing sidewalks. Right.
No,
right
DBA
now,
doesn't. I mean, that's
none of that business
That's
improvement
that
district
is
tax
exactly.
money goes to say fix sidewalks.
Mhm.
But that is under the umbrella of what you can do with business improvement tax or district money. That's one of the things that you could spend that money on legitimately. It's an improvement to the area, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it would qualify. So that's the kind of question to look at. So as we're looking at identifying potential funding sources for some of the recommendations in here, do those tax dollars, are they on the table to be something to be talked about as to how they're spent?
That seems like such a bigger conversation. I mean, that
It is a bigger, and I wouldn't want to have it without having DBA.
Right, I mean,
in
the
room.
DBA ought to be here and probably other stakeholders as well. I'm curious about, it seems to me, I guess I'm curious why you only pick the improvement district taxes as opposed to all the other potential sources for income that.
Well, I feel that those are legitimately on the table to be discussed in the plan. This is the one where it's a question of whether you want to talk about how that money is being used now. I think we can legitimately say, yes, the town should be allocating more just property tax dollars to sidewalk repair, right? Without having a policy discussion around that to the same degree, I guess.
It seems to make sense to have these in there because people don't know necessarily that money, where that money is coming from and where that money is going. And as long as the DBA isn't going to get shirty about us talking about their money.
People do. No, that's what happens sometimes. Yeah. Feels like that.
I don't disagree, I just never heard that word.
Oh.
I'll look it up later, so
Yeah,
take up
okay.
any time.
Okay. No, because it does seem to me, any kind of public conversation is an opportunity for people to be informed about various different sorts of things. And $80,000 is not a small amount of money. It's nice to know that money is there. And in the off chance that the DBA would like to collaborate with us on taking forward some of these recommendations, then that's worth having a conversation.
It's worth having a conversation. I mean, we can definitely invite the executive director here. I will tell you that 80,000 is not their entire budget. They fundraise, they seek grants to do their work as well. So as a downtown, you know, having a designated downtown, you are required to have some sort of organization that's, you know, providing these certain types of programs. That is a requirement of the designated downtown. I think that maybe some things that are on the table would be, what if the downtown district was expanded? There's been some discussion about that. You know, we looked at it the last time we were. No, actually, it was a while ago. You know, should the designated downtown be expanded? Maybe that brings in more tax dollars. Maybe it gets allocated in a different way. But I just think I don't know.
So do you think
it's a big discussion that would be.
I'm getting a distinct impression.
I would rather have DBA here to kind of make the argument as to why I don't want to speak on their behalf. But I just think it's a tricky one.
And I don't necessarily think this is something you have to answer tonight. I think as we come around to look at the recommendations in the next round of looking at this, you know, that I'm just highlighting this as a potential policy area where there could be some issues to be resolved.
Great, super. Shall we go on?
And I think I would just add, it's, you know, if the planning commission wanted to take that discussion up with the select board when DBA is submitting their, you know, they submit the budget, it gets approved by the select board, there's a whole process for it. Okay, you know, just need to think about
Is
that.
there any wording anywhere that says what improvement district taxes have to be used for?
No, what? No.
I'll look that up.
Well, there is some statutory requirements around what they can be used for. Or regular, and probably isn't statute.
It's the state, right?
It's the state,
So the state has the rule about you have to have a designated downtown improvement group. I don't know what the term is, and there's some rules about that.
Yeah, if you look at the authorizing language for the taxes, I think there is some.
We might have it. We might have an ordinance as well that
a list of what you can use the money.
I know we definitely have a downtown improvement district ordinance.
Yeah.
Okay, that'd be good to see.
Wow.
Yeah.
In statute.
But what's nice about you identifying like this particular money source is that it makes it really tangible. Instead of saying, you know, the town should invest in doing better sidewalks. And then throw that on the town to figure out. I like the tangibility of some sort of sourcing money plan.
Yeah, we need more than just this one.
Yeah, it's clearly not to fund the.
No fun very much.
Yeah, so
that's municipal government, that's finding grants, that's using the downtown transportation program to, you know, get funding for new sidewalks.
So I think is where we're landing on, it seems like where we're landing on three is not necessarily to make a recommendation, but that we do want to keep it open for discussion and to include DBA in that discussion. I think that's a good idea.
Great. So, are we ready to go on to 4?
yeah, so I bring up 4 because one of the things that Andrew and I talked about when we talked about how the implementation strategy piece, the next steps in here is going to get put together, is one way to think about it would be to run through sort of and organize it by who's responsible, basically, to carry out some of these elements. So, you know, what are you looking for from, you know, in terms of how Public Works is, what they might prioritize downtown, recreation, you know, might do with some of the public spaces downtown, you know, how the policing strategy is set up for downtown. There's a lot of places where you could make more specific recommendations on municipal either work, investment,
approach.
Given the nature of the conversations that have gone on in this town for the last year and a half, it seems to me it would be extraordinarily presumptuous of the planning commission, or maybe I'll just say personalizing this presumption from me, to start telling the police or the maintenance departments sort of how to carry out their work. I mean, it seems like this is sort of similar to the last question, and if we wanted to move forward, it might be worthwhile for us to say, well, we kind of like some of these ideas. Let's talk to the people responsible in those areas about how feasible these things are, what their thoughts are on them, as opposed to telling, I mean, I wouldn't want to, you know.
I think I would push back a little bit on that, because with the full town plan that we have, there are definitely jobs assigned to committees, assigned to departments. And that was part of the whole planning and implementation. Like, it's not just a plan to get people interested and excited about the vision of our town. It's actually to accomplish these things. And I think that, I mean, as the structure exists with the town plan, it's not like we're treading into new territory necessarily by including some recommendations there.
So I think there's probably a fine line. So if we're talking about vegetation management, you know, I'm much more comfortable saying, okay, we have departments in town, or, you know, we've got a tree warden, or whatever, we've got this process that we can work through. I do not think we should be here telling the police department how they should be staffing and where they should be sending police officers. I think that is out of our purview and is not any, you know, I don't want to tell them how to police downtown.
Yeah.
I think there's been enough discussion about how they police in downtown that I just don't think that.
But just like you wouldn't tell somebody how or when to water plants and what sort of fertilizer to give them.
Exactly.
You would say, we want some plants, can you take care of that? The best way that you know how. I think there are some safety and feelings that were identified in here that we can say, hey, community members feel like this is a problem.
But
here.
Those recommendations, I mean, we've heard those both in the plan and also in the daily newspapers about, you know, some people feel anxious about the underhoused population wandering the streets. Other people feel like it's not an issue. And I mean, I gather that, I mean, the police and the select board have been going around and around in circles in the respectful way to make sure that as many people can be made happy by what they're doing. And I guess that's what I'm concerned about, is this sort of notion that we get the feeling there are a lot of people had strong opinions when they responded to our survey about it's icky, it's grungy, I hate it, I'm not going there anymore. Why would I sit in those spaces? They're unpleasant. And how do we make a recommendation to sort of, I mean, we should make a recommendation to say that we should have more pleasant spaces, but how to accomplish that pleasantness, I think it would be nice to have a conversation.
Yeah, I just think, I agree with you. And I think there's ways we can address those things other than policing, like crime prevention through environmental design, more lighting on some of the side streets, brightening up the transportation center that Brandy has pointed out in this plan. And I think if we highlight those, we need to highlight the programmatic ways of making downtown safer than having to police it, when obviously there, like Sue said, there has been this discussion. There is a police officer, I believe, or one or two that are downtown a lot of the hours, and there is Project Care. And I think if we can highlight what this plan is trying to get at, really in this plan, and then the priority, if that's a high priority, maybe that's a way we could do it.
I mean, I agree, this is a public design plan, like it's a design for the public spaces.
Yeah, no, I'm responding to the language here that says town departments and/or policing.
It's maintenance and or, so I wanted to get the policing one in there because there is some language around the, patrol, approaches to patrol, basically.
Right.
Which, so it is kind of the question of how far beyond physical design do you want to go with the recommendations?
And I guess that's where I think that there's so much work that's been going on. I mean, it's sort of similar to the parking study. There's plenty of parking, but there are still people who say that we don't have enough parking in this town. We have to decide that those people just are always going to feel like there's not enough parking, because we know there's enough parking and we're sort of moving ahead. There's people who think that the town is unsafe. Everybody's trying to work to make it safer. We're just going to have to move ahead without telling the police what to do, assuming that some people who are always going to feel unsafe, because we're always going to feel unsafe. Rather than, I agree with more lighting, all those sorts of things, the classical music and the album. But I wouldn't put recommendations for maintenance activities by town departments and or policing.
I wonder if there is a set of positive recommendations we could make on policing. For example, when there are rallies or parades or walks, or encouraging more support, or other, I'm not sure.
I think that they are professionals, and I don't feel like I'm in a position to tell them how to police. They're very prepared, they're very professional. They've got their protocol. I'm not sure the planning commission is the right place to be putting that out there. Well, actually, I'm sure that the planning commission is not the place.
So I think that, if I'm understanding right, the question is really how to focus this effort, right? This report that we're coming up with, and I think, I'm not sure I'm totally closed. I'm still open to a persuasive argument, but I think where I'm landing is I think I would focus on programmatic things like you were describing earlier in this report, and not focus the energy as much on I don't know what to call it. What did you call it? The recommendations for activities by town departments. I would maybe not focus as much on that stuff, so not as much on maintenance or policing activities, and focus more on the programmatic things like the lighting or the increased visibility in areas for as ways of improving safety in terms of things that feel to me more closely aligned to what the Planning Commission's mission is.
In that, I hear work for Public Works, I hear work for the Rec Department, I hear work for the Town Arts Council. So we'd be making recommendations for those groups.
Yeah, I was thinking more about the safety, and maybe I misunderstood the question, but I was focusing my head on the safety question.
Oh, you said programmatic, sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, the plan obviously requires people to do work. There's no question about that.
And maintain.
And yeah, I mean, but it's more, I think, sort of telling them where to go and how to do their jobs that we want to shy away from. There's also, I think, the plan as written can go towards making sure those people who say the place is unsafe we've heard that, and we can talk about, eyes on the street and this sort of Jane Jacobs sort of thing. We make these public spaces, we have more people out here, they're going to feel safer. It's not necessarily about having a cop there. It can also be, we do these programmatic things, and that way I think if people feel, they do need to know that we've heard that. So the plan has to reflect it in some way, but I guess it should reflect it not in a way that sort of says we need more.
I think The point I was trying to make before with the public gatherings and protests and things like that is that sometimes it can be a burden on activating space to have the police say, yes, but you need an officer there and you need to pay this fee to have that happen.
That's true.
So that can be a burden on activating space, and that would be something that a policy that they could change or a value system that they could amend to support more public activity.
That's interesting.
Well, I need to check that because I'm not sure, not every use of public space in that manner requires a police officer. So I think it's, and the town has certainly waived fees. The climate change march last year, there was no fees on that. You know, there's a rally coming up, I don't know, in Plenty Park that, you know, was small, doesn't need, you know, so I guess I need to understand when it is that some safety protection is required.
Maybe I can just offer a question. From what I hear here, I think what you guys are really wrestling with is, does this plan change anything in public space and in this design that should be made aware to these departments and would change the way it's maintained or policed currently? Is there anything that should be brought out as, this is different, it may need new consideration from such and such and such and such to handle it differently? I don't know that there is that in this plan, but I think that's the question that this is trying to get at. Like, is there something new here that's being presented that changes the physical space enough that we need to say, we need to point at it and say, hey, think about this, because this just changed in how we maintain our physical space and police it. I don't know that there is. That would be where I plan. But I also think your question's valid, but I don't I don't know that, I don't see the design process so much playing into that question. Like, I think barriers to using public spaces is a really important concern to take forward, but maybe it belongs in different communication or a different effort. I don't know. I'm new to this as well, so I get to play the new guy.
But it's I mean, the point is well taken. I mean, because I think, I don't know that we can anticipate that these spaces are going to be dramatically transformed in such a way that it's going to change the way the police and the maintenance department needs to do their work. I mean,
I think there's basic maintenance that maybe, you know, there's been some discussion of pruning back.
Yes, say like the riverfront area. So the community effort to clear the riverfront here. I think I have photos of it.
Yeah. I got the
See?
poison ivy
People
cigars
clearing,
to prove it.
right, people clearing out the bank.
Awful.
That hasn't been kept up.
Right.
So that's, you know, has grown back in substantially over to
So
growing
this is an
season.
example of you wondering, should we state that in the plan or
Yeah,
not,
it's sort of,
not
I'm
push
trying to
buttons?
figure out the tone and
well, I think
structure
when
and
it
how we're
comes
going
to
to move forward.
vegetation and maintenance and public space, I think that is okay to mention that nobody is currently doing that right now. Is it Public Works? Is it Rec and Parks? Is it some other group? I think that's perfectly. I think that is perfectly legitimate.
Sorry. Because I just remembered that when we did that, there was a big question about whether or not we were supposed to be doing that and if we were hurting, you know, the
cap.
Yeah, something. So I think that there's a chance that in fact we were, and that's why the maintenance department said, well, we're not going to keep that up because in fact we need all that growth in order to, well, anyway.
We don't need all those invasives.
Okay. All right.
No one needs the grapevine.
Yeah.
No one
needs
needs
knotweed.
grapevine. There's no knotweed there yet.
Okay.
Yeah, just
Plenty of poison ivy.
Yeah, so I think that's good, and I do hear, you know, if it is the barriers to public space, I think then maybe that works its way into a recommendation. I mean, you've talked about your experience putting on arts events and, you know, that the cost can be a barrier. And so if we are trying to program these public spaces, then maybe there's a recommendation that the town should look at its policies or ordinances and Like, I think that is
Not take
reasonable.
away the benches.
I'm okay with that being in a recommendation. There should be benches, you know, I think those are all the public space programmatic things that
Who's gonna take
I'm
away the
just.
benches?
People say that's happening.
They have,
yeah,
it has
Uses
been.
downtown over the years.
It's a solution to loitering. You take away the benches.
I mean, I see this plan as like not directing one body, but directing the town as a whole, like the departments, elected officials, town officials. You know, that's how I, you know.
Committees.
That's how I see these plans and just the planning process and plan creation in the first place. It's, you know, it's not, some plans, maybe they tell direct groups what to do, but in this plan, it's more about downtown. How can we make these changes without directly saying that Public Works has to maintain them, or, you know, I feel like there's ways we can use that kind of language to say, look at what we did in the past, you know, we would love to, you know, how can we recreate these efforts to maintain invasives?
Or it's, you know, it's either recreating or it's saying, this is really important to us and we think that we should prioritize this kind of stuff in the downtown or elsewhere.
Sure, yeah.
So that gets
Government
us
needs
to
to
number
look at
5.
Yeah, so I thought just getting a sense, if you have walked through what's written so far, just what folks in the room see as priorities. I'm willing to share what I think are priorities, and then
Oh gosh, why don't you kick us off? That would be good.
see where we go. You know, so if you're thinking about, as we're thinking about the implementation matrix, one of the things we're going to do is sort of sort them in terms of importance or priority or time frame. And
So we're doing matrix.
yeah, huh?
Okay, we are doing
I don't know if it's going to be a matrix. I just call it implementation. We have a bit of a challenge, which we have to get through here in the design plan, is that the design plan, the story map thing doesn't accept a table very well. And so we normally do implementations in this table format. So we're hitting our heads here to
The
figure out.
town plan definitely has one.
Yes, this is a real planner problem. But anyway.
Well, another thing that I like, kind of spinning off this question is, what do you guys think of like short-term and long-term priorities?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
In
Like in terms of like things that might take a little longer in terms of getting funding, like redesigning Harmony Lot, or something quicker like adding better lighting to downtown, for example.
So basically synonymous with easy and easily achievable and more complex.
Exactly,
fruit,
kind of. What do you think of that idea? I'm curious, because I've been thinking about it lately, so.
Yeah, so I mean, having worked through
four sector grid of
it's helpful to
what's
see that.
easy and fast and what's
You know, it could be
slow and
helpful for
hard.
prioritization, just, you know, obviously some things are gonna take longer to implement.
Yeah, is anybody, any of the commissioners prepared to articulate a priorities? Yeah.
I don't know if something jumped out at you as you looked through that you were like, we should get on that right away, or that's like, I think that's sort of a critical first step, or anything of that nature.
I don't feel ready to.
Well, you can think about that until we meet again.
Can you throw some options out there?
So-
I mean, I have some floating around in my head, but maybe it's just because they're the ones that I remember.
Yeah, so it seems to me that, you know, the impetus for doing the plan was the change to the bridge. So the work around the intersection in Bridge Street, that seems to be, those are big projects and expensive projects and complex projects, but those seem to be kind of priority pieces, I would think, there. And then I come back to the transportation center. It seems to me that the transportation center and getting people to park there is critical to doing anything else that follows.
That's a good point.
And so some of that is, you know, some physical changes. It's trying to shift public opinion, and it's not going to be easy to do. You know, if you look at the parking numbers in that facility, it's horrible. And the only way you're going to get the cars off the surface parking and off the on-street parking and into the garage is if there is a very significant public perception shift in the use of the garage. So it seems to me like that. It probably actually, I think they're gonna fix the elevator, right?
Yes, the parts have been on order,
Yes, so that is like, there are some things there, and I think, the conversation around lighting of the interior lighting has been bounced around.
DBA has had lots of discussions about placemaking, not only the Ask the River art, but, some art on the different levels of the floor, like that was seen at the pop-up, active community alley and activating the transportation centers and more.
Yeah. So that seems to me to be a pretty critical step. And then, unfortunately, just circle back to just the basic maintenance.